A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Wantage Road for the fourth and final day in what's been an enthralling County Championship Division 1 match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. We move into the final day's play with Northamptonshire still just about afloat, 209 for 5 in their second innings, so a lead of 127. Ricardo Vasconcelos and Safe Zabe, the not-out batters. They've so far put on 48 for this sixth wicket. The umpire's already out there. The Surrey fielders, led by Rory Burns, are following onto the field, as are the two Northamptonshire batters. Andrew Roud from BBC Radio Northampton, the voice of Surrey cricket, Mark Church, and from the Sunrisers and also from Southern Brave, we have Jo Gardner, who's with us on commentary as she was on the first day. And well, Church, I don't know, it's such a hard game to call. We've seen some wonderful cricket. The only thing I can offer really is I think if Northamptonshire are still batting at lunch, we might have a very, very interesting game on our hands.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning to Joe as well. Look, everything is still possible in this game, which is what you want heading into the final day, isn't it? I think new ball available in 15 overs time, that will be critical from a Surrey point of view. I think the way they'll look at this, Surrey, is sort of the position that they were in on day two, in the fact that they had a new ball round the corner, they kept it pretty tight until that new ball, and then they let Roach and Worrell go. Yeah. So I think that'll be the same here this morning. From a Northamptonshire point of view, it's a lead of 127. Now, I always think if you can get up around 200, then chases get quite difficult. Yeah. So I think from a Northamptonshire point of view, this morning is just batting. Don't worry too much about what happens, just bat.
Well, here's Gus Atkinson to bowl the first ball of the morning, and he's bowling it to Safe Zabe, and straight away it's a short ball, but it's a no ball called by the umpire. So two more onto the total, takes Northamptonshire up to 211 for 5. Yeah, when pushed last night, Northamptonshire's head coach John Sadler he said, in an ideal world, another 100 might make it interesting. Yeah. I think we said yesterday 180 was sort of bare minimum. 200 might make it slightly more interesting. 230 I think makes it very interesting because of the amount of time it's taken out of the game. Here's Atkinson in again outside the off stump, left alone by Safe Zabe.
I was looking again, really rock and roll night out for Mark Church last night. I was looking at my stats again last night. 5 times I think it is that Surrey have chased this season, and they managed to get over the line every single time. Yeah. So I think whatever happens here, Surrey will, and the position that they're in. The other thing to remember with Surrey here is level on points. Even if they are chasing and it didn't go according to plan, you could always just shut up shop and as well and get the draw.
Set up for the 8 points. Just a slip in, as that is outside the off stump from Atkinson. Good carry considering this ball is into its 66th over, so that's the other thing, Joe, that we need to think about. 14 overs time, second new ball, as Mark was saying, in the hands of Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell. That's a serious test.
Yeah, good morning, gents. Yeah, and Kemar Roach ended up picking up a 5 for, didn't he, in the first inning, so it's something to be feared.
Here's Atkinson running away from us, so in from the indoor centre and ducked underneath the short ball. Safe Zabe goes through to Jamie Smith. The weather for today, it's quite overcast, bright for the high cloud, but I think the forecast for most of the day is going to be a good deal of cloud around. It's also quite breezy, and we noticed that yesterday, the breeze picking up. It's coming from the northwest now, so over our right shoulder as we look out from the new indoor centre here at Wantage Road. So it'll be at the back of Gus Atkinson as he runs away from us, slipping a forward short leg and a leg gully for Zabe, and Zabe's in behind that, pushing it up towards Rory Burns at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Zabe battled away well last night. We were saying he missed out in the first innings, dismissed by the spin of Cameron Steele. Hasn't played a championship match since the middle of May, ironically against Surrey down at the Oval when Northamptonshire lost with a day to spare. He's hung in here well. Facing this next ball from Gus Atkinson, very short, and Zabe, who's not the tallest of men, barely has to even duck underneath that. He's just able to watch it go over his head into the gloves of Smith. Sun comes out. I think it's going to be that sort of day, but I think most importantly there's no rain in the forecast, so I think we're going to be absolutely fine to get a full day in. 96 overs, of course, to be bowled in the day. So you can do your own calculations about what the equation between runs and overs might be. Here's Atkinson in again. Bowls a little nibble at that from Safe Sabe to finish the over. Doesn't get a nick, fortunately for him. Goes through to Jamie Smith, and that's the end of the first over of the morning. Just 2 runs onto the total, 211 for 5. So Northamptonshire leading by 129.
Gus Atkinson doing what Gus Atkinson has continued to do throughout this match, just in that first over there, bowling relatively short, just seeing if he wants to entice the batters into potentially a false shot to one of those fielders in the deep.
He did a great job yesterday. His figures didn't really sort of tell the story of the spell he bowled yesterday, and then getting rid of Luke Proctor as well. And what he did was he'd gone short, but good short balls, and then a full low, full toss, looking for the Yorker, smashed him on the pads. And so he did a terrific job. This man did a good job yesterday for Surrey as well. Cameron Steele picked up a couple of wickets after tea. Well, Josh Cobb 4th ball after tea, and then Rob Keogh with some brilliant tactics from Surrey, with Keogh on the sweep, blocking out round the corner, and he had to go in front of square and then immediately hold out at mid-wicket. As here's the first ball for Vasconcelos today. It's short from Cameron Steele, and it's pulled out towards deep mid-wicket, and they will pick up a single, and that will move Vasconcelos on to 52, 212 for 5. But yes, I think from a bowling and a batting point of view at the moment, on a last day like this, don't push it. You know, just play what you would do normally. As here is Cameron Steele into Safe Sabe, who's forward, covers up, turns this one down into the leg side. They've got the short leg slip and a leg slip. So it's Burns at slip, it's Patel at leg slip, and it's Ben Geddes at short leg. So 3 men around the bat of the left-handed Zabe. Steele is in again, and Zabe's just pushing into the offside, takes a single. That'll be 1 more to the total and 1 more to the lead. That lead moves on to 131. 213 for 5 now. As Steele spins the ball in his fingers once more. Blows into his hand as always, and over the wicket he comes from the David Capel end, and Vasconcelos is forward. This squirts away down towards third man. He's going to come back for 2 with the throw from Rory Burns, and Vasconcelos comes scampering through for a couple. 2 more to him, 2 more to the total. I suppose as well from a batting point of view, and we saw it yesterday. Now Tom Curran played a remarkable innings yesterday, but what I thought Surrey did very cleverly sort of cashed in before that new ball arrived as well. As here is Steele, and Vasconcelos is pushing this one out into the offside, and will pick up another single. 1 more to him. So that will be something that Northampton had talked about this morning, Joe, is that we're going to have to score some runs before that new ball arrives as well.
Yeah, that's it. What, 13 or so overs left?
Without taking too many risks, obviously, as Zabe is punching away through backward point. Gus Atkinson is getting round to do the fielding, and the throw comes in over the top of the stump. So tidy first over from Cameron Steele, and 217 for 5 Northamptonshire. That lead now moves on to 135.
I guess that's just what adds to the intrigue, doesn't it, of this game, and it's been fascinating all the way through, to be fair. But it's certain that, yeah, the batters are going to be faced with a little bit more of a challenge when that new ball is taken, and they know that they're going to be coming up against Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell, who have done so well with the new ball.
Same field for Gus Atkinson, the slip, the leg gully and the forward short leg, as Atkinson steaming in again from this indoor centre end. Bowls to say, runs it down to backward point and there's no run.
I'll throw something else into the equation for you. So
Go on,
Northamptonshire bat really well. Bat really, really well. Okay, and we get to after lunch, and they're only 7 down. They've got a lead of 220, 230. Thinking where they are in the table, with what happened yesterday.
Yes.
Do you just keep batting?
Keep batting.
Yeah, and bat all day,
Bat
and
as
take
long as
Surrey
you-
out the game.
As long as you possibly
Absolutely,
can. I think.
absolutely.
I think that will be the thought. Here's Atkinson in again. Bowls, and that bounces. That's a terrific delivery from Atkinson that bounced off a length. And in the end, Zabe played it pretty well. Just managed to get on top of the bounce, jabbed it down almost at his feet. But there's still a little bit, and we were talking yesterday about a little bit of erratic bounce. I suppose almost inevitably as the game wears on. And just the odd one yesterday was keeping a little bit low, the odd one bouncing, so it's not going to be easy in the fourth innings, whatever Surrey are chasing. Here's Atkinson in again, and that's cut away by Zabe, nicely played, down towards a wideish third man. They're going to settle for the single. There's a fielder down there in front of the family stand. One more to Zabe, who goes to 22, and Northamptonshire to 218 for 5. Apologies if we have one or two problems getting on air in the stream early on, but I think we are now broadcasting on all platforms, including, once again, BBC 5 Sports Extra. And we welcome very much listeners to 5 Sports Extra back to Wantage Road on this fourth and final morning of what's been an enthralling match so far, and plenty of cricket still left to be played. Here's Vasconcelos on strike as Atkinson in bowls, and he plays that out into the covers, fielded there by Hashim Amla at extra cover, and there's no run.
What interested me about that short ball, where he got himself in a bit of a tangle, Safe Zabe, is he is expecting a short ball every single ball at the moment from Gus Atkinson. So he was already ducking, but then realised it was quite a good length delivery and got himself in a bit of a tangle.
Put in a terrific stint yesterday, Atkinson. He's in again, bowls short and swayed out of the way. Vasconcelos goes through to Jamie Smith. That was a terrific spell of his yesterday afternoon, wasn't it, when he bowled, was it that final session, something like 7-8 overs, I think, straight off.
Well, it was another no ball, that one. Just, again, it's that effort delivery, but Phil Rowe summed it up yesterday. His short balls are all testing balls. They're not ballooning over the top of the batter. Batter's really having to get out the way, sway out the way, try and play them.
Vasconcelos on strike again, gets a short ball from Atkinson that he pulls, rolling the wrists on it, so all along the floor, down to Tom Curran at deep backward square. One more to Vasconcelos, goes to 56, and Northamptonshire to 221 for 5 on this rather overcast morning here in Northampton, but the cloud high, forecast good. I suppose the only issue is if we do get deep into the day and it's a cloudy one, maybe the light might be an issue, because it was an issue the first 2 days, certainly not yesterday when it was a glorious day. Zabe on strike and punches that one from Atkinson away through mid-off. There is no mid-off. Hashim Amla was in there at extra cover, and he's now got a long chase down to the boundary almost immediately below our commentary position, and they come back for 3 runs. So Zabe up to 25, Northamptonshire to 224 for 5. That's the end of Gus Atkinson's over. 10 overs, 1 for 38, 224 for 5. Vasconcelos is 56. Safe Zabe is 25. The lead is 142. Andrew Rad, Mark Church and Joe Gardner, your commentary team today.
Wendell's here as well.
And Wendell is here, which means it's a first-class fixture.
Indeed it does.
Have to let the listeners know that Wendell's
Well,
in the
absolutely,
house.
because he was a little bit late yesterday. Yes. I think he was here sort of mid-morning,
Yes, I don't know if
wasn't he,
he's-
yesterday? When he was fully in his whites as well yesterday.
Oh, wow, so we missed
Yep.
some of Tom Curran's
He
fireworks.
did. He did indeed.
Yeah.
He did indeed.
His bike had a puncture or something.
It could have been that.
It's
Yes,
possible.
yes. He was warming up outside the ground. As Cameron Steele, he is in here to save Zabe. He's up on his toes with his leg breaks. Cameron Steele bowling from the David Capel end, punched away by Safe Zabe. And they'll pick up another single, but yeah, Vasconcelos and Safe Zabe here just got to bat. And actually, from a Northamptonshire point of view, Joe, so their game plan would be that Surrey don't actually get a chance to have a chase, as this one's pushed by Vasconcelos out into the offside, out there towards cover point.
Yeah, and I think for both of these guys, they've probably not matched their expectations in Championship cricket this year. They would probably say so. In terms of just batting, spending time at the crease and getting bat on ball and accumulating some runs, I think they'll be more than happy to do that.
The partnership's worth 65 now, as forward comes Safe Zabe. There's an LBW shout from Cameron Steele. Long way forward there, Safe Zabe. I think the ball went up and hit him on the elbow as well.
It did.
So Safe Zabe there, getting himself forward. Cameron Steele with a big grin on his face as he walks back past umpire Peter Hartley. As forward goes Safe Zabe. I'm not sure you can be elbow before wicket these days, but you might be able to be elbow before wicket. There's 5 to go yesterday. Well, the captain, Will Young, was the first to go, caught by Tom Curran off Downwarrel for 1. Then Emilio Gay had a couple of lives, didn't he? But then was LBW to Jordan Clark for 26. Steals in again. Quicker one this time. Just flicked into the leg side by Safe Zabe. And round comes Tom Curran to do the fielding. And then fourth ball after tee. Josh Cobby played really well before tee. Full toss from Cameron Steele. Whipped it straight to Ben Geddes at short mid-wicket. Steals in once again. Oh, now looking to pull here is Safe Zabe as it skids onto him. It's going down though. Hits the pad, but he was looking to pull a short one that skidded onto him. But going down the leg side, umpire Hartley with a shake of the head, even though it did hit the bat pad. Yeah, I mean, it's pitched outside as well, and it's going down the leg side, but it did just skid on to the left-handed Safe Zabe. Rob Keogh was operating the sweep shot, wasn't he? And then we saw Gareth Batty come down from the balcony, have a word.
It was the Batty master
It was
stroke.
brilliant. And then they cut out the sweep behind square, which meant he had to go in front of square. He played one beautifully, and then very next ball, played it again, top edge, caught by Jordan Clark. And then Luke Proctor, LBW to Gus Atkinson for 55.
And now Ricardo Vasconcelos on strike to Atkinson.
Ow.
Another short ball. And he's pulled it straight into forward short leg. Ben Geddes, I think, under the lid there.
How? That's just hit him, isn't it?
That's just hit him. It was it was a short ball. It was pulled by Vasconcelos. It went straight into his midriff. And I think it also probably clipped the wrist on the way through. Either way, it was painful. But he's still in there. The leg gully is gone, at least for the time being, as Atkinson is in bowls to Vasconcelos. Just pushes it out into the offside. Jog through for another single. Vasconcelos to 58. 227 for 5. You're absolutely right what you were saying, Joe, about these two. Safe Zabe in Championship cricket made a disappointing start to the season after starting at number 4. His only innings of any note in that first little run of matches was 65 in the first game here against Gloucestershire, when in fairness he was playing an innings that could have won the match for Northamptonshire on that last afternoon, made 65 in quick time. But after that, struggled a bit for form, lost his place in the side after the game at the Oval. This is his first time back in the Championship side, and Ricardo Vasconcelos has had a bit of an in and out time this year. Poor form, injury as well, had a broken thumb. Atkinson bowling over the wicket to Zabe, who's punching that off the back foot nicely, runs for him here, finds the gap between cover and extra, goes out towards the west stand, and they come back for 2, chased out there by Jordan Clark. 2 more to Zabe, he goes to 28, 229 for 5. And Vasconcelos also, of course, handing over the Championship captaincy this year, going into this match, 407 runs at 24, which for a player of his quality is a disappointing return. That included a 100 in Edgbaston. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls short, and Zabe just getting inside the line, getting bat and gloves out of danger. Watches it go through into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Vasconcelos having a big opening partnership with Will Young on a very, very flat pitch at Edgbaston that finished up as a 600 plays 600. We will, of course, keep an eye also on the game at Edgbaston today, the Somerset-Warwickshire one, which is the only other game still on in Division 1 after Essex's breathless one-wicket win over Yorkshire yesterday. As Atkinson in again, bowls short, and Zabe ducks underneath it, goes through to the keeper. Warwickshire look as though they're going to be chasing, well, they are going to be chasing a big total. Somerset 294 for 5, the latest score in their second innings, so they're 317 runs ahead. So they will have a figure, I'm sure, in mind about what they want to set. But again, I don't think, given the state of the table, 8 against 9th that match, that they'll be setting anything terribly generous. Here's Atkinson round the wicket again, bowls Fuller to Zabe, who drives away through the vacant mid-off position. Another long chase for Hashim Amla, who will just about haul it in. A carbon copy of the one a couple of overs ago. And the 39-year-old Amla pulls it in well in front of the, well inside the boundary. And they're through for 3 more runs though. Takes Zabe up to 31, 232 for 5. So far so good for Northamptonshire. 23 runs have come already this morning. Vasconcelos is 58, Zabe is 31, and the lead is now 150.
Yeah, they've ticked along pretty comfortably, I think. Low risk cricket, which is what I'm sure they would have spoken about, just trying to accumulate as many as they can before that new ball, which is in 10 overs time. They don't need to shy away too much from what they're doing so far, I don't think.
Absolutely, they played it very, very well this morning. And the partnership's worth 71. That lead is exactly 150 now for Northamptonshire. As Cameron Steele is in here to save Zabe, and Zabe is forward and pushes this one down into the leg side. So he's already got rid of the leg slip. So Vasconcelos and Safe Zabe have got rid of the leg slip now because Ryan Patel's gone down to backward point. So there is now that gap down towards fine leg. There's still the slip and the short leg in there for the leg spinning Steele. Safe Zabe is forward, squeezes this one away into the offside. And there is no run. So, of course, the options with the new ball will be Roach, Worrell, Clark and Curran. And then a bit more of Gus Atkinson. But I think if they get back to Gus Atkinson with the new ball, then they'll have done a very good job, Northamptonshire. Cameron Steele is in once again. Safe Zabe's forward, turns this one to the right of Ben Geddes, out there towards deep mid-wicket. The other thing to keep an eye on here is the pitch. And yesterday it didn't do a huge amount. It did a little bit with the new ball, didn't it? Yeah. But it's not turning huge amounts at the moment. So actually, if you are going to have a chase, this is quite a good pitch to do it on the final day, as this is all flicked in the air by Vasconcelos. And he'll get a single out there to Tom Curran. I think if I'm going to get Ashley Mamler a Christmas present this year, I think I'm going to get him a smaller white floppy sun hat. Because I mention it all the time, but every time he runs after the ball, his hat blows off.
The slightest movement it falls off.
Yes, it does. As in once again goes Cameron Steele, punched by Safe Zabe off the back foot. Good shot this. Away through extra cover. This could be our first boundary of the morning. No. Back goes Gus Atkinson. He's done actually very well there, Gus Atkinson. He's kept it down to 2. So they pick up another couple of runs. And Safe Zabe just punching that through the covers. He moves on to 34.
It tends to be the lack of bounce here that can make it difficult on the fourth day. On these, it's fairly typical Northampton pitch, this one, I'd have said.
As pushed off the back foot by Safe Zabe. Played that very well, actually, because he's played it late off the back foot to Cameron Steele. Just got it to hop a touch at Safe Zabe. So a very, very comfy first 20 minutes, really, for Northamptonshire this morning. But they know what's coming. But it's how many can they get before that new ball comes round the corner? Surrey will be saying to themselves, well, if we could get one before that new ball, that would be a bonus.
Well, it was ahead of the in the first innings, wasn't it, when they managed to nip a couple out before the second new ball, made a big difference.
Well, what's interesting to me is Zabe hasn't played one sweep yet against Cameron Steele, because of course he got him LBW in the first innings sweeping, so he's obviously decided to cut that out now.
Vasconcelos on 59, start of a fresh over from Gus Atkinson from this indoor centre end with a slip and the forward short leg pulled away by Vasconcelos down to one of the 2 men who are out boundary riding behind square on the leg side, one of whom now comes in for Zabe, because that was a single to Vasconcelos, takes him to 60, 237 for 5, the lead up to 155. Looks as though a couple of matches in Division 1 will not go too deep into today. At Grace Road, Durham chasing 105 to beat Leicestershire at 78 for 3, so just need another 27 to win. There's Atkinson in bowls to Zabe, who's backward defensive, pushes it out into the covers for Rory Burns to field, and there's no run. And at Lords, Glamorgan are 209 for 9 in their second innings against Middlesex, just 33 runs ahead. So you would imagine neither of those 2 matches will go too far into today. The other Division 2 game down at Hove, where of course they've had some pretty poor weather. Sussex looking to try and save that one. Here's Atkinson in again, bowl short to Zabe, pulled away down to deep square for a single. Zabe to 35, 238 for 5. Sussex are 50 for 2 in their second innings, still trailing Worcestershire by 168. Worcester declaring yesterday on 438 for 5, with a double hundred for Jake Libby. So we'll keep an eye on all those other matches.
Sorry, won't mind these singles at all at the moment.
Here's Atkinson in again, bowls short to Vasconcelos, sways out of the way, goes through to Jamie Smith.
I think actually the fact that we haven't had a boundary as well this morning, that sort of just shows what Surrey are up to here. Although they've got a close catcher and a short leg, Gus Atkinson here is operating on the fact that I'm going to bang it in, and if they pull it for a single, fine. But if not, then not too much damage is done.
Atkinson in again, bowls down the leg side to Vasconcelos, shapes to try and play it down to fine leg. Doesn't make contact in the end, but they'll be mindful of, and indeed they are mindful, judging by the field, of how Vasconcelos went in the first innings, which was a short ball from Atkinson, just helped it on its way down to long leg. There's a long leg in and a deep backward square and a deep square just in front. 3 men out on the leg side. Should Vasconcelos choose to hook and not keep it down? Atkinson just back of a length this time, and Vasconcelos is in behind that, playing it back down the pitch. No run to be had. End of another over. 60 to Vasconcelos, 35 to Zabe, 238 for 5. Partnership for the 6th wicket worth 77, and the lead, the all-important lead, 156.
Yeah, I think just in that over, I think I saw, I don't know if it's Gareth Batty down on the third man boundary with, is it Jordan Clark?
That's Dan Worrell down there.
Dan Worrell. Wondering what little nuggets and tactics
We saw him
he's got
yesterday.
to share with
Yeah.
players.
The other thing is he's got his bobble hat on, so he must be in September. But yeah, they had a bit of a natter there, didn't they? As Cameron Steele then from the David Capel end is into safe save. He squeezes into the offside. Oh, Vasconcelos came halfway down, and Ryan Patel with the throw. Vasconcelos is not looking happy with that from safe save at all. Pushed it out into the offside. Just wonder whether safe save moved a touch and then decided against it, and almost sold Vasconcelos short there, but the throw was wide from Ryan Patel. I think if it had hit, it'd have been all right, Vasconcelos. But yes, Gareth Batty's obviously spotted something, had a word with Dan Worrell as Cameron Steele is in, and Safe here is just trying to work this into the leg side, because I mentioned it, they've taken that leg slip out now. So he's just trying to nudge that down towards fine leg. Whereas before, with the leg slip in there, he probably would have cut that shot out. As here is Cameron Steele again to him, and he's covering up, playing this one out into the offside. But yes, we must be back in September because the bobble hats are out again. They're very popular now, the old bobble hats. During the sort of the months of April, you see everybody
Yes,
has them,
everybody's
don't
got
you?
one, yeah. And they have them in team colours
They
now,
do,
don't
they do. They're a very popular item of clothing. As over the wicket once again goes Cameron Steele, and that's just pushed off the back foot by Safe Save. Quicker that one from Cameron Steele. Get a single out there towards Gus Atkinson. One
Was
more
it
to the total.
Hashim Amla that was playing in a bobble hat.
He has his beanie on
His beanie.
under his white floppy sun hat. And that's why it doesn't drop off. So you know when the weather's cheered up, because he takes the beanie off, but then the hat's too big for him.
Certainly the bobble hats were much in evidence at the start of last season, when of course we had snow in the first round of matches.
A lot of pre-season games have played with the entire slip cordon wearing bobble hats. As this one's tossed up by Cameron Steele, just pushed away for a single by Ricardo Vasconcelos out there towards Gus Atkinson. Another single.
I think it might have been behind Ben Smith's decision to go from commentator to Northamptonshire batting coach. It was the fact that we had to sit outside to commentate in the Kent match last year, and he and the rest of us got extremely cold. At least now when it's a cold day, you can sit
You're
inside.
indoors,
Yeah.
yes. As around the wicket once again goes Steele, and that's driven by Safe Zabe nicely. All along the carpet out towards Gus Atkinson, sweeping on that cover boundary rope. So they'll pick up another single. One more to the lead, one more to the total here on this final day on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio London. 241 for 5. The lead's 159. And strange thing to say, after what have we had so far? About 25 minutes of play. I don't think either side will be too upset with the way those 25 minutes have gone so far.
No, certainly from a Northamptonshire perspective, they'll be pleased. I'm sure Surrey would have liked to get an early wicket, but yeah, there's still 7 overs before that new ball.
We've had a tweet in this morning. If you want to get in touch with us, it'd be great to hear from you at oldmanrad with 2 Ds, at back and across, and at Joe Gardner _14. Somebody's already been in touch with us as Atkinson comes in, starts a fresh over, short,
Ow.
and that's cut away by Safe Zabe, and it's fielded in rather a painful place by Jordan Clark. It just bounced up, I think, off one of the old wicket ends, and he might need a glass of water. Let's just put it that way. That was painful.
That is unfortunate, isn't it?
Certainly I was wincing from up here. That was a nasty, horrible bounce. It's quite close in there at point. Quite close to the umpire as well, who's gone across because forward short leg will be in his line of vision. Next ball is punched away by Zabe, and Jordan Clark didn't dive for that, and I don't blame him, but it's raced away for 4, just behind square on the offside. Would have been fielded by Wendell were it not for the boundary board and the fact that he doesn't have a hand free because he's waving his flag down in front of the signal box. 4 to Zabe, 41 to him, 245 for 5. Nathan has been in touch with us. Further to your Christmas card or Christmas list for Hashim Amla, he has an alternative suggestion. As Atkinson is in bowl short, paddled away by Zabe down towards the boundary, and a diving attempt to try and field it by Kemar Roach, but it beats him. It goes away for 4. And successive boundaries for Safe Zabe, who goes up to 45, 249 for 5 Northamptonshire. The lead 167, and I say they've scored 40 runs in just under half an hour this morning, which is not quite how I saw it panning out this morning, I must admit.
Not a lot's happening.
No.
I just wonder whether he might think about a bit of Ryan Patel before that new ball with his medium pace.
Yeah, it's worth a try. Slip and a forward short leg. Atkinson round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, who's up on his toes, runs it down to wide third man. Tom Curran is down there, and they come through for... Oh, Dan Worrell, beg your pardon, not Curran. They come through for a single. That is 250 up for Northamptonshire. Zabe to 46. The lead to 168. Nathan has suggested to you, Mark, that he says 1,000,001 bowlers would prefer that you got Amla a smaller bat rather than a...
I think it's probably
hat.
still score
He'd
runs with a
lot of
smaller
runs,
bat.
yeah. 57 first-class hundreds. Is Atkinson in again. Bowls on the leg stump to Vasconcelos, who's looking to turn it away. I think it just came off the pad. It's gone past forward short leg for a single. It is indeed signalled as a leg by. So one more onto the total, 251 for 5. Vasconcelos stays on 61.
What you would say is, again, this just sums up how important the new ball is, because batting looks pretty straightforward at the moment, doesn't it?
Well, Tom Curran, I think, made the point last night, did he, in the interview that you did after the close of play, as Atkinson in bowls again to Zabe, who's punching that out into the covers. Another single for him. Jordan Clark, who was the recipient of that painful blow earlier in the over, has recovered sufficiently to trot round to field. But the end of the over, and Zabe keeps the bowling, 47 to him, 61 to Vasconcelos. 252 for 5. So Northamptonshire lead by 170. And the partnership between these two worth 91. I should be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a moment or two.
You were right, Churchy. Ryan Patel looks as though he's coming on for a little stint.
Yeah, it makes sense because he does get it to wobble. That's the other thing, and sort of at the moment it looks pretty easy for Northamptonshire. Pitch really not doing anything. The ball's in its 70. Well, it's had 74 overs. Soft as soft can be, the ball. So a little bit of this wobble stuff from Ryan Patel, and he does have a habit as well of sort of, if there's a partnership, just nicking someone off. So that's what they'll be hoping. It's what they did in the first innings.
Just update BBC Radio Northampton. Positive and productive start to the morning for Northamptonshire, who've progressed from 209 for 5 overnight to 252 for 5. Ricardo Vasconcelos has made 61 of those, Saif Zaib on 47, and the partnership between these two for the 6th wicket so far worth 91. The big moment you suspect in this morning's play is going to come in about 6 overs time when the second new ball is due. If Northamptonshire is still batting at lunch, we might have a very interesting afternoon in store. 2:52 for 5 at the moment. Northamptonshire lead by 170.
First ball from Ryan Patel on a length and just pushed away by Saif Zaib. Comes round the wicket to Saif Zaib, and Zaib is driving nicely out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and there's Gus Atkinson to move round to his left-hand side, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total, one more to the lead. 171 is the lead, 253 for 5. Well, I suppose if these two are still batting at lunch, could have quite a boring afternoon, because they might just keep batting.
Oh, I think Northamptonshire would settle for that.
Yes.
I think they'd happily settle
Have
for
a
boredom.
boring day.
Yeah.
As round the wicket goes Ryan Patel to Vasconcelos, who's taking this off his stumps, whips it out towards Dan Worrell out there at deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up another single, one more to the total. Well, what I love about this game is it shows again it's damn hard work to win a 4-day game of cricket.
Yeah.
It really is. And this is going to be hard work today. Of course, the other thing here is Northamptonshire could bowl out of their skin. Someone could have one of those days and knock Surrey over. So all results still possible. As round the wicket once again goes Ryan Patel. This is punched away behind square by Saif Zaib, and should get a couple, will get a couple, and that will bring up his 50. So well played, Saif Zaib, because his last game, as you were saying, Radders, was against Surrey at the Kia Oval, which was in May. He's back in the side now, and he's gone to 50 in this second innings. 50 not out, 256 for 5, and he's played very neatly and tidily in this second innings.
Well, he has 83 balls, 50 coming up, and for somebody who likes to play his shots, just 3 boundaries.
Round the wicket again goes Ryan Patel. Oh, and this is a brilliant take from Jamie Smith, because that was short. Saif Zaib's tried to swing it over the leg side, got nothing on it, and Jamie Smith made that look very straightforward. And sort of when Ben Folkes is away, Jamie Smith, without any bother whatsoever, just sort of comes in, puts the gloves on and gets on with it. But that was a terrific take down the leg side by Jamie Smith. As Patel's in again, and Zaib's turning this one off his hip down towards Jordan Clark, who comes in off the boundary rope to do the fielding. And that'll be one more to the total, and nothing more than Surrey would have been expecting this morning. I think they got here knowing this is going to be hard work, and it is going to be hard graft again today. End of the over, 257 for 5. Northamptonshire, Joe lead by 175, and the sun's coming out as well, which is rather pleasant.
Isn't it just?
It was lovely yesterday.
Quite a lot of cloud around. Yeah, it was a glorious yesterday.
So you've got your we saw yesterday, final group game on Saturday now. Sort of makes sense, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's quite disappointing from my perspective, but I mean, if I was part of a team that were going to be part of the playoffs in that final, I think 4 games in a week is probably it's a fair amount. And obviously, when you're playing those playoff and those final games, you want to be as fresh as you can, don't you, to give yourself the best chance. So, completely understand the decision, but that final game on Saturday.
Final game Saturday in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy before elimination time.
So Cameron Steele switching to this indoor centre end, starts off with a short ball, punched up to Amler at mid-off by Saif Zaib, and there's no run. Slipping a forward short leg. 4 overs after this one until the second new ball becomes due. Round the wicket comes Steele, flights that one up to Zaib, who pushes forward, goes hard into the ground, bounces up for Geddes to take it forward short leg. And there's no run, plenty of encouragement for Cameron Steele. Picked up 2 wickets yesterday, first 2 wickets to fall after tea. Josh Cobb and Rob Keogh, he's in again, bowls just back of a length, worked into the leg side by Saif Zaib, just behind square down to Kemar Roach at backward square for a single. Zaib goes up to 51. 52 rather in Northamptonshire to 258 for 5. Vasconcelos back on strike. And that turned from Cameron Steele and it got the outside edge of Vasconcelos' bat. Fortunately for him, went safely past Rory Burns at slip, but there's a little bit there.
It's that googly again,
It is,
isn't it?
and he
does give his googly a right old rip, this Cameron Steele.
Here's Steele in again. Bowls to Vasconcelos this time, plays it up to mid-wicket. Patel fields and there's no run.
Just wonder here as well, for safe. Dangerous little period this. He's played very nicely up to his 50.
Yeah.
There is a new ball coming. He doesn't want to do anything silly now.
That's short on leg stump, pulled away by Ricardo Vasconcelos. The short ball was greeted with a certain amount of consternation, understandably, from Ben Geddes, who knew what was coming, and it was whacked past his left earlobe for 4 by Vasconcelos, who goes to 66. He hit that hard. He goes to 66. Northamptonshire to 2, 62 for 5. Fortunately, Ben Geddes none the worse for wear, and the lead up to 180.
Yeah, and that partnership's just past 100 now, so this one's worth 101, which is actually the 13th 100 partnership in the championship this year for Northamptonshire, and the highest 6th wicket partnership.
Done it very well so far, especially this morning. As round the wicket comes Ryan Patel to save Zabe, and he's driving straight back up the pitch to Ryan Patel.
I have to say, it's one of the Northamptonshire records against Surrey that I don't need to look up. The 6th wicket record, 376, so a little way to go.
Yes, well, if they do that, then that'd be marvellous.
Raman Subborough and Albert Lightfoot in the Oval in 1958. Subborough making Northamptonshire's first ever 300 in first-class cricket.
If one of these two does that...
Well, be a good story.
Yep, that's round the wicket once again comes Ryan Patel. Forward goes Zabe. Yeah, Ben Geddes there, when you're at short leg, the horrible thing about that is you see what the delivery is, you know what's coming. But everybody tells you to stay down because you never know, it could hit you and go straight up in the air. But you're just thinking if he middles this, could be in trouble. And he did very well there, did Ben Geddes, to get out of the way of that. As round the wicket once again comes Patel, and this is pushed by Zabe off the back foot, straight back up the pitch. And there is Hashim Amla to do the fielding. So it started this morning 209 for 5. Northamptonshire lead of 127. They're up to 262 for 5. There's your 180 that we were talking about.
So that was sort of bare minimum, I think we said yesterday, wasn't it? Still 5 wickets in hand.
Round the wicket comes Ryan Patel once again. Forward goes Zabe. Plays this one up towards mid-off. I suppose Worrell and Roach and Jordan Clark will sort of be getting ready. A few deep breaths and sort of thinking about what they're going to do with the ball and all that good stuff. But at the moment, this is Vasconcelos and Zabe. 101 they put on now. Around the wicket comes Patel again. Forward goes Zabe. Plays this one out into the offside. Round comes Rory Burns to do the fielding. The other thing that could come into this, I suppose, is that if Northamptonshire were bowled out with more runs on the board, obviously, but Surrey still thought it was in reach. And, you know, a win here for Surrey would set them up very nicely for next week. A tantalising chase as forward goes Zabe and plays this one straight back up the pitch. Oh, it's a no ball. We've had 3 of those this morning, so that's 6 bonus runs for Northamptonshire. I'm not sure scorers have quite seen this. So Peter Hartley is looking. He's looking a little like a barrier when you go into a car park.
I was going to say, or a railway signal.
Yes. His arm was sort of just going up and down. Round the wicket once more comes Ryan Patel, driving his Zabe, and there's Rory Burns in that short extra cover position that we've seen throughout this game, really, because of the nature of the pitch. End of the over, 264 for 5. Have you ever had that, either of you, where you go and do that thing in the ticket thing, and then you get to the barrier, put it in, and the barrier doesn't go up, and there's a queue of cars behind you? Oh, it's horrible.
And then you have to take the dangerous step in going out of the entrance barrier, and you're...
Or there's a button, press the buzzer, and then there's never anybody on the other end, is there?
And all the while, people behind you
are getting crosser and
more
crosser.
And more irate.
Yep.
I We say everything happens at Scarborough. It happened to me at Scarborough. Everything happens at Scarborough.
Nothing worse than that.
Here's Cameron Steele starting his 19th over of the innings. Round the wicket, bowling to Vasconcelos. Turns it up to Patel at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Somerset are certainly batting on and on at Edgbaston. 333 for 7 now, Somerset in their second innings. They're 356 runs ahead of Warwickshire. Steele round the wicket again, bowls short, pulled away by Vasconcelos. I think he's only going to get a single down there to Kemar Roach at deep backward square. Didn't pick it up cleanly, but there's just a single. They were jogging through. 67, 265 for 5, and Wendell is
spotted something.
Wendell's giving voice. Whether it was not overly impressed with that piece of fielding, I'm not sure, but he's getting animated about something. Next delivery to Zabe, pushed down to backward point, and there's no run.
I think he might be in the direction of Jordan Clark.
Perhaps asking how he is after that rather unpleasant and painful blow a couple of overs ago. Still a slip and a forward short leg. Steele bowls short, and it's interesting. Zabe was trying to give himself a little bit of room, and when he got there, found that the ball had just turned into him. So the leg break, of course, the off break to the left-hander, and he just found himself a little bit tucked up. Couldn't go anywhere, just dropped it down at his feet. Steele again, bowls to Zabe, and that didn't bounce a great deal, and he went onto the back foot, and for a moment Steele would have thought he's in business, but Zabe got plenty of bat on it, turned it out to deep mid-wicket where Gus Atkinson is patrolling, and they're through for a single. 53 to Zabe, 266 for 5.
The interesting thing with that is I reckon that's exactly the same ball he swept in the first innings, and he hasn't even tried that in this innings. Here's
Steele again, bowls to Vasconcelos on his off stump, pushes it out into the covers, with Hashim Amla trotting round from mid-off to complete the fielding. End of another quiet and, well, fairly productive over for Northamptonshire. 267 for 5. Vasconcelos 68. Zabe 53. The lead now 185. But that most significant number on the board at the moment, 78 overs, 2 to go until the second new ball is due. We now have a bit of a conference up at the far end, and I think Kemar Roach is going to come into the attack just to give himself an over before the second new ball is due. He is indeed going to be bowling from the David Capel end.
I think actually it's still Ryan Patel.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it is. The only reason being that Kemar, he sort of stood with his hands in his
I've spotted him, sorry.
Yeah, but it doesn't look as if he's that ready for action, does he, up there at mid-off?
I thought they might actually just put him on for one, but now we've got an interesting field as well. 2 men in there at short extra.
As here is Ryan Patel to Vasconcelos, and one of those is Tom Curran, one is Rory Burns, but Vasconcelos plays that very nicely, just pushes it out, Joe. But we know why they're there. That's for the drive that stops a touch, and then you've got 2 men catching. It's almost like 2 slips in front of the batter now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still that kind of attacking mindset, just with them obviously in front of the bat because of the nature of this pitch, especially on the 4th day as well.
As Zabe comes on to strike on 53. Ryan Patel is in to save Zabe, and Zabe is forward and just pushes this one away out towards Rory Burns in there at short extra cover.
I think there's a bit of a psychological component when they're in front of the bat as well. Certainly as a batter, obviously they become in your eye line. So you don't want to play anything too kind of flashy, but that's obviously an area we've seen Safe Zabe hit quite nicely this morning.
Yeah. He's got 2 back on that leg side boundary rope as Ryan Patel, as this one's up there and just pushed into the ground, and Rory Burns, it was a cry of catch it, but it was into the ground and up again. But the Surrey captain didn't actually take that cleanly. So he's practicing his bowling now. That's lobbed up to Ryan Patel once more. In the 79th over. Ryan Patel is in to save Zabe, who lets this one go outside his off stump, taken by Jamie Smith. Up to the stumps is Jamie Smith.
Now Kemar is definitely limbering up.
Yes. Well, sort of swaying his hips a bit, isn't he? Up there at mid-off. Very, very, very relaxed customer.
After I prematurely brought him into the
Roach.
attack, but I think he is starting to get ready for the new ball now.
I suppose it's a bit like sort of, right, I've got to start work now. It's round the wicket once again is Ryan Patel, and again just floats one outside the off stump and just left alone by Safe Save. He's doing this well at the moment, Safe Save. He's not being tempted at all here. He's just sort of talking to himself a bit there as he wanders off towards square leg.
Well, Joe was absolutely spot on when he said earlier on about the fact that, say, these two batters who haven't really done themselves justice in the red ball game this year. And again, it's one of those game within a game scenarios, isn't it?
Around the wicket again goes Ryan Patel. Vasconcelos, the on drive, beautifully played. He's just opened his feet up and drives this straight down the ground for 4. So that's a lovely shot from Safe Zabe. Very nicely played indeed. And he moves on to 57. And Northamptonshire move on to 272 for 5, Joe. And that lead is creeping up to 200 now, 190.
Yeah, I think Safe Sabe's played really well this morning. What he's added, 38 to his overnight score. Started off 19 not out this morning. And I think, as we've been mentioning, he's been very, very low risk. And you alluded to it a few times. He's obviously put the sweep away against Cameron Steele and just done what his team have required of him, really. And these two, yeah, they'll just be looking to keep continuing what they're doing with the last over before the new ball.
Yes, here's Cameron Steele round the wicket to Vasconcelos, and that again has turned and bounced, and it's beaten Jamie Smith. What's it come off? It's gone down to the boundary, and it's 4-leg byes. Beaten Kemar Roach, who was chasing round to try and pull it in just in front of the Spencer Pavilion, but it went all the way to the rope, signalled as leg byes. But there's a little bit of turn here still for the leg spinner, a little bit of bounce as well, even with this old ball. 276 for 5, the lead up to 194. Somerset have declared at Edgbaston, 340 for 7, so Warwickshire need 364 to win. Steele in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, pushes it into the covers. Zabe's come a long way down, shy at the stumps from Cameron Steele, who went to complete the fielding himself, and Zabe is still down. Of course, he finished up when he made that terrific 100 in the Royal London Cup against Essex. He had to retire in very similar circumstances, diving to get back into his ground, and we wondered if he'd done something quite serious. In the end, I think it was just cramp, but he had to go off and then came back later. Here's Steele flighting that ball right up, turn again. Gets the outside edge of Vasconcelos' bat, goes down to backward point. No run, 277 for 5.
Favourite of those I've ever seen was Kumar Sangakkara in a semi-final of the One Day Cup. He dived full length, demolished with his head all 3 stumps with the dive. Safely home.
Steele round the wicket again, bowling to Vasconcelos, pushes it back down the pitch for Steele to field. Yeah, it was extraordinary with Safe Save. In fact, his dad, who's a GP, I think, actually messaging and saying, he thought it might be a hamstring or something, wasn't what it was. But in the end, I think it was just cramp. It was one of the very, very hot days we had this year. Here's Steele in again, driven by Vasconcelos up to Amla at mid-off, and there's no run.
I was just wondering whether they might think about a silly point here for Vasconcelos. Just because all he's doing really is just
pushing
propping
at it
forward and
yeah.
just going bang. But there's only, one ball left before the new ball, so they'll just keep it as it is.
Here's Steele to finish the over, down the leg side. Another good take by Jamie Smith. Attempted little paddle sweep by Vasconcelos. Doesn't make contact, goes through to Smith. That's the end of the over. 276 for 5, 69 to Vasconcelos, 59 to Zabe. The partnership is worth 115. The batters, I think, are just going to have a change of gloves. Certainly Safe Zabe is. And now I think this is the main event, if you like, of the morning so far. We've had the adverts and the supporting feature. This is the main event. The umpires at far end, Peter Hartley, has brandished the second new ball at the scorers. Right, here we go. Business time.
Well, they've done very well there, Vasconcelos and Safe Zabe, because they've got through that initial stage. Started the day 209 for 5, so they got it up to 276 for 5. So Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell sort of not arrived late for work, but they've been given a sort of a 50 minutes break before work starts this morning. So now this is where it does get interesting. But the other thing here is with the new ball, we saw it with Tom Curran yesterday. As soon as the new ball came on, the ball was actually coming onto his bat. And it did fly off to the boundary. And so this is going to be absolutely fascinating now for the next hour, isn't it?
Day 4 box office stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I do love all this when you sort of know what's coming, and it could go any way. This it really could. But as I say, Roach and Warren have sort of, as I say, you take your time into work this morning, lads. Ready to get started at about 25 past, if that's all right. So Kemar Roach has the new ball in his hand. He's coming in from the David Capel end. He's coming in round the wicket to Sabe. And the first one, Sabe has had a nibble at, and that swung. That swung away a lot from Kemar Roach. And Sabe sort of hung the bat out there. It wasn't too far away from the toe end of his bat. That's encouraging straight away for Kemar Roach. Where he is horrible is if he gets the ball to swing.
Yeah.
And that one did go.
Well, you were having a conversation with Lewis McManus, weren't you? I think when Hampshire fell foul of him at Southampton, I think.
And that was that big booming in-swinger there. Away from the left-hander, of course, as here he is. And in behind it goes Sabe. Plays this one back up to mid-off, and there's no run. Well, he did it against Warwickshire as well this season. It's orthodox swing. But it's that to the right-hander, it's just this massive inducker that's either going to knock your stumps out of the ground and take your foot off, and then he bowls the one that doesn't do anything, and you nick it off the slip. And if he gets into that rhythm, he's horrible. And it's one of those where you think he's going to take a wicket every time he lets go of the ball, Kemar Roach. As round the wicket he comes, and Sabe lets this one go. Outside his off jump, just watching again for any swing there. Not a huge amount, a little bit off the pitch, that one. And taken by Jamie Smith away to his left-hand side. But, of course, Northamptonshire will be looking at this as well. Seeing what this new ball does. Fascinating, really is. It's Rory Burns and Ryan Patel in that slip cordon. Again, not over-attacking here, Surrey. Kemar Roach. Around the wicket he comes to Sabe, and Sabe's letting this one go. Again, outside his off stump.
It is extraordinary when you think these two sides have played each other so rarely in recent seasons, because obviously they've been in different divisions for most of the time. But I think anyone who was present with this corresponding fixture last year, when the two sides produced a fantastic game of cricket that Northampton just shaded deep into the last session on the last day, I think anybody who saw that and has seen this will say, can we play them every week?
Yes. Yep.
Do tend to produce a fascinating game of cricket.
A bit riding on this one as well.
Yep.
It's round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and he's letting that one go. Outside his off stump, so he's just inching his way towards that off stump at the moment. Here's Kemar Roach. Sabe wanders off towards square leg. 276 for 5, Northamptonshire. A lead of 194. Surrey have the new ball in their hands. Surrey and Hampshire, of course, equal now on points. As round the wicket goes Kemar Roach, and that's very wide outside the off stump. Does swing, but it started wide and went wider. But there is swing there for Kemar Roach, and as I said, that will encourage Kemar Roach and Surrey. Joe, end of the over. Maiden first up, 276 for 5.
Yeah, it was very watchful from Safe, obviously, apart from that first ball where he kind of just hung the bat out at it. But yeah, certainly encouraging signs. And Kemar Roach will just probably want to be bowling a little bit of a tighter line, I'm sure, in his next over. But see what Dan Worrell's got to offer at the other end.
England have arrived in Karachi.
Yes, I
Saw a few photos of Sam Curran looking very cool with his sunglasses on, strolling along with his backpack.
Yeah, I think Joss Butler's done his first little speech of the
Has
tour,
he?
and
Lovely.
quite rightly said all the right things. It's going to be a fascinating series, fascinating or series, we should say, really, of course.
I'm just trying to think last time England toured Pakistan.
2005, I think,
Was it
straight after the
right.
Ashes series.
And M. Vaughan was injured, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right. And it wasn't a particularly memorable series in the end, but I think this is going to be fascinating. I was just looking at the last time Surrey won a championship match on this ground, actually won by 333 runs in 2011. Here's Worrell with the new ball, and that's a bit of a loosener from Dan Worrell, and it's on the hip of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who just had to get something on it, and it raced away off a little fine leg glance down to fine leg for 4 runs. So Vasconcelos goes into the 70s. 73 to him, 280 for 5.
Was that the Praggy and Odger game?
It was indeed.
Yeah.
16.3 overs, 10 maidens, 6 for 8
Yes,
on the last day.
Well, it was a remarkable spell of bowling. Couldn't score a run off him.
Here's Worrell, 2 slips in place, bowling again on the pads of Vasconcelos. This time I don't think he's got any bat on it. It's run down to deep backward square. It's going to be signalled a leg by, and is indeed by umpire Graham Lloyd. So 1 more onto the total, 281 for 5. Yeah, Carl Kurtzer opening the batting for Northamptonshire made 54. Stephen Peters was injured and couldn't bat. And Odger went through the rest in very short order. Stuart Meeker picked up a couple of wickets as well. Surrey prevailing by 333 runs.
Got promoted that year back to Division 1. Praggy and Odger sort of came and played 3 or 4 championship games, picked up a hatful of wickets and didn't concede a run. It's remarkable.
Interesting. I see Northampton's opening attack on that day included Chaminda Vass, so I think he's now involved in the Legends series. Here's Worrell hanging that one outside the off stump to save Zabe, for whom Surrey have now got a leg slip in. They've got 1 slip on the offside, and it's a second sort of 2.5 slip rather than an orthodox first slip, fairly wide. But Rory Burns has now gone across to leg slip. There's a deep fine leg on the boundary, a deep square about 10 yards in. Mid on, mid off, extra cover, point, and a 3rd man down in front of the new pavilion as Worrell comes round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, and that's turned on the bounce to Rory Burns at leg slip, but again a little bit of movement from Worrell there.
That swung.
That just did swing in to the left-hander, and Zabe giving that little gesture with the hand to show that it's.
Well, he's got to be careful. Gone. That's why Rory Burns is in there fine, because that you see that ball and you think, right, I'll just flick this off my pads, and there's Rory Burns. But again, for Worrell there is some encouragement that did just swing late at the left-hander.
And it is quite overcast now as well. We've lost the sunshine that we had a little bit earlier on. That's down the leg side, quite wide down the leg side. And in fact, it's taken by Jamie Smith almost in front of Rory Burns at leg slip. I mean, Jamie Smith you have to say, having a perler of a morning behind the stumps. He's had a good game, but he's been very, very sharp this morning.
He has. And Warren not getting his line quite right here. But again, that started round about leg stump and just kept going.
First ball to Vasconcelos was just nicely on his pads, and he was able to clip it away for 4. Here's Worrell round the wicket again to Zabe outside the off stump, and that looked to swing the other way. But again, as with the last ball of the previous over from Kemar Roach, as Mark described it, it started wide and went wider. End of the over, 281 for 5. Vasconcelos 73, Zabe 57, and Northamptonshire now leading by 199. So Surrey certainly going to have to make over 200 to win.
Yep. And I always think if you can get it up to 200, then it's never straightforward, is it?
Nice little psychological marks, isn't it?
Definitely. And if these two are getting it to swing, then the Northamptonshire bowlers will get it to swing as well. So very interesting all this. It really is at the moment. Kemar Roach is getting ready once again to come round the wicket from the David Capel end to Vasconcelos, and Vasconcelos is driving up towards mid-off. There's Jordan Clark to do the fielding, and there is no run. So I remember another game here where I think it might have been 2009. Surrey won their first championship game in absolutely ages with Mark Butcher as captain. But I do remember that one in 2011 because it was just, as I say, Praggy and Odger. Nobody could score a run off him. And not just here at Wantage Road, in all the games he played. Round the wicket once again goes Kemar Roach, and this one's left alone outside the the off stump by Vasconcelos, who wanders off towards square leg.
Yep, Surrey won here in 2009 by an innings and 95 runs.
But that was the first one in a long, long time.
Northamptonshire captained by Nicky Boyer. Andre Nell picked up 6 in the first innings. Jade Dern back 3.
Ryan Harris was playing in that.
And then Usman Afzal, of course, had, by then left Northamptonshire, made a double hundred.
Yes. As round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach. It's a good shot this from Vasconcelos on the up. Just punches it away through the covers. And we'll pick up a couple. 2 more to the total. And the round of applause is because that lead now is over 200. So there you are. The lead is 201 for Northamptonshire. And Joe, the first stage complete from Northamptonshire.
Yeah, gone to script so far. I'm sure there'll be a few eagle-eyed viewers in the Hampshire ranks watching this match closely as well.
Yes. Instant Northamptonshire
I
fans,
think
just add water.
Players will probably be on the golf course at the moment, but as round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Ricardo Vasconcelos.
You were saying, Joe, I love this time of the year when everyone instantly changes their allegiances almost hourly. We were saying, I think most Northamptonshire supporters would have been cheering on Essex yesterday afternoon, hoping they were going to beat Yorkshire to keep Yorkshire behind Northamptonshire in the table, which of course eventually they did. Wonderful time of the year.
Round the wicket once again goes Kemar Roach, and that'll be 4. Lovely shot from Vasconcelos. Let's put it up there to swing, and Vasconcelos has just driven this emphatically away through the covers for 4. It's a gorgeous shot from Ricardo Vasconcelos. He's on to 79, 287 for 5. But that's the other thing with the new ball. As we said, Joe, it can whittle off to the boundary, can't it?
Yeah, and I think we actually saw that earlier in the over when he kind of just pushed that one out to cover for a couple of runs that same region. He didn't time it massively well, and it's just flown.
That whistled off, didn't it? As round the wicket again goes Kemar Roach. Vasconcelos, good leave. It's gone over the top of his off stump. That's a good leave from Vasconcelos. End of the over. So we've had 3 with the new ball now. No damage done. 287 for 5, Northamptonshire. Leads 120, their partnership, apologies, 126. The lead is 205. And actually, if you think about this partnership, when Proctor went last night, LBW to Atkinson, that was 161 for 5. And, well, at that point, you were thinking, cool, there might have been a chance that Surrey could have possibly been having a little bet last night.
Yes, no, absolutely. Certainly, I think when Rob Keogh went at 114 for 4 not long after tea, when Northamptonshire lost those 2 in quick succession to Cameron Steele, I was thinking we might not have an awful lot to watch here today, but, well, fortunately that's not the case. Here's Worrell running in again to bowl to Zabe, who's in behind that, playing it out into the covers. Fielded there by Rory Burns, finds himself an extra cover. Still the slip fairly wide, it's sort of second slip and the leg slip as well. The umpire is now trudging over from one side to the other for reasons I'm not entirely sure, because there's no fielder in there at forward short leg, which is usually the reason. He's going over to point. And here's Worrell in again to bowl to Zabe, and Zabe just steers that away past the man at backward point, down to third man for a single. Zabe to 58, 288 for 5. I suppose one thing that Northamptonshire do have in their favour with this partnership is the fact that although he's batting at number 6 in this innings, Ricardo Vasconcelos basically is an opening batter, so facing the new ball is not as no particular terrors for him. He knows he's done it countless times before, even though, as Joe pointed out earlier, he hasn't had a great season. Has, of course, signed a new 3-year contract with Northamptonshire, which certainly delighted all Northamptonshire supporters earlier in the season. Is Worrell back over the wicket to Vasconcelos, who lets that go. Good carry, as you would expect with the new ball, but outside off stump. Vasconcelos not having to play at it, stays at 288 for 5. The lead up to 206.
You were saying that. The great Dave Allen, statistician.
Yep.
Down at Hampshire, saying that down south we now feel a special relationship to David Northampton. Hello, Dave.
Well, Northampton, Southampton.
Yeah, well, there's Hampton. Yes.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Hampton Court.
John Arlott always used to say he was a bit puzzled when he used to listen to the North Hants band based in Basingstoke, I think, brass band, and he wondered whether it was the same North Hants that he saw in the paper playing county cricket. Here's Worrell in again, hits him on the pad, big appeal, and he's out, and Worrell strikes the blow. It just swung in, Vasconcelos aiming away through the onside. It was a good ball from Dan Worrell, pitched up, swung, and Vasconcelos aiming to try and work it into the onside. It looked a decent shout. It certainly pitched on. The only thing, I suppose, was whether it may have swung so much that it would have missed leg stump, but the umpire said no. Vasconcelos goes for 79. Big breakthrough for Surrey. And Northamptonshire 2, 88 for 6. Northamptonshire leading by 206, but now just 4 wickets standing.
Yep, inevitably they've got that wicket with the new ball that they would have been looking for, Surrey. May have just been doing a little bit too much potentially, but I think it was a fair enough shout. Definitely looked like it pitched in line, and Ricardo Vasconcelos probably just looking to play that a bit too square.
Yeah, it swung. That's the key thing there, is it swung, and it's taken Worrell a little bit of time just to get his line right, but that was a very good innings from Ricardo Vasconcelos for 79.
It was the partnership worth 127 in 34 overs, so it certainly made a decent game out of this. Now the question is, can Northamptonshire eke out a few more? The danger we were talking about, I know, certainly chatting before we started this morning, the fear, I think, from Northamptonshire's point of view was if there was an early breakthrough, whether with the batting to come, they had basically enough in the hutch to really push the lead on. Now, big test for James Sales. Played really, really well when he came back into the side down at Cheltenham, made a career best 71. And again, a difficult situation when he went in. Played really well, actually having to marshal the tail on that occasion. Well, here he's got an opportunity to bat for as long as he wants, but this is not easy with Worrell and Roach with the second new ball. It is swinging. And now, understandably and predictably, Rory Burns is applying the pressure. 3 slips in place now for James Sales, with Worrell at the end of his mark. He made the breakthrough. Worrell in bowls. First ball to Sales, beats him outside the off stump, and that swung, and it swung late. That was an absolute jaffer. It was pitched up. It pitched, I suppose, on the line, maybe just a tad outside off stump. He had to play at it, and it swung away late. Wow. And beat the outside edge. And again, it's one of those, as we mentioned earlier in the game, I think one that Will Young got. I've no idea how you play that.
And the problem he has here as well, James Sales, is he knows also that he can get that ball back at his boots as well. So when it's swinging like this, it's very difficult.
Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Sales, and Sales finds the edge, but he's raced away wide of third slip, and he's going to pick up 4 runs to get off the mark. He played it at least with soft hands. It wouldn't have, I don't think it would have carried even if there had been a 4th slip in there. And it raced away down to third man for 4, but nevertheless the breakthrough has come for Surrey in that over. Vasconcelos has gone. Worrell has made the breakthrough. He's bowled 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 42. Northamptonshire 292 for 6. The lead is 210.
You might find here that Zabe gets a ball that he can just tuck off his hip first up.
Yep.
And get Sales on strike to Kemar Roach, because Roach will just be looking to knock his front pad off. That's exactly what he wants with the right hander. We've seen it swinging already, and we talked about its conventional in swing he's getting, so it's going away from the left hander. You might just find that Zabe gets a single here quite early in the over. Round the wicket comes Kemar Roach to him, and Zabe's letting that one go. Outside his off stump, but again, that's going away from the left hander. Conventional in swing this from Kemar Roach. James Sales, very good player, very good young player. of course, hit the winning runs here last year in that fantastic game.
Which was his first-class debut.
It was, and he played so well. Under pressure that was as well, wasn't it? In your first-class debut, as round the wicket comes Kemar Roach to save Zabe, and Zabe pushes off the back foot out towards cover point. Round comes Ben Geddes to do the fielding. And there is no run. Wendell's whirling his flag again now over there away to our right-hand side. As I say, Wendell, if he, during the summer months, if he's not here, I was saying during like major golf championships, when the ball goes into the rough, they always have people waving flags to show where the ball is. As round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and Zabe's letting this one go. Outside is off stump. Taken low down by Jamie Smith. So 292 for 6. The lead 210 for Northamptonshire.
One of my favourite little tales to come out of last season, saying about Safe Zabe, and he made his maiden championship century here against Sussex. His dad, as mentioned earlier, is a GP down in Buckinghamshire, was doing a COVID vaccination clinic at the time, and whilst obviously concentrating on that, was mindful of the fact that his son was closing in on 100.
Round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and pushing into the offside is Safe Zabe. And there's no run there as Jordan Clark comes across to do the fielding. Well, I must be honest, when he got close to it, I'm not sure I'd wanted to have been getting me jab then, as Mr. Zabe was getting a bit nervous for his boy. That's fantastic, isn't it? He's played very well here. 58 not out. Still got some work to do though. As he twiddles his bat in his hands and then settles down once again as Kemar Roach is round the wicket to him. The on drive from Safe Zabe, nicely played. Hashim Amla gets across and slides, and as always gets a standing ovation from every member of the Surrey playing staff, probably the balcony as well for that. Hashim Amla got across, did what he had to do, and his hat stayed on.
I mentioned Zabe made it here this season, made 136 in that Royal London Cup match against Essex, then was taken away by the Northern Superchargers.
Round the wicket once again is Kemar Roach. That's just hopped a touch on Safe Zabe, and he's just run it off down towards third man. There is Gus Atkinson to do the fielding. Well, he won't even get a ball at James Sales in that over because he has nicked the strike there. Safe Zabe, end of the over, 293 for 6. And the lead, Joe Gardner, 211.
Yeah, we've seen kind of Safe Zabe's quality really come to the fore, I think, this season in particular, certainly in the white ball formats, and it's nice to see him going well here. In Championship cricket, I'm sure Radders will agree.
Yeah, he made as I say, I think he made a serious breakthrough last year in red ball, and made a very, very, good Championship 100 here against Sussex, and made runs also in the return fixture down at Hove, and one or two other valuable contributions. Didn't really work for him at the start of this season. He's now facing Dan Worrell, plays that down wide of backward point, and there was an easy single there, a long single, but they decided not to take it. Now, I don't.
Well, and the other thing
that.
there for James Sales is Tom Curran was quite happy to give him that single as well. Tom Curran almost ushered that through and said, "Go on, have a single if you want it."
It was a little bit. It's one of these sort of cat and mouse situations, but I'm not sure if I was James Sales, I'd particularly want to feel that I was being.
That's the point.
With it,
if you're James Sales, that you sort of see that and think, hang on.
It's not as though he's a tail ender.
Exactly.
Anyway, here's Worrell over the wicket again. Bowls to Zabe down the leg side. Zabe tried to clip it down to fine leg. Doesn't make contact. Another good stop by Jamie Smith. And Safe Zabe. But what was slightly frustrating after making that very good 100 to win the game against Essex in the Royal London Cup this year, was taken away for the 100 as a short-term replacement, I think, for Harry Brook. He was in the England squad. It was supposed to was down for 2 games, didn't play in either of them.
Got all the kit though.
Got all the kit, but
nice kit.
Northamptonshire could have done with him certainly in one of the games that followed. Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Zabe, and that once again just bounces on him a little bit, plays it well, runs it down to that man at a sort of wide-ish. He's in its slip. It's almost like a sort of third slip position.
I just think for Joe, the amount of leisure where you guys get these days, fantastic.
I absolutely revel in it.
Oh yeah, every player loves their stash, don't they, of kit?
So is this Northampton Market this year then, Joe? In the winter, can you pop down to the Market Square one day? Here's Worrell in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Safe Save. Sun's out, which is nice to see. Yeah, well, in fact, I think I'm right in saying Northampton Market isn't actually on the Market Square at the moment. I think there's quite a big redevelopment going on there. I think the actual market's been moved, but well, I'm sure you could. You must know people.
I mean, I didn't actually know that. I've not been in the town centre in a long time.
I walked through the market square.
Maybe
there were some stalls
it
up.
Must be. It is going to happen. I think at some point in the
Right.
not too distant future that most of the stalls will move. I think. Short goes Worrell, very short, and Safe Save doesn't really need to duck underneath that even. It just sails over his head and taken by Jamie Smith. He has a big redevelopment, but Market Square, one of the biggest in England, one of the absolute gems of this town. I remember the late Ian Nairn, the architectural historian, talking about Northampton and Market Square in the 70s, saying it reminded him of Bruges, I think he said, or one of the great Belgian cities, just before they pulled down the Emporium Arcade, which some of us thought was very sad. Here's Worrell in again, short, cut away by Zabe, runs for him this time. It goes down towards the boundary, a deep backward square. Lovely bit of fielding out there by Jordan Clark to save the boundary, but they're through for a couple. Takes Safe Zabe into the 60s. 61 to him, that's the end of the over. 61, 295 for 6. So I suppose at least James Sales can be thankful that they didn't just settle for the single there and Zabe decided to keep the bowling.
Yeah.
61 to Save, 4 to Sales, 295 for 6. The lead, 213.
Yeah, it's certainly not as if James Sales is a mug with the bat, as we've seen, and I saw he scored a half-century in the England against Sri Lanka under-19 youth test match.
Yeah, it's just all part of the game, isn't it? Surrey know he can bat. They saw that last year. They know he's a talented lad, but it's just all part of this at the moment. It's just those little games to try and get in a player's head.
But isn't it terrific to watch?
Yes, no, it's absolutely brilliant. Here we go then. Kemar Roach. He's coming over the wicket to James Sales, who's letting this first one go outside his off stump. And that actually just bounced once into the gloves of Jamie Smith away to his right. I saw one of the little robots again this morning when I was getting our coffees. I still can't get I genuinely can't get my head around that.
It's the fact they've got the little aerials and the lights that flash as well.
But there must be somebody driving it. Because it would have to have sensors on the pavement, wouldn't it, or something, to be able to follow it. As in over the wicket once again, here's Kemar Roach covering up his James Sales, pushes this one away into the offside, and there's no run.
Churchy, you know me well enough that if it's anything technological, I am not the person, emphatically not the person to ask.
I just got someone behind a joystick somewhere who is manoeuvring these little robots around Northampton, because I don't see how else it works really, unless there's a monorail system I don't know about. As in over the wicket goes Kemar Roach. Sales just letting it go on the length outside his off stump, just trying to get that to come back late is Kemar Roach, but well played by James Sales, just wanders off towards square leg. So it's been a good first hour, and what we had 20 minutes this morning for Northamptonshire. They lead by 213. The only wicket to go, Ricardo Vasconcelos with the new ball. LBW to Dan Worrell for 79. Kemar Roach in over the wicket to Sales, and Sales again just can let that go. Roach looks a little frustrated here. It's just a bit too wide, and we saw him getting it to really go away from the left-hander, but none of these deliveries yet have come back into James Sales.
No, not as yet. Mentioned in Division 2 that a couple of games were nearing their conclusion. They've both concluded. Durham have beaten Leicestershire by 7 wickets at Grace Road, chasing down the target of 105. And at Lords, Middlesex have beaten Glamorgan by 10 wickets, chased down 45 to win.
It's good for Middlesex, isn't it? Pushing for promotion.
Yep. Good result.
With Nottinghamshire. As over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and that's too short. Lovely shot from James Sales. That's not going to swing from there. And James Sales just stood up, punched it away through the covers for 4. Lovely shot, and nicely put away by James Sales. He moves on to 8, 299 for 6.
Yeah, he can take some confidence from that stroke. Just caressed it. Back foot punch through the vacant cover region.
That did whistle off with the new ball. Smashing into the boundary boards away to our right as Kemar Roach is in once again. That one just came back a touch, but solid looking defensive shot from James Sales. Full face of the bat, playing it straight back down the ground. End of the over. 299 for 6 then. Northamptonshire here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio London. And it means on this last day, Northamptonshire lead by 217. And we have a minimum of 74 overs remaining in the day, Andrew Redd.
We do. Just watching that stroke from James Sales, and it just puts me in mind of a conversation I had with John Sadler, Northamptonshire's head coach, after he made the 71 down at Chelsea, which was a fine innings. And John Sadler was saying, as a batting coach, obviously before he took over as head coach. We'll come on to that in a second, because here's Worrell running in bowling to Zabe, who's just dropping that down on the offside. Patel comes up from slip to retrieve, and there's no run. He was saying that there are so many things you look for as a batting coach, lots of different technical things, but the thing you look for almost above and beyond anything else is how well they strike the ball, which sounds extremely obvious, but he said that's the thing you look for, and he said that's why they're so excited about James Sales, because they say as a natural striker of the ball, he just times it beautifully. We saw that last stroke. That was a gorgeous shot. Here's Worrell, and again hangs that wide outside the off stump, left alone by Safe Zabe. Didn't do a great deal. Zabe again just giving the little hand gesture to show which way it went. Again, it was one of those that started wide and went wider, but it didn't swing appreciably. So it's a little bit overcast, but there's blue sky as well. And I think, yes, we're having a second slip going in now. So maybe that last delivery that just did it a little bit, swinging away from the left-hander, has induced Rory Burns to put himself in at first slip. And Ryan Patel shifting over to second. Here's Worrell in bowls again outside the off-stump, left alone by Safe Zabe, taken by Jamie Smith. At Edgbaston, in the only other Division 1 match still on apart from this one, Warwickshire, chasing 364 to win, have already lost a wicket. They're 30 for 1 against Somerset. And now Rob Yates has gone early on to Sajid Khan, so Dom Sibley and Alex Davis in now. But the reigning champions, of course, battling to try and avoid relegation. Here's Worrell, switches around the wicket to Zabe, outside the off stump again, left alone. Quite a tight leave, and it didn't bounce a great deal, and that's the other thing to say. And that, as this pitch goes deeper into the fourth day, so often we see it here, and Joe, you'll have seen this a lot on fourth day pitches here. It's often the lack of bounce that can actually make it quite difficult to score and score quickly. But the lead now 217.
That's what's going to make the fourth innings interesting, isn't it? Certainly.
Isn't it just? Especially if Northamptonshire could stay back for another hour or so. Here's Worrell outside the off stump, and Zabe playing at that one. Again, it swung. He didn't. I don't think he actually had to play at that. Looking at the line, it was sort of fifth, almost sixth stump outside off stump. But Zabe, who's been very, very patient and has left pretty well in this innings, just had a little flirt at that one.
Yeah, and he's annoyed with himself as well. You
and
can just tell.
Immediately he was chastising himself.
Naughty shot that from Safe Zabe.
Well, Dan Worrell to finish the over. And again, bowling to Zabe, who's hit on the pad, high up on the pad. Bit of an appeal, slightly optimistic one from Dan Worrell, not much support from behind the wicket. End of the over, 299 for 6. Zabe is 61, James Sales is 8. Northamptonshire lead by 217.
What I've really enjoyed about Rory Burns' captaincy this season as well, even though we mentioned Worrell and Roach, he hasn't been averse to, if it hasn't gone, whip him out the attack and get Jordan Clark on.
Yeah.
So that he's got his options, but he's not adverse to doing that. They're two high-class performers, but they've picked up the 1 wicket so far. Kemar Roach hasn't quite got it right yet. As here he comes from the David Capel end into James Sales, and Sales, oh, the timing on that is gorgeous. He has just punched this again away through the covers for 4. It's just a lovely cricket shot, that, from James Sales. It really is, and that absolutely whistled off to the boundary rope for 4 runs, and that's a 300 up, 303 for 6. Sales moves on to 12. Just dealing in boundaries at the moment is James Sales, but that's exactly what we said. You know, the new ball can swing and whatever else, but it also comes onto the bat, and it goes off the bat very quickly. If you play shots like that from James Sales, Jordan Clark's getting warmed up at mid-on as Kemar Roach is in, and Sales is forward. That's a better length from Kemar Roach. It's just reaching a little bit for that one. James Sales will get a single out into the offside. Of course, Tom Curran as well, having a bowl at some point, you'd have thought, this morning. After a very good day yesterday, of course, with the bat. He was sort of into his stride about this time yesterday, wasn't he?
Wasn't he just?
Tom Curran. So
That's
it was
seriously, Churchy, that's an innings I shall remember for a long
forever,
time.
I
It
think.
was a wonderful,
You don't
wonderful
often
innings.
see innings like that,
No.
do you, really? Because it was all authentic shots as well, wasn't it? As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and this one's tucked away off his hip by Safe Zabe. And there is Tom Curran to do the fielding, moving round to his left-hand side. Nice to speak to him last night about it. As he said, this is a special place for him and his family, so as he said, it was a good place to get that first one. Sam obviously did it earlier in the season. I wonder when 2 brothers have both got maiden first class hundreds in the same year.
Dear sir,
season.
Sir, is this a record?
As around the wicket once again goes Kemar Roach, and that's way down the leg side, and Save got nothing on that, trying to help it off his hip. Because the War Boys, Steve made his debut a long time before Mark, didn't he? So,
well, it would have been nice if, I suppose, if Ben Curran had managed to get one as well for Northamptonshire this year. Sadly not, and he's been released by the club, but I'm sure he'll be hoping to find a berth somewhere else.
yep. I can't think, though, that there can be many times that brothers have got maiden first class hundreds in the same season.
No.
As round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach to Zabe. Zabe's letting that one go outside his off stump. Wonder if it's the first time.
It's just a remarkable feat that all 3 were professionals at the same time, isn't it, really? I mean, such a talented family.
I remember how absolutely delighted Tom and Sam were for Ben when obviously he got his contract, and because he came down and had a bit of a hit in a few twos games for Surrey. Quite a tough act to follow those two.
Just slightly.
Yeah, it's round the wicket. Once again goes Kemar Roach, and that's left alone by Safe Zabe outside his off stump. But Roach, that one was getting close, but he's just not quite got it right. And that does happen sometimes. Can't do it every day of the week. And I wonder if Jordan Clark might bowl the next over from the David Capel end.
There was a wonderful moment last year in the T20 in the Blast when Northamptonshire played Durham here. And Ben Curran opened the batting and went mad, basically, and smashed 50 in no time. Played really, really well. And there was a lovely picture that appeared on social media of Tom and Samuel both with the England squad. And I think it was down at the Oval, actually, watching and listening on the stream. And it was a very, very nice little family moment.
I know Sam was listening all day yesterday with that innings from Tom.
Here's Dan Worrell, 3 slips in place as he bowls to James Sales, pitches it up on leg stump, driven up to Amler at mid-on, and there's no run. I'll just be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a second or two. I don't know if... I don't think Alan Lamb was on the ground yesterday. I didn't see him, but I'm sure he would have been following it. Of course, there's I know been a bit of a mentor, I think, to the Curran boys. He was quite close, I know, to Kevin. What a wonderful cricketer Curran Senior was. Another one of those you think in T20 cricket. My goodness.
Yeah.
Here's Worrell in again, bowls just back of a length to James Sales, who uses his height. Tall young man, just gets on top of the bounce, plays it up to Amner again at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, hit the ball very hard, very fine. Medium pace, a fast medium in his early days, of course. Just update BBC Radio Northampton. Fascinatingly poised this match. Northamptonshire 304 for 6. Surrey have taken the second new ball and they have had some success with it. Ricardo Vasconcelos, first wicket to fall this morning was LBW to Dan Worrell for 79, breaking a partnership of 127 with Saif Zaib. But Zaib is still there on 61. James Sales has just gone in and has moved on to 13. He's hit 3 fours already. And Northamptonshire leading now by 222. 304 for 6. So that's updated BBC Radio Northampton into their midday news bulletin. Yes, and a wonderful catcher as well. Great pair of hands. Kevin Curran. Here's Worrell running in again to bowl to Sales, and that's a gorgeous shot. He's pitched it up on his legs, and Sales has clipped that away through mid-wicket for 4. That's another shot right out of the top drawer from this young man. Races away for 4. 17 now to James Sales, and Northamptonshire up to 308 for 6.
That was high quality from James Sales, wasn't it? Just lent on that and pushed it through kind of wide mid-on region. And I think that's where early on in your innings, certainly you see players falling over that and getting wrapped on the pads, just trying to play it too square. But he timed that beautifully.
But what's nice to see, I think, is from a Northamptonshire point of view, certainly, is that he hasn't been rendered strokeless by the situation. If the ball is there to be hit, he's going to try and put it away. Here's Worrell in again, bowling to Sales, who's edged, and it's bounced just in front of first slip. And it's raced away for 4, so it's another boundary to James Sales, an involuntary one. It just bounced in front of Rory Burns at first slip. It then raced away down to the boundary. Kemar Roach has had to retrieve it from the front of the Spencer Pavilion. Just looking at that, it just barely didn't quite get. I don't think it quite got there. But
the interesting thing as well there is that, and you were saying about the nature of the pitches here and slow, low. On the last day, he's pushed at that, James Sales, and it's bounced a good foot in front of Rory Burns. So the slips have all moved up a bit now. Yes. But it's very, very difficult to know where to go with a new ball as well, of course.
312 for 6. Worrell in, bowls again to James Sales. In behind that, pushes it out into the covers. Gus Atkinson fields. End of the over. 21 now to James Sales, who has raced on to 21 off just 16 balls. 312 for 6. Saif Zaib battled away throughout the morning, is still there on 61. Northamptonshire's lead now 230. So they've added 103 runs this morning. And, well, I said, Mark, early, we were talking at the start of play that I was having a little chat with the head coach, John Sadler, last night. And although we didn't particularly want to put a figure on it, he was saying another 100 would be nice. Yep. Well, they've got another 100. Yep. We've got a game on.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Absolutely. But the other thing here is, as we both said, build this up and build this up and build this up. But best thing for Northamptonshire is to be batting an hour after tea. That in many ways is the best thing for them.
Oh, yeah.
So if you get an opportunity to bat all afternoon. Don't really give Surrey any chance of getting out there again. Surrey will know that as well.
Well, that's what 8 points for a draw does for you. Absolutely. And it's what...
especially at this stage of the season.
And it's what 2 up does, 2 down does for you.
There is all of that to think about as well. So, 312 for 6. The lead 230. And James, I like this from James Sales. I really do. Okay, edge there through the slips. That's fair enough. As round the wicket comes Jordan Clark to Saif Zaib, because the other thing he's done here, as Jordan Clark is into the attack, as we suspected for Kemar Roach, that one's left alone, he's taken a little bit of pressure off Saif Zaib as well. He's gone out there, 5 boundaries in that 21. It's just enabled Saif Zaib just to go about his business, just let balls go outside the off stump. So Excellent stuff from James Sales. And, well, he was saying it didn't half time it. As Jordan Clark around the wicket, he comes once again to Zabe, and Zabe's forward. Pushes this one down towards backward point, and there's no run.
He's obviously not been quite as free-flowing as Tom Curran was yesterday morning, but it almost seems like it's got a little bit of a similar feel to it.
Yep.
Obviously, Safe's on almost half the runs that Hashim Amla was on at the time, but in terms of the way that the partnership's developing, it does feel a little bit like that, and it's been good so far from these two.
We've seen some wonderful strokes in this game, haven't we? Emilio Gay and Tom Curran yesterday, and Hashim Amla. Round the wicket once again then comes Jordan Clark, and quick singles taken. Nicely played by Safe Zabe out into the offside. Safe Zabe moves on to 62, sensibly played.
It has been, as they say, a good advert.
It has indeed. It has indeed. As there's a chat out there in the middle.
Wendell, I think Wendell's getting in on the act as well again.
Where is he? I can hear him, but I can't see him at
He's
the moment. Oh, there he is. Yes, by his flag.
Yeah.
There he is, by his flag and his bike. He's giving some instructions out there to James Sales and Safe Zabe, and probably Rory Burns is over the wicket because Jordan Clark, and Sales is taking this off the stumps, flicks it away wristily down there towards Gus Atkinson. They will pick up the single, one more to the total. And Sales at 22. You can hear Wendell from up here. Signalling away, and lots of words of advice and encouragement. It looks as if he's giving them to Graham Lloyd at the moment.
He just looked over his shoulder, didn't he?
I know. Round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark to save Zabe, and Zabe's just straightened on him a touch there as he plays that one down towards Ben Geddes in there at backward point. But well, we said first portal call for Northamptonshire would just be batting at lunch. 20 minutes away from that now, and they've only lost the one wicket, so they don't want to do anything. The other thing here is you do not want to. You said don't give them a sniff of getting out there to bat. Sorry, don't give them a wicket either.
No,
don't give them any freebies today. As round the wicket once again goes Jordan Clark, and this is tucked away off his hip by Safe Zabe. And now pick up another single, and I'm sure the chat from Northamptonshire was make Surrey bowlers out. Do not give them anything.
Yes, I think Division 1 demands a certain bloody mindedness, if you like, and it's something Northamptonshire perhaps over the years have not been great at. Joe, do you think that's a fair comment?
Yeah, and I think this year it certainly feels like it's got a very different feel to it. I think some of the spirit and character that we've seen from this Northamptonshire side has been markedly different from when they've been in Division 1 in the past, and this is no different. From what I've seen anyway.
No, I would agree with you, Joe, and it's worth just making the point, particularly for listeners who may not be following Northamptonshire closely, that this is the fourth time Northamptonshire have been in Division 1 and they've never managed to stay there come the end of the season, so it's quite a big thing. Here's Dan Worrell starting another over in to bowl to Safe Zabe, is on the back foot, pushes it out into the covers. Tom Curran fields, so James Sales thought about a single, wasn't there. Stays at 315 for 6. Morning to, or good afternoon it is now, to Hugh. Hugh Oxborough has been on to us on Twitter saying, enjoying the commentary. Good to hear that the wheels haven't come off. Hugh is a Northamptonshire supporter. Well, not yet. 2 points. What is likely to happen to Ben Curran? Well, as we were saying, presumably he'll be in the market for an offer from elsewhere. Good player. Here's Worrell in again. Bowls to Zabe. Just nips back at him a little bit, but he manages to get bat on it. Plays it up to Atkinson at mid-wicket. One more to Safe Zabe, who goes to 64, 316 for 6. And Hugh goes on, I reckon even a loss wouldn't be the end of the world because Northamptonshire did get more bonus points than Yorkshire. Well, that's true, and that's why Northamptonshire, I think most Northamptonshire supporters yesterday would have been willing Essex to win that one, because Northamptonshire are not likely to catch Essex. But Yorkshire are, of course, behind Northamptonshire, so it's a simple equation, just wanting the teams below Northamptonshire not to get too many points. But, well, it's all bubbling up in fascinating fashion for the last 2 weeks of the season. Worrell over the wicket to James Sales. He's bowled him. It's another beauty from Dan Worrell. It just held its line, and James Sales is looking almost transfixed down the pitch and wondering how he missed that. But miss it he did. Worrell picks up his second wicket. Sales goes for 22. And Northamptonshire 316 for 7.
It's a lovely piece of bowling from Dan Worrell. It really is. And James Sales there, just the only thing you would say is he didn't really go anywhere on the crease, but it's a beautiful piece of bowling, and it's hit the top of his off stump. It's gone late, and James Sales has sort of ended up looking down the pitch as if saying, how on earth has that hit the top of my off stump? But it's a super piece of bowling from Dan Worrell. Sales goes for 22, and it's 316 for 7. But that's a lovely bit of bowling, Joe, isn't it?
Superb, exactly what you want from your frontline seamers. It's no surprise to see that Dan Worrell is Surrey's leading wicket taker this year either, with quality like that. Yeah, James Sales, it wasn't really too much foot movement there from him, was there? But you can't take away from Dan Worrell's accuracy.
Now, this is interesting. We do see Lazard Williams coming to the crease, international player, of course. And he's proved in his, short career with Northamptonshire down at Southampton, he certainly hung in there for a little while, didn't trouble the Surrey attack too much in the first innings. LBW to Kemar Roach for naught. But what is interesting now is how does Saif Zaid play it?
Yeah, well, I think Williams has to be sensible here for Zaid as well.
Well, Williams, international cricketer, he's made his highest first-class score is 83 not out in South African domestic cricket. He's got a first-class average pushing 15, so
he can bat.
He's not a mug with the bat, but Northamptonshire just need him to dig in here, bat for Saif Zaid, I think. Ben Sanderson and Jack White, the batters to come. Sanderson, as we know, can hang around.
The other thing here is time as well.
Yep.
That's the other thing here. There's still an awful lot of overs left today. So we were saying get to lunch. Well, that first thing is get to lunch.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And that's going to be, no easy task against Dan Worrell with his tail up. He's in bowls to the left-handed Lazard Williams, who pushes that one out into the covers solidly enough and immediately sets off. I thought he'd seen enough. He then set off on a sprint away to square leg, not the sort of dignified prowl that you used to see from Ted Dexter, and then does a couple of high kicks as though he's auditioning for the Tiller Girls, which again I don't think Ted Dexter ever did, to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, it's 34 championship wickets now for Dan Worrell this season. It's just a reminder, it's his first season with Surrey as well.
Yeah.
So, and he missed the beginning, so he's had a terrific impact.
Enjoys bowling against Northamptonshire as well, I think. Here's Worrell in again, wide outside the off stump, and Lazard Williams almost needed a line prop to get after that, but he went after it. And after we were saying about batting for Saif Zaid, well, it's an interesting choice of stroke. Nevertheless, no damage done. 316 for 7. The lead is 234. We have, as Mark was saying, about a quarter of an hour left until lunch, unless, of course, 2 wickets go down quickly, in which case we may be on.
The other thing, I suppose, as well, Radders, is we've got cloud cover today,
Yeah.
so light will come into play as well later
We mentioned
this
that at the start,
afternoon.
didn't we?
Yeah.
And the forecast for the day, just looking on the weather apps, is fairly overcast all day, unlike yesterday when it was barely a cloud in the sky. It was a gorgeous day yesterday, and it just set the scene for what was a fantastic day's cricket. Here's Worrell round the wicket to Williams, who almost looked as though he was trying to leave that alone, and in the end realised it was honing in on off stump, so he did play at it and just pushed it out harmlessly into the offside. End of another successful over for Dan Worrell, who's now taken 3 for 53 from 17 overs. 316 for 7, 64 to Zaid. Williams yet to get off the mark. Northamptonshire lead by 234. There are 69 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, and I think what you'd say is that Dan Worrell has done what Dan Worrell does. New ball, talked about it yesterday. With a new ball, he'll always pick you up 1 or 2 with that new ball. Got rid of Will Young last night, didn't he, with the new ball? So, outstanding bowler, Dan Worrell, really is. I know how excited he's been about bowling with Kemar Roach as well. As Jordan Clark then round the wicket to Saif Zaid, and Zaid's covering up Playing this one up towards mid-on. Bit more vocal now, sorry, Joe, after that wicket as well, aren't they?
That's exactly what was just going through my head. I was thinking, I've certainly increased their little level of chirp that's going on out there, I reckon. Rightly so as well.
Yep. And they'll be sniffing another one before lunch now. Jordan Clark round the wicket, he comes to save Zabe, and Zabe's pushing off the back foot out into the offside. And there is no run. This is an interesting innings for Zabe, isn't it? Because I think I'm right in saying that he likes to score. He's a bit of a stroke maker.
Absolutely.
But here, he's having to dig in.
This is the point we were saying earlier about it being game within a game, and he's also aware that he's playing for his place, let's be honest.
Yep, absolutely. He's doing a very good job at the moment. As round the wicket again comes Jordan Clark, and this is driven by Zabe. Out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Well, there's been famous incidents, hasn't there, over the years. Single there for Zabe. He'll move on to 65, 317 for 7. We're sort of more in international cricket. Players have been given that last opportunity and then got 100 or whatever and never looked back, really.
Well, it's certainly if Zabe gets runs here, he has got runs already. If he goes and gets a 100, let's say, makes selection for Taunton very interesting.
Yep. There's Jordan Clark round the wicket. He comes to Williams, short one. Williams is doing the limbo there, isn't he? Sways under that. If you've ever been to one of those sort of, not that I've been on holiday for a few years, but there's some hotels you go to where they sort of have evening events, don't they? And sometimes it's the old limbo competition, which I have to admit I don't mind getting involved in. And he'd have definitely won that there with Mr. Williams. He was almost sort of his knees down with his head at square leg. As off goes Tom Curran, being deposited out towards deep mid-wicket. Round the wicket comes Jordan Clark once again to Williams. Beats him on the outside. That's a beauty from Jordan Clark.
That's gone off the seam,
It has, but he hasn't got to Jamie Smith again. So Jamie Smith's taken that on the bounce away to his left-hand side.
I do remember staying in a hotel in Grenada on a pre-season tour quite a few years ago, and I think they had similar sort of things there. I think the strangest evening entertainment they had there was crab racing.
Interesting.
Was,
you racing a crab, was it, Rabbit?
the crab would have won comfortably, I guarantee that.
Crab racing.
Yes. Picked a crab and raced them.
Very good. It's round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Full toss, driven by Williams. Away through the covers for 4. Looking for the Yorker, I think. Came out as a low full toss there, Joe, and nicely put away by Williams. He gets off the mark with a boundary, and Northamptonshire move on to 321 for 7.
He helped himself to that one, didn't he? Wide full toss.
I must admit, I'm rather a fan as well of the old outside table tennis.
With the
They've
ball,
got one of those.
with the ball blowing all over everywhere.
yes.
I must admit, when me and a few of the Sunrisers girls got away in February, there was outside table tennis, and we thought, we'll have a bit of this.
Lovely.
This is brilliant. And then you factor in a little bit of Canary Island breeze, and it's not quite as fun.
No. And also, the old balls tend to fly off with the breeze, don't they? And then you end up scrabbling around in the pool to get it back. But
Running around the resort
absolutely
after
off the ping pong ball. But I quite like
First world problems.
Yes, I quite like a bit of outdoor table tennis, I have to say.
Well, it's not something that's occupied a great deal of my time over the years, but I'll take your word for it, Mark, in these, as in all things. Gus Atkinson back in the attack, bowling over the wicket, bowls short to Zabe. I wonder if we're going to see a few more short balls. Well, the fact that we're back to the deep mid-wicket, the deep backward square and the deep long leg would suggest that might be the case. I do remember who actually won, I think, the crab race, and it was the winning owner of the crab, Monty Panesar.
Was it really?
It was his first overseas trip with Northamptonshire. It was a bit of a last-minute replacement, and I think Monty's crab came in first, if I remember rightly. Here's Atkinson, bowls short and played well by Zabe. Gets right in behind that, drops it down at his feet. There's the slip in, sort of wide slip, and the forward short leg under the helmet. As we see a bit of sunshine bathing the ground. That was really well played by Zabe. Yes, it was a wonderful tour that, and Monty had to come in as very much a last-minute replacement. It's just 18, I think he wasn't quite 19 at that stage. As Atkinson comes in, bowls short again, and Zabe ducks underneath it, goes through to the keeper. And one of the other players had a passport issue, I think, so they brought Monty in as a little bit of a last-minute replacement for the tour. And I remember the tour coach having to detour off the M1 at, I think, junction 11 for Luton to pick Monty up, to get on the bus. But he bowled beautifully on that tour, just a glimpse of what was to come. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls to Zabe, again in behind it, pushing it out into the offside for Amla to field at extra cover, and there's no run. Big gap still through mid-off.
I think it was Joe that was saying earlier in the day, if you remember, if we see Gus Atkinson again with the new ball, Northamptonshire have done a pretty good job. Yeah. And here he is again with the new ball.
That's a good point. Well, there's, 10 minutes, just less than 10 minutes to go until lunch. 8 minutes, I think, according to the official clock they're going by. Zabe on 65. Atkinson in bowls to him. Good length ball this, and Zabe having to play it with respect. He's in behind it, pushing it out in the covers once again, fielded by Amla. And there's no run. Yeah, Monty made his debut, his county championship debut later that summer in 2001 against Leicestershire here, and helped to win the game. That was Northamptonshires' first season in Division 1, and it's just a glimmer of hope when they won that match on the last afternoon. In the end, they still went down, but here's Atkinson, switches to round the wicket to Zabe, short again. Zabe ducks underneath it, goes through to Jamie Smith, end of the over. Gus Atkinson's bowled 14 overs, 1 for 56. Wicket of Luke Proctor yesterday, 321 for 7. The lead is 239.
Yeah, I think you alluded to it in that over there. Churchy, if we were seeing Gus Atkinson back, then the Northampton batters would have done well. Got their side up to a half-decent position in this game. They'll probably just have to fend off a bit more short stuff before the lunch break, which has been a tactic that's worked pretty well for Gus Atkinson in this game, and it's challenged the batters no end.
Most Surrey have chased a win this season, 252 against Warwickshire. As round the wicket goes Jordan Clark then to Williams, who's forward, playing this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Couple of chases over 200. That one at Yorkshire, we were sort of in this position, really. In fact, Surrey sort of did it with, I'm trying to remember, I think there was about an hour to go till tea, and then after tea as well. That was 228. As round the wicket goes Jordan Clark once again to Williams, and Williams covers up, pushes this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. My daughter, she had a bit of a holiday with her mum and sent me a video, and worst magician I've ever seen at their hotel. Excellent entertainment though. Just it panned across to Isabel's face. She's just sat there just shaking her head as the magician was attempting to make his sort of co-host float at that point, but it wasn't going terribly well. As round the wicket once again is Jordan Clark. That one's left outside the off stump. But you see, I'm one of these people that if there's a quiz or a bit of pool volleyball or anything, I'll always get involved. Quite like that.
Totally the opposite. Keep out of it.
I'm a bit of an observer, shall we say.
Yeah.
I do enjoy it, but I don't tend to throw myself into it.
No, I quite like the old quizzes as well when they do those. As round the wicket once again, it's Jordan Clark, left alone again outside the off stump by Williams.
Specialist subject, the life and times of Ollie Pope or something.
Yeah, along those lines, and I tend to do quite well because nobody else really knows any of the answers, so that's quite good.
I must mention a couple of tweets because we're getting lots of interaction, which is terrific. Please keep them coming. Peter Short at Northants Legend says, I hope Wendell isn't shouting out any batting advice to the Northants batsmen for reasons I'll explain in a moment.
As in again, it's Jordan Clark with the Yorker. I think he's just got a bit of bat on that as Williams. Half a shout as the throw comes in. Yes, he has. Little bit of bat. Otherwise, I think that would have been that.
I think the question would have been asked, and I think the answer would have been in the affirmative. But yeah, Pete goes on, I hope he's not giving batting advice, given the fact that he was out for a first ball duck against Durham over 60s in his last outing for Northamptonshire's over 60s. So
Durham over 60s against Northamptonshire over 60s.
that's the big one. And also a very interesting tweet from Andrew Sampson.
Yes, yeah, I'll let you
Yeah.
do that. The great man's been in touch. Now that's an interesting leave from Williams. It's a late leave, but he has just pulled the bat inside the line of that as it just went away from him outside his off stump. End of the over, 3-2-3 for 7. Williams 6, save 65, not out, and the lead for Northamptonshire is 241.
This is fascinating. Thank you so much to Andrew for getting in touch. Brothers making maiden first-class centuries in the same season, doing so in the county championship. The 5th instance, Sam and Tom Curran. The Fosters, of course, the great Fosters of Worcestershire, Fostershire as it was known. RE and WL did it in 1899. The Bryans, which would have been for Kent, I think, in 1920. Harry and Jim Parks Senior for Sussex in 1928. As Atkinson starts a fresh over round the wicket, turned away by Safe Zabe down to deep backward square for a single. He goes to 66, 324 for 7. And then a Northamptonshire player nips in, although not playing for Northamptonshire at that time. Adrian Rollins, who was at Derbyshire then, I think. And his brother Robert was, I think, playing for Essex. They did it in both in 1995, and then Sam and Tom Curran 2022. So fascinating list. Thank you so much, Andrew, for getting us putting us straight on that one. That was a terrific stat.
Oh, he's very good, isn't he, Mr. Sampson?
Absolutely brilliant. Right, Lizard Williams now going to be tested by Gus Atkinson, very full, and he's worked it away off the inner portion of the bat, shall we say, down to deep square for a single. Again, it swung from Atkinson, and I think he thought he was through for a second, but Lizard Williams managed to get something on it, runs away for a single. Williams to 7, 325 for 7. This might be the last over before lunch. The lead now 243. Zabe back on strike, still the slip in the forward short leg. Atkinson round the wicket, full toss. And Zabe really just drops a bat on it, goes out to deep point. Tom Curran fields one more to Zabe, 67 to him. This is now his highest first-class score of the season. Made 65 in the first game of the season against Gloucestershire. What a wonderful game of cricket that was as well, which went to the last over on the last day. Drawn in the end. 326 for 7, 244 the lead. 3 balls to go in this over.
I think as well now that the light issue is beginning to come into play later on today now.
I think you're right. Atkinson round the wicket, bowls to Lizard Williams short, and Williams with this limbo dancer leave goes down and watches it sail over the stumps into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Sorry, Mark.
Apologies, Fred. The reason I say that is so Northamptonshire are going to get to lunch. Whatever happens now, they're going to get to lunch. I think Surrey would need to have Northamptonshire all out 45 minutes to an hour after lunch.
Yeah, I think that
because we're not going to get everything in. I don't
think that makes sense. Atkinson in again, bowls once again short, and it's ducked underneath it, and that didn't bounce, I don't think, as much as Lizard Williams expected, and certainly not, I think, as much as Jamie Smith expected. And again, he was saying what a good morning he's had behind the stumps. That was a horrible one to take, as it went through to him on the half volley, and it's another really good take by Jamie Smith.
Good morning, hasn't he?
He has.
With the gloves.
He's looked top notch. That take down the leg side early on off Steele, wasn't it? What a doozy that was. Right, 1 ball to go in the over, and Lizard Williams just backing away, so maybe he's got half an eye on the clock, which the one on the scoreboard now says 12:31, so this might be the last over. There's a gully gone in now, and a leg gully. As Atkinson is in, bowls, it's clipped uppishly past the right hand of Ben Geddes. That forward short leg is gone out to deep mid-wicket for a single, and that is lunch on the fourth and final day of this match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. And Northamptonshire, well, we were saying early on, we'd be delighted if they were still batting at lunch, and if they were, then we would have a game. They are, and we have. Safe Zabe, 67 not out. Lizard Williams is 8, 327 for 7 at lunch. It means Northamptonshire lead by 245 runs. For our listeners on BBC 5 Sports Extra, we'll hand you back to the studio in Kevin Howells. And for everyone else on BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio London, on the online BBC Online app, and also on the live stream, well, Mark, what a terrific morning that's been. And Northamptonshire, I think, may even have surprised themselves a little bit by how well that's gone.
I think they've played really well. I think they've played really, really well. Two things I would say is Vasconcelos and Safe Zabe did it very cleverly against the old ball. Didn't take any risks whatsoever against the old ball, but just took their singles that everybody knew what was happening. Surrey sitting in for the new ball. Warrels bowled really well with that new ball and picked up the 2 wickets. Safe Zabe, proper knock this from Safe Zabe, very, very good. I think in the equation, what I would say is, yes, I know the pitches here at Northampton, they tend to get a bit lower and slower, but today nothing's really happened. To be honest with you, it swung a touch, but we've seen the number of balls for Jamie Smith that have sort of just lolloped in front of him a touch. And I think just from an equation point of view, the main reason I'm saying that is it's not going to be easy to score quickly on this pitch. You can even just sit back a touch if you're Northamptonshire, take a bit of pace off if needs be. So I would think that Surrey would going at 6 and over here would be quite tough, I think. So I think that Surrey need to have if they're going to have any thought of chasing, I think they need to have this sort of finish 45 minutes after lunch.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Well, fascinating morning session. 2 more sessions to go. It's been a terrific match, and I suspect it's going to be a terrific afternoon. 327 for 7 at lunch. The lead is 245. We're going to nip off for our lunch. Trust you'll do the same, and you'll be back with us when we resume after lunch in around about 35 minutes' time. Day of the County Championship Division 1 match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. Morning session saw Northamptonshire add 118 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. They're 327 for 7. It means they lead by 245. There are 65 overs left in the day. The light may be an issue a bit later on, but it is intriguingly poised. Your commentators for the afternoon session, indeed for the rest of the match, Andrew Radd, Mark Church and Joe Gardner. And Mark, we've been saying right the way through that this has been on a knife edge, and we keep saying it, and it still is.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, anything could still happen here after lunch. Surrey could pick up these 3 wickets very quickly and then be on the chase. Northamptonshire could still be batting at tea time. Northamptonshire could bat a bit longer and then get knocked out, and then Surrey try and chase and then lose some wickets and then have to try and shut up shop. So there's still an awful lot that can happen here. But I think that the key thing for me here is, from a Northamptonshire point of view, still be batting at 4:30. That's the thing. That's the key thing, isn't it? That is the thing with this. It's going to be Jordan Clark to get us started. Straight away after lunch with the David Caperlen coming into Williams, and Williams has had a nibble at the first one after lunch, just went away from him. And he's just pushed hard at that, and that's taken by Jamie Smith away to his left-hand side. Joe Gardner's still doing a note. Away to our left, never stops. Doing a note, away to our left.
I'm just having a look at Surrey chases.
Here we go.
And the contributions of said batters in their 5 successful chases this year.
Around the wicket comes Jordan Clark. Williams is forward, driving out into the offside. Cameron Still comes round to do the fielding, and there's no run. I remember in the last game it was an Amler 80-odd not out, 60-odd from Rory Burns against Warwickshire. Then Will Jacks came out and hit 3 sixes, and that was the end of the game. Against Yorkshire at Scarborough, Folkes and I was saying Aaron Hardy. Amazing little partnership from those two. Round the wicket goes Jordan Clark. Williams is forward solidly, playing this one back up the pitch towards mid-off. And there's no run. There he goes again with his high kicks. Mr. Williams.
The Tiller Girls audition.
He sort of wanders off towards square leg and then does these sort of high kicks as he's... Must be slightly frightening for Graham Lloyd, I would have thought, out there at square leg. 327 for 7. The lead is 245 for Northamptonshire. As round the wicket comes Jordan Clark once again to Williams, and that's tucked away off his pads down towards long leg. The James Taylor's out there for Surrey at the moment. That's good to see him back out there. Started the season really well, did James Taylor, and then a stress fracture of his back, and he's back now, which is great news, out there fielding for Hashim Amla, who's not out there at the moment. So James Taylor down to our right-hand side. He's a young man who will take a lot of wickets, I think, in Championship cricket for Surrey. Tom Curran has just been moved up from deep backward square to an orthodox mid-wicket. Saves Dave's first ball after lunch, super shot. Just lent on this, and that whistles away through the covers for 4. He played extremely well before lunch in the fact that he sort of put his shots in the locker, actually. But there he starts after lunch. His first delivery, looking to get it up there, was Jordan Clark, and Safe Dave's just lent on that. He's on 71, 332 for 7.
I think the point you made earlier, though, Mark, is very important. I think the light could come into it later on. I say it's fairly overcast. The forecast is that it's going to stay overcast, and certainly the first 2 days of this match we had issues with the light around about 5:30.
Yes, we did. And the other thing as well is sort of the pitch itself. I think scoring quickly on here will be quite difficult, as round the wicket goes Jordan Clark. That's left alone by Safe Zabe. Outside his off stump. Diving take by Jamie Smith away to his left-hand side. There's a big boundary to defend as well. I was sort of saying at lunch that if Surrey did get off to a flyer on the chase, if that happens, you can defend that big boundary. We've seen it a bit from Surrey, really short balls, 3 men out. So, and again, what could happen is that Northampton pick up a couple early, and Surrey's whole game plan has to change. Yeah. But the first thing is, Surrey have to try and take these 3 wickets. Northampton just have to keep batting at the moment.
Well, I think this is a good move because Cameron Steele is coming into the attack from this indoor centre end. Picked up a couple of wickets yesterday. Josh Cobb and Rob Keogh bowled tidily again this morning. I know his ball is still, of course, fairly new. It's just, 17 overs old. And I know spinners have different ideas about bowling with a newish ball, but Cameron Steele's going to give it a go. And I think this is not a bad idea, especially against Lizard Williams. His first ball finds Williams pushing forward. It runs off the face of an angle bat down to Clark at backward point. And Saif Zaib calls him through for a quick single. Takes Williams up to 10 and Northamptonshire to 333 for 7. A number that Surrey supporters, I'm sure, will have ingrained in their memories, because the last time Surrey won here back in 2011, admittedly they've only played 4 times since then, was by 333 runs. Here's Steele round the wicket again, bowls to Zaib, tucks him up a little bit, but Zaib still able to push it out to deep cover for an easy single. Zaib to 72. Northamptonshire to 334 for 7. Joe, I mean, you can tell when Joe means business with her notes, because the multicoloured biro comes out with all the different coloured inks on it. So Joe means business. Steele round the wicket, bowls to Williams, who's playing back, runs it down to Clark at backward point, and there's no run as a helicopter flies overhead. Keep you up to date, of course, with what's happening in the other Division 1 match that's still on at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Somerset. Warwickshire embarking on potentially a long old run chase. Next ball is very full and pushed rather than driven by Williams. It runs down to Clark again at backward point and there's no run. Warwickshire set 364 to win by Somerset, who declared earlier this morning on 340 for 7. And Warwickshire 60 for 1. So maybe draw the favourite there. Bit hard, obviously, without having seen the pitch. Is Steele in again, bowls to Williams, who comes forward, smothers the spin with bat and pad very close together, gets right over the ball, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run.
I just wonder again whether they might think about a city point here. Talked about it with Saif Zaib as well.
Pushing at the ball a little really bit. Vasconcelos was as well. But they haven't gone that way so far. There's a slip and a forward short leg. Man out there sweeping on the cover boundary. Deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket as he bowls to Williams. And again, he's pushing forward. Jordan Clark, who's had a busy over, fields at backward point. And that's the end of Cameron Steele's first over of the afternoon. He's picked up 2 for 83 from his 21 overs so far. 334 for 7. Zaib is 72. Williams is 10. And although I wouldn't say there's anything particularly wrong with the light at the moment, it is a little bit gloomy. And the umpires are having a chat about something. I can't think it would be the light at this stage.
I did think, though, when they walked out after lunch, it's quite... It's sort of look at the lights under the... sort of where the players get
the
changed.
members' restaurant down there.
And they're quite bright. So they could always stick the lights on now if they needed to. But as the players walked out again after lunch, I thought, looks a bit gloomy out there at the moment. I think Joe's done her numbers.
Right, okay. She's sitting back with a satisfied look on her face.
Yeah, done a great job there. As Jordan Clark, in over the wicket he comes to Saif Zaib, who's turning this off the stumps into the leg side. That runs out there towards Tom Curran. That deep backward square, they'll take the single. One more to Saif Zaib. He's on to 73.
For all I know, my research could be null and void if Northants just want to keep batting for the rest of the day. You never know.
It's good research, though. I think, was I right in thinking that Surrey have chased 5 times this season to win?
5 times indeed.
Yeah.
Last 3 matches.
Oh, is it?
Before the break it was 3 consecutive, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Williams, seems a long time ago. Williams waits over his batters. Jordan Clark comes in over the wicket to him. Williams is forward-ish and pushes this one up towards Kemar Roach, who stood up there at mid-off. I just think, it says on the board there 62.4 remaining, minimum of, but I can't see us getting them in. Unless these clouds break and we get blue sky and the sun comes out. But even then, as we saw last night, once it starts dipping behind buildings, it then gets very dark at this time of the year anyway. As Jordan Clark is in over the wicket and Williams is forward, clips this up towards mid-on. Thought about a single, definitely not one there. So stays exactly where he is. Dan Worrell came up to do the fielding. So I think you can sort of reduce that number of overs as well on the board a touch. But as I say, the first thing Surrey have to do is try and get these 3 wickets. Northamptonshire just need to keep batting. Especially with what happened yesterday, of course, with the Essex-Yorkshire game in terms of sort of relegation and things. As Jordan Clark was about to come in, but umpire Hartley spotted that Mr. Williams wasn't quite ready. He was putting his gloves on. So sent Jordan Clark back to the top of his mark once more. 2 slips in there. Rory Burns at first, Ryan Patel at second. As Jordan Clark is over the wicket to the left-handed Williams, who's chipped this up in the air over the top of Jordan Clark. I think it was bump ball. And up towards Kemar Roach, who comes around from mid-off to do the fielding.
This little chip onto the green, that was. Couple of bounces, roll it up near the pin.
Nice little pitching wedge.
I think the breeze has actually dropped a little bit. It was this morning. It was when we were out on the gantry down just outside our commentary box. It was quite breezy. It looks as though the flags are still billowing out, but it doesn't look quite as gusty as it was earlier.
I mean, the clouds won't go anywhere as well. As Jordan Clark is into Williams, solidly he goes forward. No ball from Jordan Clark, so Williams pushes this one up the pitch towards Kemar Roach. That'll be 2 more to this lead and 2 more to this Northamptonshire total. 255, I think that lead will move on to now, once those 2 runs go up on the board. There we go, 337 for 7. Turns again does Jordan Clark, and then this bustling, strong approach to the crease. Over the wicket he comes to Williams, and Williams has a nibble at this one as it goes across him. Beats the outside edge. And taken by Jamie Smith. Good bit of bowling that from Jordan Clark.
Well, so he's very experienced, although it's only his 2nd match for Northamptonshire. This is his 69th first-class match, and so his average is 14.64 with a high score of 83 not out. So as we were discussing earlier, he's no mug with the bat, Zard Williams.
How many tests has he played?
2 against Bangladesh earlier this year.
Right. Over the wicket once again goes Jordan Clark, and he's forward. Playing this one back at the pitch. Jordan Clark rolls the ball back down to Rory Burns. End of the over. Solidly played again, that from Williams. He has 10. Save has 73. 337 for 7. Northamptonshire lead by 255.
Came in to the South African side the same series as Ryan Rickleton, of course, played for Northamptonshire earlier this season with much success, it must be said. What a fine player he looked in county cricket.
It's a brilliant recruit, wasn't it?
Well, it is
phenomenal contributions.
He was, Joan. It's no coincidence that 2 of the matches he batted particularly well in, Northamptonshire won. Both their wins came with down to, at least in part, to outstanding innings from Ryan Rickleton. Here's Steele bowling his leg spin round the wicket to save Zabe, clips that first ball up to Ryan Patel at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Should say, just before lunch, we did have a communication from one of the all-time greats of this game. Steele in again, flights that one right up to Zabe, who's studiously forward, playing it up to forward short leg where Ben Geddes fields one.
Yeah, it was good of Kevin House during us during lunch, wasn't it?
But apart from that,
yes,
one Alan Joseph Lamb, not many better than him, certainly at this club over the years. Here's Steele in again, short of a length, pulled away by Zabe, and he's found the gap. There are 2 men out. There's still the deep backward square and the deep mid wicket. He's found the gap between the 2 of them, and it's run away for 4 down to the old scoreboard where the flags are flying. 341 for 7 Northamptonshire, save Zabe up to 77. We were talking earlier, mentioned him earlier on commentary, didn't we, as having been a bit of a mentor to the Curran boys since the sad death of their father Kevin, and Alan had his own view on how this should pan out this afternoon. He was listening to us this morning. Here's Steele in again, bowls to Zabe, gives himself a little bit of room, punches it out through extra cover for a single. Zabe to 78, 342 for 7, the lead up to 260. His view was that Northamptonshire basically should dangle the carrot a bit and give Surrey something for them to chase. I think there are reasons why that probably won't happen, given the point system and so on. Here's Steele in again, bowls to Williams, who jams down on that very full delivery, runs out into the offside. Smith comes from behind the stumps to retrieve. Again, it feeds into what we were talking about this morning, that the 8 points for a draw and the threat of relegation tend to make counties, I think, a little bit cautious when it comes to that sort of thing. Steele bowls short of a length. Williams in behind it. Plays it up to mid-wicket where Patel fields, and that's the end of another over from Cameron Steele. 22 overs, 2 for 88, 342 for 7. Zabe is 78, Williams is 10. What it does, though, Mark, is it underlines the attitude that Alan Lamb had when he was captaining Northamptonshire in the 1990s, which was that you always try and
go for a win.
Go for the win.
Yeah. Oh, what a wonderful player he was as well. God dear, against that West Indies attack as well. The way he used to bat was fantastic.
Well, and as captain here in 1995, when 1 or 2 games that year, when he was probably the only person on the ground who thought that Northamptonshire could get a win out of it, and they did by simply sort of strength of his belief, I think, as much as anything.
Jordan Clark from the David Capel end is in here. Oh, and that's a short one. Safe Zabe's been hurried up by that on the hook. It's more top edge. It's going to run away down below us for 4. But he wasn't in control of that, Safe Zabe. But it's down to the boundary rope for 4 runs. He was just in the end trying to help it behind him as much as anything.
It was a little bit like the shot that Ricardo Vasconcelos got out to in the first innings, just trying to help it round, really.
He's on to 82 now, 346 for 7. Remember, he was the victim of one of the greatest catches I have ever seen from Roger Harper in a one-day international in 1986, where Mr. Lamb absolutely smashed it. Roger Harper sort of hung in the air at about 19 foot in the air and took a one-handed catch. As Safe Zabe flashes at this, it's going to fly away down towards the third man boundary rope. He's on to 83 here. Is Safe Zabe, and 347 for 7.
Of course, Roger Harper is here at Northamptonshire,
yes,
and had a couple of seasons, and then they signed Winston Davis, who came in 87, and Winston played the majority of the matches, and Roger Harper was then described as the best and most expensive 12th man on the county circuit.
Sorry, had Joe Batzer for one game where he was 12th manning. As over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, then to Williams, who's forward. Plays this one solidly back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, Roger Harper was a great cricketer. Remember that run out of Graham Gooch?
Oh, in the bicentenary game.
Test. Yeah. Oh, it was ridiculous.
I remember him making 234 here for Northamptonshire against Gloucestershire, and one of his hits over in that direction, the houses back onto the ground on the Wellingborough Road. I think the only time I've seen it hit as far as that since then was Chris Lynn this year, who hit a couple of big ones over there into the gardens. But my goodness, Roger Harper could hit a ball a long way. Fantastic cricketer.
Jordan Clark is over the wicket here to Williams, and Williams is forward, pushing that one out into the offside. They always say, don't they, you look who players get their runs against, and you look at who Alan Lamb got his runs against, and you just think, wow. You know, that was right at the height of the West Indies attack, and in an England team that was struggling. Unbelievable player.
So many things to admire about his cricket. One of the ones I used to love was if he did ever get left out of the England side, he would absolutely guarantee that whoever he played next in county cricket would be on the receiving end.
Over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, tucked into the leg side by Williams. He'll pick up a single. That'll be 1 more to the total. Remember he was always Slaz V12 for me. Lamb, and then he nipped across the Kookaburra for a while.
Yes.
And that threw me for a while, I have to say there.
Left.
Radders, I was,
yeah.
what do I do now?
I think the innings that Lammy always says was his best for Northamptonshire was down on the lovely old ground at Hastings, which is no longer there against.
Yeah, it's a supermarket now.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think, isn't it?
In Sussex in '86.
Over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Well played, Safe Zabe. Just sways inside this, ends up down on both knees and watches it into the gloves of Jamie Smith. End of the over, 248 for 7.
Broken pitch last day. Imran Khan, Garth LaRue, Dermot Reeve, I think, was playing. Northamptonshire chasing about 328, I think, 330 odd to win. Won by 1 wicket, and Alan made 157 on that pitch against that attack. He always said was about, and that was after he'd been left out. And the irony of it was they picked Wayne Larkins when he was struggling. Fantastic player, but he was having a bad trot and was struggling to get a run. They picked Wayne Larkins for the next test, and he broke a finger during that innings. He was out early on, got caught off the glove, broke a finger, missed the test match anyway.
Yeah.
But Lammy always reckoned that was about as probably the best innings he played in Northamptonshire colours. Although I have to say, I think the Benson and Hedges semi-final against Kent at Canterbury in '87 would probably run it close, which was another astonishing innings.
Player.
Here's Dan Worrell in, beats Williams immediately outside the off stump. So the experiment with Cameron Steele was short-lived.
Joe's been doing even more stats away to our left.
There's actually, I was getting a bit worried because there's steam rising. And it's steam rising from the multicoloured biro, I think.
He's putting in a good shift.
Yeah, amazing.
Just
Amazing
looking
numbers.
at some of Save's
Ah.
numbers.
It's big innings this for
Don't
him,
want to
isn't
curse
it?
him.
Yeah, he's played beautifully so far.
He's hung in there well, hasn't he? Williams on strike for now. 2 slips in place, and Worrell in bowling to Lazard. Williams plays it out into the covers very solidly. Gus Atkinson fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, what I've been really impressed with Safe here is the way he sort of put his natural game to bed. He's faced a lot of balls now as well for these 83 runs, I think. And he's sort of put his shots in the locker for a while. Just what his side needed as well.
168 balls. Here's Worrell running into bowl to Lazard Williams, once again very solidly behind it, pushing it out towards mid-off. I think what this partly says is what we were talking about earlier. Pitch, there's very little pace. There wasn't a lot of pace in it to start with, and it's just gradually getting a little bit slower, and the odd one just isn't bouncing a lot. And it feeds into what we were saying before lunch, which is that chasing, if you have to actually
difficult.
force it on this at the moment, probably in the realms, if this innings is wrapped up quickly, Surrey wouldn't have too much of a task. Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Williams, plays it out to the covers, and there's no run. There's 59 overs to go after this one, so you'd knock off a couple. So at the moment, if the innings was to end very, very quickly, it would be 266 in 57, which is okay. Four
just
and
under 5.
Yeah, so it would still take their attention, as the snooker commentators say. But as we say, there is always the issue with the light, whether we'd get all the overs in. Anyway, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's just fascinating watching now. There's a slip and a leg slip. Worrell coming round the wicket to Lazard Williams, but once again finds Williams in resolute mood, pushing it up to mid-off. And again, there's no run.
And I think you give credit to the way that Northamptonshire have gone about this in their second innings.
They've shown a bit of character,
Yeah.
haven't they? Takes me back to the match against Yorkshire, which I know, Joe, I think you and I and Jonathan Doidge were on for the last day of that one, and Will Young batted a very, very long time when Northamptonshire had to bat through the last day to save the match against Yorkshire, and did. Well, I think probably Yorkshire batted on a bit too long on the Saturday. Leg slip and 2 slips in now as Worrell comes in round the wicket, bowls to Williams, comes right across his stumps, plays it up to mid-wicket, end of another over. So 348 for 7 at the end of that one. Williams is 11, Zabe is 83. The lead is 266. It was extraordinary, that, wasn't it, on the Saturday? Yorkshire were a long way ahead, and just decided to bat on and leave Northamptonshire to make 500, which was probably not going to happen, really. But they gave themselves just less than 4 sessions to bowl Northamptonshire out and couldn't do it. It was a bit of furrowed brows all round on that one.
Yeah.
I think Lazard Williams doing a pretty good job here. He's faced 42 balls, and it'll be something that'll be frustrating the Surrey attack, I'm sure.
Over the wicket then is Jordan Clark to safe save. Nicely played again. Just gets up on his toes, tucks it into the leg side, rolls out to Tom Curran, out there at deep backward square, who we haven't seen with the ball in this innings, but I think that's probably, and today, I think that's probably they're just keeping an eye on that back. You know, when you do come back from slightly different long spells compared to sort of the, well, what's he been bowling? 20 balls max in the 100, is it? And 4 overs in the T20. So I'm sure, and obviously he batted so well yesterday that he's just stood in there at square leg at the moment as Jordan Clark is into Williams, who's forward and pokes this one away down through the gully region. We'll get a single down there to Gus Atkinson, and they will pick up one more.
There was just a little hint of the late great Bob Willis's curtain rail about that shot, wasn't there? But yeah, effective.
The best was Courtney Walsh, wasn't it?
Yes.
When how he used to move his legs, the bat, everything out the way of it. That's the 350 up for Northamptonshire. So 350 coming up for Northamptonshire. Over the wicket goes Jordan Clark again. Short one, well played by Safe Zabe. Just again helps that round the corner down towards James Taylor. That long leg. Throw comes in over the top of the stumps. Some cries of good JT there to James Taylor. Good, as I was saying, to see him back. Also saw Jamie Overton going through his paces and having a bat, so...
Well, presumably Surrey are going to have the England players back.
Yeah, you'd think that Pope and Folkes would be pretty keen to play next week, and then have to wait to see with Jamie Overton. Williams waving that bat high in the air as Jordan Clark is into him. That's a good one. Just climbed a little bit more. He's played at that. Williams has done the old trick of playing at it and then doing a big exaggerated pulling the bat inside the line of the ball. But key thing is, got nothing on it. And as Joe was saying, he's done a very good job here, hasn't he? Because when Sales went bowled by Worrell for 22, that was 316 for 7, and we were in the 92nd over. So they've been together now for, well, we're into the 11th over of this partnership as Williams will get a single here, just pushes off the back foot, but again, no great pace on that. Is there coming off the pitch for Jordan Clark to work with and get a single. Williams moves on to 13.
Yeah, and I think Tom Curran mentioned it in his interview with yourself last night, Churchy, how tough it is to actually get the wickets on this pitch, and Northampton's batters haven't helped Surrey out in that regard. They've done their job really well and have made it tough for Surrey bowlers, who are pretty good attack.
Well, in many ways, Vasconcelos and Sales were got out, weren't they? As Jordan Clark is in, and that's a good shot again from Safe Zabe. Just punches this out into the offside. Round goes Kemar Roach to do the fielding. They'll pick up a single. Safe Zabe will move on to 86, 353 for 7. The lead is 271 now for Northamptonshire. You'd probably give Kemar Roach one last go, I would have thought, at some point.
Well, the umpire's having another conversation. We still don't have the lights on. In fact, I think it's probably a little bit lighter than it was when we were talking about it maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. The cloud over to our right, which is usually where the weather's coming from, is a little bit more broken. It's still, I don't think we're going to exactly be cracking the flags today, but unlike yesterday, but it's perfectly fine at the moment. We still have 58 overs to go. Thanks for all your tweets and messages coming in. Lee Wade's been on to us at Wadey Cobbler. He says, fascinating afternoon in Prospect. Pity I'm at work. I'll do my best to get updates. I'm sure you will, Lee. Or we shall be here. 353 for 7. Worrell, 2 slips in place. Bowls to Safe Zabe, who's just tucking that away for a single, and there's absolutely no worry there about trying to shield Lizard Williams. One more to Zabe, 87 to him.
You know he's in action this evening. We missed this. The England legends.
Are they on? Are they playing tonight?
They're playing against the South Africa legends.
Oh right, I thought they weren't playing until.
I don't think you could dare even take the risk of giving them a 3-day break. I think that might be the end of the tournament for them.
I did see a lovely picture on social media of our friend Mal Loy with Chaminda Vass, of course, would have played with here at Northamptonshire. Presumably that was after the fairly crushing defeat at the hands of Sri Lanka. Lizard Williams back on strike, and William and Worrell bowling that very, very wide. And Lizard Williams goes down on one knee as though to give it the Zorro through extra cover, and in the end decides not to, lets it go. But that was very wide, just angling across the left-hander. But Williams didn't have to play and didn't.
I wonder if the England legends might think about a couple of changes for tonight.
Oh, wield the axe.
Well,
After the disappointing defeat against Sri Lanka.
78 of 17 overs.
Something like that. Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Williams down the leg side, and that's fair enough ploy from Dan Worrell because he does have the leg slip in. Rory Burns, but Lizard Williams aiming to try and clip it away down the general direction of fine leg, doesn't get anything on it. Williams has now faced 48 balls, so he's doing his job.
Absolutely.
Ben Sanderson to come, who usually, well, when he's in the mood, can sell himself fairly dearly. Then Jack White at number 11. If he middles it, it'll go a long way, but there's a bit of an if in there. Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Williams, and that's a lovely punch drive through mid-off. There is no mid-off. It's a chase towards the boundary from James Taylor, and I think that's hit the rope down below us. Yes, it has, and sportingly indicated as such by both James Taylor and Tom Curran, who was chasing down with him. So absolutely right. 4 to Williams. Lovely stroke. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, great shot. Great commitment from James Taylor, but
well, I was just a bit
just
worried.
Coming back from a back problem, and there was Tom Curran chasing as well. I was
thinking there's two dodgy backs there. You don't want either of them to do anything,
over the rope.
Do anything stupid. Anyway, 17 to Lizard Williams, 358 for 7. Northamptonshire's lead 276. Still the 2 slips and a leg slip in place as Worrell comes in and bowls, and that hits Lizard Williams high up on the thigh pad, rolls back dangerously close to the off stump. In fact, it didn't miss the off stump by very much at all as it bounced down off the pad. Heart in mouth moment, but missed the stumps thankfully.
I wonder if there might have been a bit of glove in that as well.
Might have been. Now, it's a fielder going back out onto the point boundary who running the gauntlet down there of getting his ear bent by Wendell, who is still waving the
on
flag.
the head by his flag.
Well, either or. Dangerous business. Here's Williams on strike again, and James a rather extravagant drive. He hasn't done that very often, but he really did aim a big drive at that one, and that beat him on the inside edge. I think it may just have clipped one of the footmarks. It was an expansive stroke from Lizard Williams. It didn't make contact. End of the over. Williams 17, Zabe 87, 358 for 7. The lead 276. 57 overs to go. So Surrey you're going to have at the maximum of 55 overs, you would imagine. So it's getting like an old Benson and Hedges Cup match years ago.
It is. It was a good bit of sort of field placing and thinking that from Worrell, because you mentioned it. Geddes was pushed out onto that cover point boundary and then put it up there. And Williams, knowing there was no one at cover point, went after it and it beat the inside edge. So, good bit of bowling. Here's Kemar Roach then. So I did wonder whether he'd just give Kemar Roach another go here. Rory Burns, well, he's going to. So Kemar Roach from the David Capel end is coming round the wicket to save Zabe, and Zabe lets the first one go very wide outside the off stump, swings but keeps going. It's well taken by Jamie Smith, and we have a wide signal eventually from umpire Peter Hartley. That was the ironic cheers down to our right hand side.
I don't know if he was getting in the game there. There was a few ironic cheers probably coming from the West Stand or from Wendell, and I think the umpire may just have had a gracious acknowledgement there.
Umpire Hartley, as round the wicket goes Kemar Roach, and that beats Zabe. That's a good one. That really is. That's the right length, and Zabe's pushed at that, swung a touch, beats the edge, and well, I have to say, both Smith and Ryan Patel ended up there looking like they were in a Sherlock Holmes movie or something, sort of trying to solve the crime, both of them with their sort of hands to their lips there and ponderous looks on their faces after that one. Around the wicket comes Roach again. Forward goes Zabe. That's nicely played again. Straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. But again, Joe, it's a very solid defensive shot, that from Safe Zabe, isn't it? And he's not given any sort of chance in this innings so far.
No, it's been very measured, hasn't it? Certainly with that kind of stroke he played at the ball before. That was a nice way to go about it in the follow-up.
Round the wicket he comes once more, Kemar Roach, and just left alone again by Safe Zabe. Outside his off stump. Well, he was saying that, you know, for him as well, back in the team, first game since playing Surrey, big opportunity for him, and he's doing his runs at the right time here as well, isn't it, in the match situation. That's what the coaches always say, isn't it? We sort of look at when you make your runs and who they're against, yes. Really. And the attack you made your runs against is Dan Worrell. Round the wicket he comes to Safe Zabe, and that's down the leg side. And might feel he's missed out a little bit there. Safe Zabe didn't get anything on it, and it's taken by Jamie Smith the way to his right.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about it. It was a conversation I was having during the match down at Southampton with Nigel Felton, Northamptonshires former opening batsman, now heavily involved with what used to call the cricket committee, I think cricket group, I think they call it now. But he was saying exactly that. You look at the runs, the teams against which your batters get their runs. That's a pretty good guide.
Round the wicket again goes Roach. Oh, now that one's lifted off back of a length and just hit the gloves and flown over the slips. Oh, now that's interesting. We've seen nothing like that today. But that one just got big on Safe Zabe and has hit the glove. He knew nothing about that. That's just taken off from back of a length. That's interesting.
Just what that little bit of extra pace does, doesn't it?
But it just flew at Safe Zabe. And that has ballooned over the slips. As Kemar Roach is in. And Williams forward. Slightly suspiciously there, wasn't he? But it rolls out towards cover point. End of the over, 360 for 7. And the lead now is 278. But that came from nowhere from Kemar Roach. We haven't seen anything like that, have we?
We haven't, and I think that stroke of Lizard Williams to the last ball of the over owed something to what happened the previous ball. He was a little bit like the old bomb disposal officer on that last one, wasn't he? So a little bit rather that circumspect push at it. 360 for 7 it is. Obviously keeping you up to date with what's
happened with the England legends.
Elsewhere.
Oh, no, sorry.
The England legends haven't started yet. They will be starting a little bit later on this afternoon, so yes, we'll keep you up to date with that one.
Fingers crossed.
In Division 1 at Edgbaston, Warwickshire set 364 to win by Somerset a 79 for 1. So not really going anywhere at the moment as Worrell starts a fresh over and straight drive by Safe Zabe. That's as good a shot as he's played throughout this innings, and it's run away for 4 down below us. Beautifully timed, and again, when Safe Zabe's playing well, he's just got this lovely balance about him. He looks a very natural ball striker, doesn't he? And that's raced away for 4, takes him into the 90s. 92 to Zabe, 364 for 7.
You just can't beat an on-drive.
No, you can't. I'd say that's one of the shots of the game, actually.
Yeah,
we've seen some good ones.
Well, you say it's always the most difficult shot in the game to play. I'm sure the Peter May boys down there would have appreciated it, being one of the great exponents of the on-drive. Is Worrell in again, and that's cut away by Safe Zabe out to deep cover. Ben Geddes fields in front of the West Stand. And they're through for another single. Zabe to 93, 365 for 7. Are they still in today, the Peter May boys?
They're down there to our right-hand side, a few of them. I would have thought it's the most satisfying shot you can play, Jay. And you guys always talk about you don't really feel it. You don't feel the ball on the bat, it just goes.
It's just sheer timing, isn't it? And you know when you've hit a good one, and I always smile to myself whenever I nail one.
Never happened to me. Here's Williams on strike, Worrell round the wicket to him, and he's just playing that off the face of the angle bat. There's runs for him here as it goes out through point. They're going to come back for a couple to Lizard Williams. They're nicely played. And Dan Worrell, that's 50 partnership. First thing to mention for the 8th wicket, and a little fist bump as the Zabe comes almost down the entire length of the pitch to administer the fist bump to his partner. Williams is 19, 367 for 7. The lead now up to 285. Wendell's got some advice. Down to our right. He loves it. Still a slip and a leg slip. Round the wicket comes Worrell, bowls to Williams, and Williams pushing up towards mid-off where Hashim Amla comes across the field. And there's no run.
I'm just thinking for both these sides as well. What have we got? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So 4-day break.
Yep.
And before the next round starts on Tuesday. Of course, we've got the one-day final on Saturday for Kent and Lancashire.
Yeah, I should be hanging on to your every word for that one, Churchy.
I'll be asleep within about a minute.
Well, as far as I can, although it is also my club's last game of the season on Saturday.
There you are,
so
you see.
I imagine I shall be at Milton Road at some point. Here's Worrell, bowl short, and again the limbo dance leave from Lizard Williams goes into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
Kevin Howes had his phone call at lunchtime and tell me I wasn't allowed to tell any more sort of holiday game stories.
He's a hard taskmaster, is Mr. Howes. Professional killjoy. 367 for 7. One ball to go in this over from Dan Roy. I don't know if it's my imagination. Churchy, you know a lot better than I. He just looked a tad weary when he was walking back there.
I think they all are now.
Here's Worrell in again. Bowls to Lizard Williams. Well, weary or not,
Bold.
that's another beauty. It's bounced, it's left the left-hander, it's gone into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Williams was playing at it. It did a bit too much, I think, for him to get a nick. It's the end of the over. 367 for 7. 93 to save. 19 to Lizard Williams. Northamptonshire lead by 285. 55 overs to go, and the sun's come out.
Yes.
That's pretty bright, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice now.
Although, I reckon it's going to go behind the clouds again.
I think Surrey.
No, I think I just wanted to make a little comment about, kind of Surrey's body language and where it's at the minute. I really think Northants have kind of put a real dent in the momentum that they did have when Dan Worrell took those couple of wickets. A few teapots, a few folded arms.
Yep. They've given it everything, haven't they? But they've come up against Safe Zabe, who's played really well here. Driving away out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. That's Cameron Steele. But yeah, I think sort of you go back exactly to what you said last night when Tom Curran did that interview. That taking wickets on here, the further the game's gone on, has got harder and harder and harder. And we're seeing that today. Only a couple have fallen today. And as we keep saying, if Northamptonshire are still battling an hour after tea, that's absolutely fine by them. 368 for 7 as Kemar Roach is round the wicket to Williams. Good leave from Williams outside his off stump. Crazy golf as well, Joe. Well, I could
holiday.
bit of that on holiday.
Yeah,
The old
always goes
putting
down
through a
well.
windmill and things like that. I quite like that. I quite like. You can get some good ones these days. They're spectacular, some of them.
Used to be a lovely one at when we used to go on holiday to Bournemouth every year. Durley Chine in Bournemouth. That was a lovely, crazy golf one. You watch the waves crashing onto the beach. And lovely game.
Round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach. Williams covers up, pushes this one back up the pitch. Round goes Hashim Amla, who's back out there to do the fielding, and there's no run. Well, Kevin Howes, I did actually offer him a round of crazy golf when we were in Scarborough. But he turned that down. A nice little crazy golf down there on the bit. I think there's a couple actually in Scarborough.
There's everything in Scarborough,
Yeah,
including the naval battle on the
yes.
Park Lake
What is it? Peasholm Park.
Peasholm Park.
Yes. As round the wicket once again goes Kemar Roach with the sun out. And again, nice looking shot this from Williams. Full face of the bat there. He's not trying to whip round that front pad at all. Just punching that up towards Hashim Amla. Stood up there at mid-on. Because all of a sudden, the sun has broken through the clouds from nowhere. So we're bathed in bright sunshine now. I've left the sunglasses in the car. Turning once again as Roach runs in towards us. Comes round the wicket and Williams is in behind a short ball, but he's got plenty of time to adjust there and just play it down towards Ben Geddes. In there at backward point, and he's just rehearsing letting the ball go.
The thing about Saif Zabe is, he's only 24, but he's been playing first team cricket since 2014. He actually made his first team debut for Northamptonshire when he was still only 15.
Wow.
Against Durham University. It wasn't a first-class match, but it was a friendly, but he's been around a while.
Broaches in. Williams is forward. Thickish edge down into the turf. Diving stop from Rory Burns, the Surrey captain. Diving away to his left-hand side. End of the over. 368 for 7 on Northamptonshire. So they've done a very, very good job today. Started the day 209 for 5. So what's that? My maths is abysmal.
159 they've added today.
159. So it just shows, doesn't it, Joe? It's got harder and harder to pick up wickets as the game's gone on.
And they're certainly showing that it looks like it's hard work out there as well.
And I think the air ambulance, I think, landed in the grounds of the hospital, which is not too far away from here, and is now taken off again and heading off over to our left, so over towards the northwest. Lost the sun again, at least for part of the ground, although I think Clark Road is getting a bit of sunshine at the moment as Worrell starts a fresh over round the wicket to Sabe outside the off stump, left well alone. In fact, I'd never mentioned this to Sabe, and I think I might have to pick my moment, but it is interesting when he was batting earlier on with James Sales, and bearing in mind to say that Safe is only 24, he actually has played for Northamptonshire with James's dad, because
Wow.
David Sales was playing in that match against Durham University in 2014. So although he's only 24, he has played with 2 generations
Love that.
of the Sales family. Worrell round the wicket, bowls short to Sabe, ducks underneath it, watches it go into the gloves of Jamie Smith. And again, I think he's one of those players, and he's not alone in this. I think if you look around the circuit, that it's a question of trying, the counties and probably the player themselves, just trying to work out what the optimum role is. And I think for a while he was maybe pigeonholed a little bit as a white ball player. I think David Ripley certainly felt he had more to offer than that, and proved it last year. I say, played really well in the championship, struggled a little bit more this year, but has played well in white ball. But a terrific effort from him so far today. Still work to do as Worrell comes in, bowls very short again to Sabe, who's not the tallest, and it sails over his head. It's taken by the keeper, and the umpire makes the signal that is one for the over. Fielders out there just trying to keep the bowlers going, but it's hard yards out there in the 108th over of the innings.
Yeah, it is. And again, sort of looking a little bit further ahead. You know, even if Surrey get a chance to have a chance, they're not going to be able to score quickly on this, I think.
Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Zabe, punches nicely through the covers. It's only going to be a single because Geddes is out there in front of the west stand, sweeping on the extra cover boundary. So one more to Zabe, 95 to him, 369 for 7, the lead up to 287, and all of a sudden again it's gone just a wee bit murky out there.
Certainly has, but and that big boundary as well. You know, if you need to defend, having a big boundary, no fielding restrictions at all in the championship. You can go short. We've seen that as well, haven't we? Go short. So the only thing I think as well here is what we were saying, that if they've got to get these last 3 wickets, but then if Northamptonshire took a couple early, then you know that could put the cat amongst the pigeons.
It's a lovely straight drive by Lizard Williams. I think Dan Worrell may have got a hand on that, took a little bit of the way off it. The result being it's not going to go for 4. It's a good chase, and again, Williams had to just put the hammer down a little bit there. I think he was slightly ambling through for the 3rd. Suddenly realised that Tom Curran's throw down there was hurtling in, and he just needed to make sure he made his ground. He did. They came back for 3. 22 to Williams, 372 for 7.
Yeah, the one thing they don't need to do here is run someone out.
No, that
From
would be
a Northamptonshire point of view. That'd be a slight waste.
That would be a very bad idea. On balance, that would be a bad thing. 2 slips in. Worrell round the wicket to Zabe on 95, drives out into the covers, but only as far as Geddes at cover. End of another over, 372 for 7. Zabe is 95, Williams is 22, and Northamptonshire lead by 290. And the umpires are going to have a chat, and whether that's about the light as it is now or whether it's just to suggest that they may need the floodlights on. I think it might be, yeah, looking at the lights. I think
they're putting the lights on.
Going to suggest that's probably quite a good idea.
Just looking, so at the end of the first day, it was 249 for 4.
Yeah.
So 4 wickets went on that, but then that was in between light and all sorts of things. And then we were at tee on, then the last 6 wickets for Northamptonshire went fairly quickly once the new ball had come on the second day. So there were sort of 10 wickets on the second day. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 yesterday, 2 today. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach. And forward goes Williams, plays this one out into the offside. And there is no run. I'll hand to you, Radders.
Thank you, yes.
Update.
Time fly when you're having fun. I'd forgotten it was coming up to 2 o'clock. I just need to update BBC Radio Northampton, so I'll do so in a second. Field for Lizard Williams. Ryan Patel is in there at slip, and then Rory Burns is in there, not quite gully, it's almost a sort of 4th slip position. Roach round the wicket, bowls to Williams, who edges all along the floor, fielded by Rory Burns in that position at 4th slip. And there's no run. 372 for 7, 290 is the lead. Obviously keep you up to date as well, just bring you up to date with what's happening at Edgbaston. After I've done this update, that one looks a bit draw at the moment, you would say, if you're a betting man, between Warwickshire and Somerset at Edgbaston. Here's Roach in bowls to Williams, in behind it again, pushes it out into the covers. And lack of pace in this pitch is becoming, and particularly as the second new ball gets a bit older, we're best part of 30 overs now with this second new ball, and just getting a bit softer and a bit slower, as Yorkshire found to their cost, as I say, earlier this season when they were trying to bowl Northamptonshire out on the last day. Here's Roach, and again bowls to Williams, who drives uppishly, but it bounces well before it gets to mid-off. And Save Zabe just coming down the pitch and maybe just having a quiet word of soothing words,
yes,
I think, from the non-striker's end to suggest that there's still a bit of a job to do. Two of the players have been having a net in the outdoor net area, the old bowling green here, just walking back round the boundary over to our left. Now, Roach was starting to run in, and then they decide to put 2 men out, deep square and deep cover, to basically give him the single.
Both of whom were running away with their backs to the action, so he's had to wait here.
Williams was waiting. Roach wanted to run in. Well, he's running in now and bowls to Lizard Williams outside the off stump. So much ado about nothing, really. Lets it go through to Jamie Smith. 1 ball to go in the over, but there is now a deep square on the boundary and a deep cover on the boundary. Just update BBC Radio Northampton now. Northamptonshire fighting really hard here. 372 for 7 in their second innings, so the lead has stretched to 290, and Save Zabe on the brink of what would be his second championship 100. He's 95 not out. With him, Lizard Williams, the South African overseas, who's doing a pretty solid job in support. He's 22 not out. And Northamptonshire, who started at 209 for 5 this morning, have lost only 2 wickets today. Ricardo Vasconcelos for 79 and James Sales for 22. Both of those to Dan Worrell. We have 52 overs left in the day. The lead is 291. Northamptonshire 373 for 7. So that's updated BBC Radio Northampton. Joe, the umpire's having another chat. I'm not sure if this is, presumably it's got to be about the lights, isn't it? I'm not sure what else it's going to be.
Yeah, it's kind of, it doesn't feel like it's got any brighter since we've been back out there from lunchtime, so you would think that, I don't know what else they could be talking about.
No, I think it has to be.
It must be, mustn't it? We just had that little burst of sunshine after lunch, but it is now a little bit gloomier overhead.
I was just looking at Kemar Roach's stats. So far this innings, it'll be the only innings he hasn't taken a wicket in his little stint for Surrey in the Championship this year.
Well, that guarantees the hat trick then.
Yes,
Yep.
yes. Late on. Well, we're going to get Gus Atkinson back into the attack now.
And it's going to be Atkinson running in to bowl to Lizard Williams, who steers that down to third man. There's going to be a single. It goes down to James Taylor, I think, is still on for... comes round the front of the new pavilion.
Yeah, Cameron Steele's just
I was
gone
wondering
off.
if he sloped off. As I say, Hashim Amla's out there now, but James Taylor patrolling the boundary down by all the fielding equipment, the practice paraphernalia down in front of the new pavilion. Now, Zabe back on strike on 95. They're putting cover out, and deep square is also out, but a slip and a forward short leg. Atkinson in, bowls to Zabe, who drives pleasantly, runs for him here. It goes out towards extra cover. They're going to come back for two. They're going to take on the arm, and Lizard Williams is going to have to hurry. He does hurry. It's a good throw from the boundary. But, is that one short? Square leg umpire has signalled one short.
Yep.
So, obviously, Lizard Williams, they were looking for two, and Williams hadn't grounded his bat. So, only one run will count. So, that'll throw the scoreboard into disarray. 96 now to save Zabe, but he is on strike. 375 for 7. Atkinson in again, bowls short, a little swat hook by Safe Zabe, going down towards the boundary. They're only going to get a single. Kemar Roach is down there in front of the Spencer Pavilion. One more to Zabe, who goes to 97. 376 for 7. And I think they just, I don't know if they're talking about, I think they were probably just signalling that was one for the over, the short ball. But again, the umpire at this end, Graham Lloyd, getting quite animated. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls to Lizard Williams, who's in behind that, playing it back down the pitch. Atkinson fields, and there's no run.
Yes.
I thought Hashim Amla then was pointing up to here. I thought he was looking for your advice there, Churchy. He was sort of.
I don't think that would ever happen, to be fair.
What do we do, Mark? Well, they could ask Wendell.
Bowl yourself, Hashim.
Well, Wendell's probably got a few.
Well, there he
thoughts.
is. He's still waving his flag violently over there at the moment. Is Wendell?
Partnership worth 60 between these two, as Williams is back on strike. Atkins bowling short at him, ducks underneath it, and goes through to Jamie Smith.
The other thing here is, Safe Zabe's on 97. So as you were saying, Radders, he's been out the side, he's got back in, he's done it in tough circumstances against a very good attack. Wendell is very excited away to my right hand. I'm not quite sure about what, but he's very excited.
Obviously shouting at us. 376 for 7, and that's on the leg stump. Worked away by Lizard Williams. There's going to be just a single as it goes out to Jordan Clark, running round from mid-on. So Lizard Williams nicks the bowling with Zabe on 97. He's 25. 377 for 7. Northamptonshire lead closing in on 300. 295 ahead now. 51 overs left.
Hashim Amla's come up with something because he's just wandered across to have a chat with Rory Burns. Cameron Steele's back on. I suppose he could have been changing his boots for a bowl or something along those lines. And Kemar Roach is waiting for the ball to come. He's still giving it everything here, Kemar Roach, as is Gus Atkinson, as did Jordan Clark and Dan Worrell. It's just not a lot's happening. And they've come across... Safe Zabe has just played very sensibly here. He really has. And Williams has played a very good hand for his 25 as well.
61 the partnership for the 8th wicket. So I thought Lizard Williams, although he didn't make many runs, just looked so you could see down at Southampton. He knew what he was. Knew what he was about.
He can bat, can't he?
Didn't do a great deal in the first innings, out for a duck. But here is Roach.
Round the wicket he comes and gets a short one, Williams. And again, that just sort of sums it up really. He's got plenty of time to get in behind that. He's immediately signalling for, it looks like a headband or maybe something for the inside of the helmet there. Joe, the international sign of, it's either headband or towel.
Maybe one of the like foam inner protectors that you get on the inside of the helmet, potentially.
I've not seen that one before. As round the wicket goes Kemar Roach. Williams has had a drive outside his off stump. Goes past the edge. Taken low down by James Smith. Kemar Roach there is like, what do I have to do? As he turns around with a smile on his face as always and goes marching back again. Down to the top of his mark, shaking his head. But Williams has played pretty well here for these 25 runs. Round the wicket once again is Roach to him. And he's had another drive. Well, Kemar Roach now, big grin on his face. That goes past the edge. Hands on his knees, Kemar Roach. And I think that's along the lines of, well, I'm not quite sure what else to try here. To you, Mr. Williams?
I can think of one or two fast bowlers who by this stage would have spontaneously combusted.
Yes, but he's put it up there to swing. Just doing up his boots at the moment is Kemar Roach. And then he will go wandering back there to the top of his mark. But the thing here, Joe, is what you would say about the Surrey attack today is that they've kept going, haven't they? They're still trying to make something happen.
Yeah, toiling away as Wendell offers his
He's
two-penneth.
very vocal here, is Wendell, isn't he? He's
Extremely.
obviously spotted something going on. As Kemar Roach is round the wicket once again. Forward comes the left-handed Williams, plays this one back up the pitch. Oh yeah, Tom Curran's telling him something about playing it inside out, is I think I heard there from Tom Curran. So he's now having a chat with Wendell from square leg. Wendell's definitely giving some, I think he's giving some advice about what field to set for Williams. He's talking about him playing inside out. Well, they've pushed a man back onto the cover rope as Williams lets this one go outside his off stump. And that's into the gloves of Smith. And Wendell now just is waving his flag again. But that was definitely a bit of advice about what field to set here for Mr. Williams, I think, there from Wendell. Not sure anybody's taken much notice of it, but he's still at it. He's still at it, is Wendell.
I don't think I've ever heard Wendell quite so vocal as he is today. I mean, he's often very animated and waving the flag and the rest of it, but he's had an awful lot to say.
He has.
There
There was definitely something about him playing inside out there, as this one's left outside the off stump by Williams. End of the over from Kemar Roach. And 377 for 7. Oh, and here he is. He's still advice there to Tom Curran. Oh, look, he's bowling now, Wendell. He's having a bowl again here, Joe. He's having a bowl, Rudders.
Well, I think the laws of the game might mean that unfortunately Wendell can't come and have a bowl.
No,
but,
it'd be excellent if he could.
It could be interesting later on. The Northamptonshire batters having a little bit of respite. I think maybe they just wanted, as R. Williams was asking, I think.
Oh, yes, it is exactly
It is.
what Joe said.
Just one of those little foam rubber bands. And presumably the one that he's got is just rubbing a little bit or something, so he just wants a bit of extra protection.
They have like different thicknesses of them, and obviously if you want a nice tight secure fit you need to make sure you've got the right thickness of in a band.
So,
I like a thick one in mine myself.
do you?
Yeah.
So, Saif Zabe, 97, 377 for 7. And Gus Atkinson bowling over the wicket, slip in place, bowls to Zabe, on drives, runs for him here. Could this be his 100? He's going out towards the boundary. I think it is going to be his 100 because they're going to come back for 3. Jordan Clark has made a long chase out there and has pulled it in just inside the rope, but 3 runs to Saif Zabe. He looks at the sky. He's going to take off his helmet, acknowledge the applause from around the ground, and that is a huge ovation, certainly from the Northamptonshire balcony, and some of the spectators on their feet as well. That is an innings of huge character from Saif Zabe, coming back into the side, having not played Championship cricket since the middle of May, and he's come in and he's made 100 here, and it may have saved the match for Northamptonshire. 100 not out to Saif Zabe. Very well played. 380 for 7. His second one in Championship cricket.
That was tremendous, and actually his highest score since that
Yeah. Which
first Championship 100 against Sussex last year.
Yeah, 135 that was. Very good innings too, but this has been, well, I would say even better. Here's Lizard Williams flaying at that ball wide outside the off stump from Gus Atkinson. Another horrible one for Jamie Smith to take, but the point is, take it he does on the half volley. And once again, we say about keepers, and they only ever tend to get noticed when they drop a catch or let one go through. But Jamie Smith has been excellent today, really has been on top of his game. Hasn't been easy, ball's just been dying on him a little bit, but he's been top class. Here's Williams facing this next ball from Atkinson. He just steers it away, runs it down to third man, single to be had. The statistics for Safe Save's 100 reached 100 off 186 balls with 8 fours. So second 50 slowed up a bit. First one was off 83 balls, second off 103, but neither he nor anyone in the Northamptonshire camp will worry remotely about that. It really has been a super knock. 381 for 7. Atkinson round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, who's playing it out into the covers for the field. Rory Burns is in there now at extra cover. He's been obviously in the close catching cordon for most of the day, but finding himself out in the covers now.
It's interesting, isn't it, that this could, in a few years' time, might look back at this innings Save and say
career defining.
That was the day, yeah, because he's done it when it was really needed against a very good attack, and he's had to sort of adjust his game to what the situation is.
Atkinson round the wicket again, bowls to Zabe, who cuts it away down towards deep backward point. They're going to settle for a single. Zabe up to 101 and Northamptonshire to 382, and the ripple you can hear from eagle-eyed spectators is that takes Northamptonshire's lead to 300. Well, we were talking last night, weren't we, about what would give Northamptonshire a chance, and 180, maybe 200. Well, they're now 300 in front.
They're not knocking this on the head.
Oh no,
they're just going to keep batting quite rightly.
Here's Atkinson round the wicket again, bowls to Lizard Williams, who, as if liberated by having seen Safe Zabe through to his 100, has absolutely flayed that through extra cover for 4. It's the shorter boundary on that side. He really gave that the works. It's raced away for 4. It takes Williams up to 30. Northamptonshire to 386 for 7, and the lead to 304 at the end of the over.
I reckon we might see a bit more of that, a bit more free-flowing play.
Yeah, I suppose now for Williams, it's a case of if it's there, I can go after it because Safe Zabe's got to his 100. But I think from a Safe Zabe point of view, this has worked for him here. Keep going.
He just does what he's done so well so far.
Keep going, and greedy hundreds. As 386 for 7, so the lead's now 304. 304. And there are minimum of 49 overs left in the day. So a minimum of 49 left in the day.
Well, we had further communication from Lammy, Alan Lamb, who reckons pull out now. Yep. Give yourself a chance of winning. So it would be, what, 300 to win in 47 overs, something like that at the moment.
Around the wicket comes Kemar Roach to Safe Zabe. Good looking shot this. Just punches it straight up towards mid-on, and there's no... I think two things in that as well. And we mentioned it, that result yesterday when Essex beat Yorkshire, and these days the old 8 points for a draw.
Yeah. I suppose the other thing is, we're saying about how difficult it is to take wickets. Even if Northamptonshire nipped a couple out early, I think they would do very, very well to bowl Surrey.
Surrey should not get bowled out on this. No. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach again, and driving is Zabe. He's not really in control of that one. That's flashed off past Rory Burns there. He's almost fallen over with his hands on his knees there as Rory Burns.
I mean, there are lots of things feeding into this, as we've been saying. I think Northamptonshire will have half a thought, well, if Tom Curran can smash 100 before lunch yesterday, we don't want to give Surrey even a chance. And the other thing is, and this will resonate with, there weren't many of us who were down at Southampton last week, but Northamptonshire being 30 seconds away from a draw and 8 points, they're not going to want to throw this away.
No. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach once again. Oh, now shout for LBW given. Williams has looked to drive. I think he's just got the line of that wrong, Williams. And he's looked to drive, and it shows the situation here that Safe Zabe has kicked the ground in frustration there that Williams is out. I just wonder, I don't think there was bat in that. I just think he's got the line wrong and looked to drive and it was out. If there was no bat on that, that was out. So Williams goes for 30, 387 for 8, but a good innings that from Williams. Very good innings from him. Gone for 30, and it's 387 for 8, but he's done a job there, hasn't he, Joe?
Yeah, he certainly made a good contribution there, 30 off 81. And ultimately helped Safe Zabe get up to his second first-class century, which, for a personal milestone like that, I'm sure Safe Zabe will be very grateful. It's just unfortunate that he's got out the time he has. But as I mentioned previously, Kemar Roach has not been wicketless in
Nope.
innings for Surrey so far this year.
Very good spot from you, that. Very good spot, and I'm going to nick it, if you don't mind. As well, out comes Ben Sanderson into the middle, but the reaction of Safe Zabe there told the story.
Yeah.
He kicked the ground in frustration when Williams was out. And it might be that he thought there was a bit of bat in it as well, but he just kicked the ground in frustration as if to say, that was going well. That's a shame.
Well, Ben Sanderson, as we say, can hang around. He's done so quite effectively this season before. He's had 160 runs in the championship. Made a 38 against Kent on this ground, batting quite a long time with Lewis McManus, albeit when the game was pretty much dead. But takes his batting seriously, as a lot of bowlers do.
They all do now, don't they? They bat.
Well, they have to.
Yes, absolutely. You see how important these lower order runs are these days. Not too many sort of tail enders anymore.
Out and out rabbits.
Yes,
No.
there aren't many anymore. 387 for 8. So Sanderson is out there in the middle joining Safe Zabe. And the lead is 305. And here is Kemar Roach coming in over the wicket to Ben Sanderson, who's digging him out. It's right up there in the block hole, and his feet haven't gone anywhere. He's just dropped the bat on that as Sanderson, and that squirted away into the leg side. But no, they came together when Sales was out at 316 for 7 in the 93rd over, and Williams leaves in the 113th.
71 in 21 overs.
Yeah, good. And it's the 21 overs as well, as much as anything, as the sun's come out again now. As over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and forward goes Sanderson. Plays this one up towards mid-off. Hashim Amla does the fielding up there. But again, what you would say there with Kemar Roach is he's still piling in, isn't he? Giving it everything, and there he's picked up that wicket of Williams. It would be, well, you could ease off, I suppose, but that's not in Kemar Roach's style. That's why he's such a successful bowler. As in he comes again, and Sanderson just gets across his stumps, helps this one down towards Ben Geddes in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Kemar Roach with the wicket of Williams breaks the partnership. 387 for 8, so that is a lead of 305 with a minimum number of overs, 48, but you lose 2 for the change of innings, of course.
Yeah, so it would potentially be down to 46. At Edgbaston, the other Division 1 match, Warwickshire set 364, 121 for 1, so it still looks, you'd think probably odds on a draw. Dom Sibley's taken root there.
Lovely.
In the only Division 2 match that's still on, after the wins earlier in the day for Durham and for Middlesex, at Hove, Sussex 201 for 4 in their second innings. They're still 17 behind Worcestershire, so Worcestershire still feel they've got a chance there.
I just did a bit of maths there. In other words, used the calculator on my phone. If it was now, 2 wickets went bang bang, 45 overs, 366.7 and over.
Here's Cameron Steele in bowling short, pulled away by Safe Zabe. And has that gone all the way? No, first bounce for 4. It was a bit of a half tracker. It didn't bounce, and Zabe pounced on it and swung it away. First bounce for 4. 391 for 8. Zabe to 106. And the 2 fielders out there, including Kemar Roach down at deep backward square, just basically watched it on its way. Still a slip and a forward short leg in for Cameron Steele. The leg spinner short again, pulled by Zabe, this time down to Kemar Roach at deep backward square for a single. Zabe to 107, 392 for 8.
Just looked like that one got onto him a little bit quicker than the one before, as he looked to try and do the same.
I think it was good thinking.
I suppose the other thing here, though, is from a Northamptonshire point of view, how many overs would you need to try and cause a bit of a wobble? But you need to bowl out your skin on this, really, wouldn't you?
You really
just, I can't see 10 wickets going in the time that would be left if you did sort of pull the plug. I think you'd need a whole day.
I really can't see it.
No.
But, well,
never know.
We'll never know. Ben Sanderson on strike against against Cameron Steele, and that again didn't bounce.
That's a bit of cricket, that is.
We often say cricket was the winner. On that occasion, I think cricket was the loser. It was a short ball outside off stump. It didn't bounce, and Sanderson sort of poked it past extra cover for a single.
That was a magical piece of cricket.
It wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing thing we've seen in this match, but nevertheless,
timed it very well.
Well, takes Sanderson off the mark. 393 for 8 brings Zabe back on strike as Steele goes over the wicket to the left-hander. Forward goes Zabe, plays it out towards Ryan Patel at mid-wicket, but in fact it's Ben Geddes who trots back from forward short leg to retrieve.
Thought we'd lost Joe there for a minute, doing more of her stats.
Joe's drinks bottle's gone for a Burton.
It's that time of the afternoon.
Here's Steele in again, bowls to Zabe, who's right back on his stumps. He's not giving this up.
No, I like
Zabe.
this
I tell
a
you,
lot.
he's not about to try and do anything rash.
As I say, it was the reaction when Williams went.
Which is very good to see, I have to say. Here's Steele in again. Flights to that big, filthy full toss, and that's smashed away for 4. Surely it's got to be a no ball. It's not.
No, I thought that was.
Well, I would have thought that was, but anyway, it was a big full toss. It was pulled away through mid-wicket for 4. So Zabe goes to the dreaded Nelson, 111 to him. Northamptonshire 397 for 8, leading by 315, 47 overs to go.
Wasn't the most highest quality over we've seen from Cameron Steele in this match.
He's bowled well in this
Really
game
well
by
in
and
this
large,
game,
hasn't he?
yeah.
But
He has, and I think I saw before this game he'd only actually bowled 10 overs in the season, and he's had, what has he bowled, 23 in this innings and 6 in, so he's bowled 29 overs in this game, and he's had a decent role to play. So
Well, he's had a decent role to play this season as well. Cameron's a terrific team man, is Cameron Steele. Sort of he'll bat any way you ask him to, and he'll bowl his overs whenever you ask him to, and you've seen him in the field. He's everywhere. Kemar Roach is coming over the wicket here to Sanderson, who's forward and punching up towards Ashley Mamler up there at mid-on. So 315 the lead now at 397 for 8. Northamptonshire. Another thing that always sort of gives the game away is when the innings get bigger and bigger. So,
yeah,
339, 421, 397 for 8. So they're not going down, they're going up. As over the wicket comes Kemar Roach, goes past the edge of Sanderson's bat as he looks to drive. But again, with Kemar Roach, he's still bending his back and giving it everything to try and get these last couple of wickets for Surrey.
Terrific pro, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
That vast experience, 69 tests behind him. Tweets still keep coming in. Thank you very much. Keep them coming. James Freeman at Lost Pom James has been on and says, great work from Safe Save today. I was expecting a good old Northamptonshire style collapse.
No, there's been no sign of that today. As in over the wicket, he comes again. Kemar Roach right up there on the toes of Sanderson, who plays this one straight back up the pitch.
But he goes on, whatever the result from here on, it's been a top effort and a top knock.
It has
I wouldn't disagree with that, James.
Yeah, and I think maybe, as I said, might look back at this afternoon and this morning for Safe Save. He's proved that he can do it. 195 balls for his 111 against a very good attack.
Yeah.
That's the other thing here. Over the wicket again goes Kemar Roach. Short one. Ducking underneath it is Sanderson.
And if you look at it for the Northamptonshire side going forward, in the same way that Rob Keogh is so valuable because he's a fine batter, and he gives you the off-spin option with Safe Zabe. If he's now going to, really blossom in Championship cricket, he gives you that little bit of the old left arm spin as well,
Absolutely.
and it makes balancing the side a whole lot easier.
A couple of all-rounders, really. As over the wicket once again goes Kemar. Roach looks for the Yorker. It's well played by Sanderson, just digs it out. Round comes Tom Curran to do the fielding. Pick up a single. Sanderson moves on to 2. As 398 for 8. Back onto strike comes save on 111. Kemar Roach is marching back towards the sight screen, and then turns once again. Comes round the wicket to save. Save off his hip, clips this into the leg side. Rory Burns, the captain, dives headlong to his right to do the fielding. It's a good bit of work that from Rory Burns. Nicely timed by Safe. End of the over. And 398 for 8. Sanderson 2, Safe 111. And it's going to be Cameron Steele to continue. Down below us from this indoor school end of the ground. And there are, on the board, a minimum of 46 to go. What have we got till tea? Hour?
Thereabouts,
Yeah.
yes.
About an hour till tea now.
So, Northamptonshire, well, I have to say, we were talking at lunchtime, Mark, and he said he thought Northamptonshire might still be batting at tea. I have to say I poo-pooed that, but, well, who knows. Sanderson, not out 2, faces this next ball from Cameron Steele. It bounces a little bit, goes off bat and pad into the onside. And if there had been a forward short leg, it would have been the simplest catch you can imagine. There isn't a forward short leg. So as a result, Sanderson gets a single. He goes to 399 for 8. There is a forward short leg in there for Safe Zabe. And a slip as well. Rory Burns back in the coordinate slip. And here's Steele in bowls again to Zabe. Big sweep like he got out in the first innings. But I think that presumably pitched outside leg stump by the look of it. I haven't seen the replay.
Well,
Zabe is rehearsing the shot. He's gone this length of time without trying
that's what I was going to say.
sweep.
I'd love to. I think that's the first sweep he's tried.
I think it
in
is.
the entire innings.
It's pitched outside leg stump, I think so.
So that he's put that shot completely to bed, which is very, very good, isn't
There's
it?
a bit of character, isn't it? Having got out to it cheaply in the first innings, is Steele again. Very full, driven back on the bounce to Cameron Steele. Stung the fingers. Hit on the full by Safe Zabe. 399 for 8. Having resumed at 209 for 5 this morning. Steele in again, bowls to Zabe, drives again, back on the bounce to Steele, who fields off his own bowling in his 24th over now, as Joe said, having not bowled much this season. More than made up for it here. He's in again, bowls short to Zabe, who's on his back foot, punching it out to deep cover for a single. Brings up the 400 for Northamptonshire. Takes Zabe to 112, and what Cameron Steele probably won't want to see is it also gives him 100.
Yeah, I bet.
2 for 100, but he's done a cracking job. There's no inferred criticism there. He's just bowled a lot of overs, and they've had usually close catches in there as well. He's trying to get wickets. Did get a couple last night. Here's Steele in again, and cut away by Sanderson with wrists of steel, something like that. Goes down to backward point. Kemar Roach fields, end of the over, 400 for 8. Zabe is 112. Sanderson 3, the lead 318.
One of my favourite Superman films, that. Wrists of Steel. 400 for 8. Yes, but I'm trying to think here what Surrey could do. The problem they've got now is you're running out of all overs, and actually 318 is an awful lot of runs as well, isn't it? So I think we're going to get a bit of Ryan Patel. But I think Zabe's doing this exactly the right way at the moment. For where we are in the season, that's the thing. Where we are in the season, the fact that Northamptonshire know what happened yesterday in that. Now, it would have been very, very different, I'm sure, had Yorkshire beaten Essex yesterday. As it is, at the moment, this is fine from a Northamptonshire point of view, isn't
Absolutely.
it? So Ryan Patel is coming round the wicket to save Zabe, and it's short, that'll be 6. Oh, he's got hold of that one, and save Zabe. He's been waiting for that. I think he's got that out of his system as save Zabe. I think he's been wanting to do that now. Well, that, I think, was his 201st delivery And so he's got it. He's gone 200 balls, and then suddenly he's finally, I've done enough now. I've got a short one from Ryan Patel, and he's just helped it on its way for 6.
Put it away for another 200 balls.
He did. Yes. We all know you can play that shot now, safe. So put it away. But no, 406 for 8, and he moves on to 118. Has the ball come back yet?
No, it has. No. Somerset have dislodged Dom Sibley.
Are they?
He's out for 54 at Edgbaston. Warwickshire now 128 for 2 after being set 364, which I don't think they're going to get by Somerset. Still looks very drawish, but Alex Davis is still there, 57 not out. Sam Haynes just gone in. Don't think Warwickshire are going to win. The question of whether Somerset can just keep chipping away and maybe put a bit of pressure on the Warwickshire middle order, but at the moment you would say probably odds on a draw.
Good news is Tom Curran's back because he had to go and find the ball. So he's back and the ball's back as well. So Ryan Patel's around the wicket here to save. Oh, there we go again. That one could be out though. No, that's 6 more because Jordan Clark was down there at fine leg, sort of giving it that this is coming straight to me, and then he just watched it go straight over his head and into the crowd. So it's a repeat again from Safe Zabe. So a couple of balls from Ryan Patel, a couple of 6s for Safe Zabe. He moves on to 124, 412 for 8, Joe Gardner.
Just a couple of leg stump long hops, really, from Ryan Patel. There's not really much more I can say. And when Safe's been batting for 200 balls, I mean, to the short boundary as well, short side as well, he's just saying thank you very much.
Where does Ryan Patel try now? He's in. Goes full of length this time. That's driven by Safe Zabe up towards Kemar Roach in his long sleeve sweater. I enjoyed that from Jordan Clark though, because he back-pedalled and stood with his hands out ready to take the catch, and then just kept his hands out and just looked behind him as it went about 10 rows back. So it's just ticked Safe Zabe along now to 124. Second first-class 100 for the young man today. As around the wicket comes Patel, and oh, hello, he's done him again. This one, though, could be trouble for Tom Curran. Under the catch, takes it. And Safe Zabe has gone, trying for a third 6 in the over. And he gets a pat on the back from Cameron Steele. I don't think Safe Zabe can quite believe he's just done that. I think he is so cross with himself that he's going to have to literally drag himself off.
He is, isn't he?
Because he's hit a couple in this over. He's gone for a third there. It's a good catch from Tom Curran just inside the boundary rope. But this might take Safe Zabe a while to get off. But what a fine innings. 124 for him. And it's 412 for 9.
And he's still only halfway back.
He is so cross with himself. And again, that's actually a very, very good sign. But what a fine innings that's been, Joe Gardner, from Safe Zabe. 124, and it's 412 for 9.
Yeah, it's been top quality from Safe Zabe, and as I think I mentioned earlier, we've seen it from him in the white ball formats this summer in particular, and obviously with him not making an appearance in the best part of 4 months back at the Oval earlier on in the year. I think that's just shows how good a player he is. But yeah, he'll be bitterly disappointed that he's got out in that way after hitting a couple into the stands earlier on in the over, but it doesn't take away from the class of that innings that we've seen in the situation that Northampton were in. So yeah, fair play to Safe Zabe. Good innings.
Yeah, very, very good innings. Good catch from Tom Curran, actually, because he had absolutely no room to work with there. But Safe Zabe's very fine innings has come to an end. But he's done a terrific job, but he was so cross with himself there.
I thought Ricardo Vasconcelos has a slow walk off, but that trumped anything I've seen from Ricardo this year.
So White is out there as the last batsman, left-handed, and he's just pushing this one from Ryan Patel out into the offside. So 1 wicket to go for Surrey. Now, if it were to go to this delivery, that would be, 41 overs to make 331. It's a big old ask, that, isn't it?
8 and a bit.
Yeah, it's a big ask. I'm sure they'd be positive at the start, mind. That's the way they go about it, Surrey. As Ryan Patel, round the wicket he comes once again. Short one again from Ryan Patel. I'm not sure it's going to work 4 times, as that one's tucked into the leg side by White, and he gets off the mark with a single. And that's 413 for 9 at the end of the over, so that's 331 now. So 332 off a minimum of 44. So as you say, Rudders, that's 8 and over now for Surrey, but well played, safe. And Ryan Patel will be delighted. Great tactic, that, isn't it? Couple of sixes and then getting caught on the boundary rope.
Bounce him out.
Yes.
124 off 203 balls, 2 sixes, 10 fours, was out there just about 4.5 hours. And, well, put another way, was out there for 67 overs. And a very, very valuable innings. Jack White has got the strike against the leg spinner. Well, this will be interesting. 413 for 9. Steele round the wicket, bowling to Jack White, who's pushing forward, left-hander. Just drops it down on the offside. Jamie Smith comes from behind the stumps to retrieve. Jack White, in his first-class career so far, doesn't tend to do batting long.
Right.
He can hit a ball, but it doesn't tend to be out there that long. Well, that one's outside the off stump. He sort of made a rather circumspect poke at it. Goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
All I would say is he's not picked the googly.
No.
Has he?
Well, that's possibly not a huge surprise. Is Steele in again, bowls to White. That's nothing wrong with that at all. That's like Graham Pollock through half-closed eyes. Pushes it out into the covers for a single. White goes to 2, 414 for 9.
My favourite Jack White highlight batting this year has got to be that reverse sweep
At
Cheltenham.
Yeah.
Was it first ball?
Yeah, they put him
phenomenal.
up the order in a run chase.
Excellent.
And it was getting really tight, and they put him in, and he went for the reverse sweep and nailed it. First ball for. Didn't bat much. Like was out fairly soon afterwards, but it was quite entertaining. Next ball, Steele to Sanderson, rather more solidly playing it out into the covers for Patel to field.
Like the designated hitter.
Yeah, absolutely. I say he has got a really good eye, and he hits the ball a long way when he does connect. Here's Steele in again, bowls to Sanderson, who whips that away out to deep mid-wicket. And they're going to get a single. Tom Curran is out there, where he held the catch to dismiss. Save just a few minutes ago. Sanderson to 415 for 9. Sun trying to come out. Clouds fairly high. Light is absolutely fine at the moment. And Steele bowling that outside the off stump. It was the leg break, so turning into the left-handed White, but he let it go. Started fairly wide, and that's the end of another over for Cameron Steele. 25 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 102, 415 for 9. It's fair to say, we talked about Joe's biro getting red hot earlier. I think my phone's been getting red hot. I think former Northamptonshire captain and England greater we were talking about earlier, AJ Lamb, it's fair to say he feels Northamptonshire probably should have declared some time ago, but he's certainly saying they should declare now. Well, I don't think they're going to.
No.
I had similar on the messages from Hampshire's finest, Emily Windsor.
Did Hampshire's finest? Well, it's going to be Ryan Patel coming in over the wicket, and this one's pushed off the back foot by the right-handed Sanderson. She described how she hit the winning runs again in the 100, do you, in that text?
Yeah, for the Oval Invincibles, ironically.
Yeah, ironically.
So hang on a minute, how come she's supporting Hampshire
Well,
if she was...
well, you see, that's the thing.
Have I missed something there?
You know.
Well, I miss a lot, but...
415 for 9. As over the wicket once again comes Ryan Patel. Oh, bit of bat on it, is there? Yep. As Sanderson was looking to flick round that front pad, it was pretty straight, but he's got a little bit of bat on that. No, all joking aside, Emily Windsor hitting the winning runs for the Oval Invincibles, and then very fine innings the other day again. So she's in good nick at the moment. And I know she's been listening in today as well. Has a certain Kay James as well, I think, has been having a little listen in. As in over the wicket once again goes Ryan Patel, and that's punched off the back foot from Sanderson in front of square. That's going to race away for 4. Made a lovely noise off the bat of Sanderson, that. It was there to be struck, and he struck it. And it's whistled away over the boundary rope for 4. Sanderson moves on to 8, 419 for 9.
Blimey, we've got Graham Pollock at one end and Ted Dexter at the other
Yeah,
after that shot.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it, from Sanderson? Settles himself over his bat once again. Ryan Patel is over the wicket to him. Forward he goes, thickish inside edge. Get a single here. He could get two if he wanted them. I don't think White was ever thinking about sprinting the first. So they'll get one. Sanderson moves on to 10. 420 for 9. The lead moves on to 338. So started the day 209 for 5. So they've added 211 for the loss of 4, which is an excellent effort. Sanderson's broken his bat, I think. He's signalling to the dressing room for another bit of willow. As round the wicket goes Patel. Or White's had a nibble at this one. It was short of a length. He's just trying to run that off down towards third man. Got nothing on it. Taken by Jamie Smith away to his left-hand side. I can think of a couple of people who'll be quite glad to get off here. Worrell and Roach. I think they'll be quite happy to go and put their feet up now. They've given it everything, especially with that new ball. It's just this pitch has got easier, really. 420 for 9. And Northamptonshire have batted extremely well in this second innings. Forward again goes White. Plays this one up towards mid-off and there's no run. Because, Joe, the thing here is, yeah, OK, the pitch has got it easier to bat on. There's no great pace to it. But match situation as well and pressure, doesn't matter what you're on. If pressure builds up, then funny things can happen. And yesterday at 161 for 5, when Proctor went, you did think then, cool, Surrey here, they could knock them over yesterday evening and then not be chasing very much on the last day. So in the match situation, Northamptonshire have batted really well here, haven't they?
Yeah, they've been exceptional. I think it was looking pretty ominous. I mean, I certainly thought it was when Luke Proctor and Rob Keogh were shortly dismissed yesterday evening. But yeah, the character from Ricardo and Safe in particular this morning, moving through the day, has been exceptional.
Cameron Steele starting afresh over to Ben Sanderson. First delivery is punched away by Sanderson down to deep cover for a single. Takes Ben Sanderson into double figures, 10 to him. 421 for 9. The lead creeps up to 339. 41 overs to go after this one. Here's Steele in again. Bowls pushed forward by Jack White. Behind that solidly enough. Just a slip in now, but there is a backward point. And sweeping out on the cover boundary. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. Round the wicket comes Steele. Attempted drive by Jack White, who was looking out towards the extra cover boundary, only to discover that he'd just toe-ended it really, and it jammed down into the ground. Bounces up to forward short leg, and there's no run. Steele in again, bowls to White, this time pushes forward solidly out into the offside. Steele trots across himself to complete the fielding.
One thing I have noticed is they might be thinking about declaring, I don't know, but if you're White or Sanderson and you look up to the dressing room, all your teammates have already got their whites on.
It's not a vote of confidence, is it really? Steele in again, bowls to Jack White, who's covering everything up, playing that with almost exaggerated care out to square of the wicket on the offside. Rory Burns comes round from slip to field. Well, Northamptonshire supporters might be thinking, why didn't he do this at Southampton last week? Anyway, here's Steele in again, bowls to White, plays it out into the covers. And Hashim Amla trots round from backward point to field. Game's just slightly gone to sleep at the moment, which I suppose is understandable given where we are. 2 to White, 10 to Sanderson, 421 for 9, 41 overs to go. The lead is 339. So, yeah, Surrey would be looking at pushing 9s now, wouldn't they? If
I'll go back to what? I just think taking 10 wickets, we've seen how difficult it has been today for Surrey to take the 4. But you never know, someone could have the afternoon of the season a bit later, but just at the moment the pitch really isn't doing a huge amount. As here is Ryan Patel, and that's cracked by Sanderson. What an effort that was from Cameron Steele. If he'd taken that would have been an unbelievable catch at backward point, because I was already looking towards the boundary rope, but it was flat to his right. It's a brilliant effort, that. It really is, from Cameron Steele. And if he'd come up with that, that would have been a heck of a catch. It really would have done. Well, he'd say 4 runs, definitely. As Patel is over the wicket once again. Sanderson, ooh, French cut, really, that. Little inside edge, looking to get it down through backward point. Sun's come out again now. In fact, there's a patch of blue sky away to our right-hand side. Sanderson will pick up one more. He moves on to 11. 422 for 9. The lead moves on to 340.
Okay, slightly more interesting at Edgbaston because another wicket's gone down. Warwickshire 146 for 3, and Casey Aldridge has dismissed both Dom Sibley and Alex Davis, so 2 new batters in.
Yeah, I like Casey Aldridge a lot. Round the wicket goes Patel. Forward comes the left-handed White. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
So Somerset basically have 41 overs to get the last 7 wickets. I don't think Warwickshire are going to get the 220 odd runs to win.
They could sort of
make it interesting.
Yeah, it would do. Would make it very interesting. As Patel runs towards us again. Round the wicket he comes. To White, short ball. White plenty of time to ride the bounce and then guide it off. Down through backward point. Off goes Cameron Steele, loses his hat. As the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. 1 more to the total. Really, Joe, though, I don't know what more Surrey could have tried here. They've given it absolutely everything.
All the bowlers that have bowled you couldn't have asked much more from them, I don't think. Obviously had different tactics moving through the innings as well.
Patel is in over the wicket to Sanderson, who's driving on the up. Nicely played out towards Tom Curran. He's had a great game. I think anybody who was here yesterday will never forget Tom Curran's innings yesterday. 1 more to the total. He was very modest about it all last night, but God dear, he didn't half bat well yesterday. Middled absolutely everything, it seemed. 424 for 9. Round the wicket once more comes Ryan Patel, and White just pushes this one off the back foot out into the offside, and they'll pick up another single. And just the way these two are playing sort of says, just keep batting here, yeah. Northamptonshire. The only reason I mentioned that was I saw all the Northamptonshire players sort of put their whites on, which, as I say, for Sanderson and White, you sort of look up there and think, well, hang on.
Well, they've seen Jack White bat before, but yeah, I think it's one of those afternoons where you start already now to look at where the points are going to go if this is a draw, which I think is probably the most likely outcome now. Although strange things are happening now because Wendell's gone for a walk and he's taken his flag with him.
I've just had a question actually from Chris, who's sort of only just tuned in and is asking, who is Wendell?
Right, well, here's Steele starting a fresh over to Jack White, short of a length. White turning it down to backward square where Kemar Roach fields, and a single to Jack White, 5 to him, 426 for 9. It's probably Northamptonshire's most prominent supporter, it's probably fair to say. Very vocal, always has a big flag which he keeps here at the ground because he can't get on his bike to take it home with him. Steele in again, bowls to Sanderson, who is bowled. So Cameron Steele gets a bit of reward, picks up the last wicket. Sanderson is bowled for 12. Northamptonshire are all out for 426, which means that Surrey will need 345 to win, and we'll confirm the overs, but I think it will be 37 left.
We're in, yeah, 37. I think you're right. That would be a big ask, wouldn't it?
Well, we'll await confirmation from the scorers, but Sanderson is the last to go, bowled by Cameron Steele for 12. Leaves Jack White not out on 5. 4-2-6 all out. The innings over at coming up to 5 minutes to 3 on the final afternoon. So yeah, 345 Surrey will need to win. I'll run through the bowling figures for you. Kemar Roach, 22 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 45, and yet another instance of those figures not remotely reflecting how well he's bowled in this innings. Dan Worrell, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 69. Certainly looked threatening this morning when he picked up those 2 quick wickets. Gus Atkinson, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 73. Very much had the role of sort of the enforcer in this innings, didn't he? Try and ping a few in short. Jordan Clark, 18 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 54. Tom Curran, 11 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 25, but hasn't bowled today. Cameron Steele, 26 overs and 2 balls, 1 maiden, 3 for 104. And Ryan Patel, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 34. There were 38 extras. And Northamptonshire all out for 426 in the 122nd over of the innings.
Yes, and I just looked again, doing the maths in my head here. Just over 9 and over is what you'd be looking at if you're Surrey. And I just think, Joe, especially on this pitch as well, that just really would be something quite remarkable, to be fair, wouldn't it?
Be astonishing, yeah. I mean, it'd be interesting to see how they start.
I think they'll just play normally, which is, they're positive anyway, Messrs. Patel. But then, of course, you've got Mr. Amler coming out at number 3. And but what Northamptonshire will say to themselves, I'm sure now, is, listen, if we could get a couple early, you never know. Can we put a wobble in that Surrey dressing room? That's what they'll be saying to themselves. But I think this is more about Surrey batting out the overs and then a shaking of hands as much as anything.
Well, if you look at where are we with the points in this match? So Northamptonshire have picked up 3 batting, 3 bowling, 6. So that would give them, assuming it's a draw, that would be 14 points for Northamptonshire, which would put them on 147. Now that would give them a little bit of clear water, particularly with Kent, that would put them, 32 points ahead of Kent. 2 games to go. It means that Kent have almost certainly got to win probably one of those or get 2 very good draws. And they've got to play Lancashire next up, and that's even ignoring all the other teams like the Warwickshire and Somerset and so on. From Surrey's point of view, they obviously picked up the maximum 8, so another 8 points for Surrey would obviously put them 8 points clear.
Yes.
With 2 games to go, 8 points ahead of Hampshire. So still everything to play for. They dearly love a win here. But I think with best will in the world, it may be a bit beyond them.
It might be, but these days in cricket, we've seen what England have done.
Bazball.
Yes, indeed. So, yes. I don't think he likes that phrase, does he? Mr. McCullum? I don't think he's a big fan of the old Bazball phrase. But I think the whole thing with that is that sort of positive mindset, isn't it, Joe?
Yeah, I think he'd certainly be encouraging his players to go out and try and chase this down, wouldn't he? So,
no, as I say, the other thing that is in this Surrey batting lineup, without Will Jacks, it's changed a slight bit there, but it's very adjustable. You can bump a couple up the order and drop Amler down just in case. So things like that. But I think they'll just go about it normally, to be honest with you, and then see where they are. They'll sort of have a game plan in their minds, but it'll be fascinating, as you say, to see. I think they'll just start normally, but you never know. These days in cricket, every time you think you know what's going to happen, the complete opposite happens. Any news on our England legends?
I'm afraid I have bad news.
Oh no, have they forgotten there's a game on?
Well, that may be possible. It's been abandoned without a ball bowled.
Oh no!
Obviously the games yesterday
the weather
were rained off, but the weather in Kanpur looks as though it hasn't done particularly well. And I was just looking to see there's somebody taking some catches. It's head groundsman,
Craig,
isn't it? Craig Harvey, Northamptonshire's head groundsman. I suppose it's the old Wendell thing again, but he's having some catches knocked up by Ben Smith, Northamptonshires batting coach, and I wonder, well, who's out there? I thought there's nobody out there in whites taking the catches, and it is Craig Harvey, Northamptonshires head groundsman. He's just dropped that one.
Yes.
So
what he doesn't want to do here is break a finger.
Well, no.
That's never the best idea, one that's sort of high in the air, goes straight on the end of your finger. I know he looked very safe under those, didn't he?
Well, I was just thinking of the story that we were hearing yesterday from Phil Rowe about David Ripley and Wendell. So he's presumably, I don't think he was actually 0 from 10 there. I think he did take 2 or 3 before finally he did drop one. But Ben Smith has now retreated back, presumably just to have the final word before the players come out
The
again.
other question I've got for everybody here, so what are we going to have? Tea time is, what, 3:30?
Well, I'm trying to work this out. I'm just... Tea on the last day, I have to say, when also we're starting
It's
late.
a non-movable feast.
It is a
thought.
non-movable feast, so I think we will be heading out there for a wee bit before tea.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking a 20-odd minute little session before the tea break. I've seen a little thing up on the excellent Northants TV, restart at 2 minutes past 3.
Yes, but that's it. Yeah, it says that, but of course the umpires haven't actually appeared yet, and I've got the fact that it's about a minute to 3 now. So
I don't think we're having tea now, are we?
well, I'm just slightly wondering because, as I say, there's no sign of the umpires.
They're sat in their little box having a cup of tea at the moment, but I don't know whether that means it is tea.
I suspect it. There's no. I think it must be because I don't think there is any sign of the umpires actually going out. So it may be that because the innings has finished within. Well, it would have been within a quarter of an hour of the 20 minutes or so of the. There's an umpire has appeared. It's a bit like the old little weather things that they used to have with a weatherman and a weather woman that used to come out. One would go out, and the other would come in. Well. The umpire's gone out, and I reckon this is probably tea, because I don't think there's any sign of anybody coming out afterwards.
Because there's no movement up there whatsoever.
So that being the case, we'll hang on here because I need to update BBC Radio Northampton into the 3 o'clock news. But as far as listeners to BBC 5 Live Sports Extra are concerned, we'll hand you back to the studio and Kevin Howells. And for everyone else, we will be back with you in around about 10 minutes' time. I think it will now be before the innings ends, or the innings begins, I should say. The innings has already ended, so I think it is going to be a question of coming out in around about 10 minutes' time. There will be then, I'll just check with the scorers, of course, how many overs to go, but it is going to be a long run chase. Very tall order as far as Surrey are concerned, to chase down 345 to win at what would be pushing 9 and over. Nevertheless, you never know. But anyway, for now, from all of us here at Wantage Road, apart from just the update to BBC Radio Northampton, we'll nip off in search of a cuppa. Trust you'll do the same. Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to Wantage Road, where the players and the umpires are once again taking the field for the final innings, indeed the final session of this County Championship Division 1 match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. Surrey need 345 to win because the interval between innings was basically absorbed by the tea interval. I think they now means they will have 39 overs in which to get them. So by my reckoning, that's round about 8.5 runs and over, something like that. My co-commentator Mark Church has got the calculator out as we speak, just to make absolutely sure, but I reckon that's near enough. So in other words, if Surrey chase this down, it will be a truly remarkable final session, and we'll have lots to talk about. Alternatively, it may all rather fizzle out and it'll be a shake of hands, but we shall see. Or I suppose Northamptonshire might
Knock
make
them over.
inroads and knock Surrey over, but I think bowling any side out that doesn't want to be bowled out in 39 overs on this pitch is probably somewhat optimistic. Anyway, we have the Surrey openers out there. We have Ben Sanderson marking out his run at the David Capel end. And, well, Mark, it's been a pretty good rearguard action by Northamptonshire, who were sort of saying initially they'd do well if they last till lunch. Well, in the end, and you were about the only person I think who thought they might, they pretty well batted until tea.
Yeah, and Safe Save played really, really well. But Surrey just have to be on their toes here. Be Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end with the first ball of this Surrey second innings, and Rory Burns just covering up off a length. Pushes this one down towards backward point. And there is no run. But yeah, I think sort of when I began to think about that, it was probably after about 40 minutes this morning when the new ball arrived, and actually the first couple swung, and I thought, ooh, this could be interesting, but actually not a lot happened really, did it?
No, it didn't.
And Safe Save played it really, really sensibly and found really good support from Williams as Sanderson is into Burns, beats him on the outside with a lovely length delivery. That's the length from Sanderson. It's very well bowled, beats the edge, taken by Vasconcelos.
It is. Well, he, if anybody, ought to know the length to bowl here at Wantage Road, as we welcome back listeners to 5 Sports Extra, back to Wantage Road, where we're into the final session of this match. Surrey set 345 to win in what will be a total of, or maximum of 39 overs, minimum of 39 overs, I should say. Here's Sanderson.
Forward goes Burns, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run.
Andrew Radden, Mark Church with you, and Joe Gardner will be back with us presently. It's hard to see, in all honesty, that this isn't going to end as a draw.
Yeah.
Not least, and we've been saying this since quite early on this morning, you do feel that the light may possibly have a little bit of an issue. It's quite cloudy. It's fine at the moment, but you think maybe in an hour and a half's time it might be a bit different.
Yeah, as Sanderson comes in over the wicket, and Burns' first runs just hits the face of the bat, runs off down towards third man. They will pick up a single. One more for Rory Burns, a cruise this season, and the first run for Surrey in this second innings. One without loss they are.
I'm much indebted to Mikey Fenn, who was actually on to us earlier on during the match with some interesting stats about Josh Cobb and his success or otherwise at different places in the batting order, because we were discussing whether number 4 was the best place for him, and he's come up with some interesting scenarios about the table.
Round the wicket goes Sanderson. First ball for Ryan Patel. He's forward, thick edge. Runs off down towards third man. He'll get a single as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. And Ryan Patel moves on to 1. And Surrey will just play this normally. I can't see it. No, I can't see them going after this. It would just take something miraculous, really. So I think this is all about just play normally. If you're Surrey, if you're Northamptonshire, just hope someone has an incredible afternoon. Over the wicket goes Sanderson to Burns, and Burns lets this one go. Outside is off stump, end of the over. First one of this second innings, and what's been a terrific game of cricket. It really has. And 2 without loss, Surrey. So still needing the small matter of 343 to win off 38 overs.
Well, you and I, Mark, have been lucky enough to watch every ball of the last two matches between these two sides on this ground, and we had a wonderful game here last year that went to the right to the death, the back end of the last session, with Northamptonshire just squeaking home by 2 wickets in a long run chase. A terrific game of cricket, and this has been equally interesting. Some astonishing individual performances, not least a wonderful 100 on the first day from Emilio Gay, terrific 100 before lunch from Tom Curran yesterday. Innings of great character, and possibly, as we were discussing earlier, potentially a career-defining innings from Saif Zaib here to, one would imagine, make this game safe for Northamptonshire. Just talk through some of these stats that Mikey's come up with as Jack White starts from this indoor centre end with 3 slips in place. Bowls to Ryan Patel, plays it up to Lizard Williams at mid-on, and there's no run. Now this assumes... there'll be a short test later, so I hope you're taking
yes,
notes.
I am.
This assumes that this game ends in a draw.
Right.
And it also assumes that the match between Somerset and Warwickshire at Edgbaston ends in a draw. Warwickshire 165 for 3 at tea. They need another 199 to win, which you think is unlikely. Somerset need to take 7 wickets in the last session. Patel on strike, White round the wicket, bowls to him, he plays it out to mid-wicket where it's fielded there by James Sales, and there's no run. So on that basis, if you look at the worst scenario for Northamptonshire in the remaining matches, obviously Northamptonshire have still got to play Somerset away and then Essex at home. If you go on the worst case scenario, which is basically that Northamptonshire get no points at all, and all the other teams in the running to try and avoid the drop get maximum points. It's exciting, this, isn't it?
It is.
Here's White in again, bowls to Patel, stretches forward, plays it out into the covers. Tom Taylor, who's on as substitute, fields, and there's no run. Now he reckons, and I must admit I haven't had a chance to go through and audit this, but had a quick glance, it looks absolutely fine to me. Northamptonshire would then need a maximum of 9 points from the last 2 games to stay up, regardless of what anybody else does.
So that's a bit of batting points and bowling points.
A bit of batting points and bowling points.
Right, there
so
you
I will obviously go through this later on, but here's White in again, turned away to mid-wicket, good tumbling stop there by Sales, cuts off any possibility of a single, stays at 2 for no wicket. So on that basis, a draw here, and again, we were talking earlier about, I know we've had 1 or 2 communications from people saying, why didn't Northamptonshire declare, give themselves a chance to win and all the rest of it. I just think, well, we both said, I think bowling out a side on this pitch that doesn't want to be bowled out is going to be very difficult, and I think, again, the 8 points for a draw, I think Northamptonshire would have snapped your hand off for that, certainly before play started this morning. Cut away by Patel, down to Wideish third man, and they're through for a single. Patel to 2, and Surrey to 3 for no wicket. We've got a bit of sunshine, which is very welcome.
Through a nice tweet saying that what Surrey need here is a bit of bats ball. I don't think we're going to see any of that here.
Well, again, we keep coming back to 8 points for a draw, don't we? And when it's so tight, and Surrey have got Yorkshire and then
Lancashire at Old Trafford.
Yes. Well, Northamptonshire, I say, Somerset and Essex to come. White in bowls to Rory Burns, who's nicely in behind that, drops it down at his feet. Sales trots in from mid-wicket to field, and that's the end of the second over, so no signs as yet of a frenzied run chase. 3 for no wicket. Surrey need 341 more runs to win. They have 37 overs remaining, with Patel on 2, Burns on 1.
Yep, and well, solid start from Messrs Burns and Patel, and from Sanderson and White. It's both hitting a good line and a good length to the 2 Surrey openers. It's going to be Sanderson to continue down there in the distance at the David Capel end. And the left-handed Ryan Patel will be the man on strike, as round the wicket goes Sanderson to him, and Patel tucks this one off his hip into the leg side. And there is no run as Saif Zaib, with his century under his belt today, does the fielding, whips it into Vasconcelos. Well, for both these sides, as I was saying, sort of a 4-day break after this as well. We've got the 1-day final on Saturday, Kent and Lancashire at Trent Bridge. Round the wicket once more goes Sanderson, and forward goes Ryan Patel. That runs off down towards third man. White does the fielding, and they'll pick up a single, and then, well, it's all just busy for 2 weeks then, isn't it? Tuesday,
Yes.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
And then we're into the realms of, I was going to say in the realms of end of season dinners, but Surrey's actually happens before
I think
the
it's
end of
next week.
The end of the
yes,
season.
I think it's next week. And I believe they've got a glamorous host as well for that.
Very
one, I've
glamorous
heard.
host,
That
I'm
is,
told, yes.
As in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson, and looking to drive is Rory Burns, comes off the toe end of his bat, rolls straight back up the pitch, and there is no run, and Rory Burns wanders off towards square leg.
A glamorous host at great expense, I'm also told.
Hugely expensive. Being flown in, I believe. Helicoptered in for the end of season awards. Over the wicket once more is Sanderson. She's pushed by Burns off the back foot down towards backward point. And there is no run.
Yes, Northamptonshire's is, they finish here obviously against Essex here on the Thursday. And the end of season dinner is on the Friday.
Ah,
Towards,
there you are, yes, yes. And Surrey's, better get this right, Wednesday, I think. Yes, but let's hope the glamorous host has got that in the diary. New outfit and all that good stuff, of course. As Burns settles over his bat once more. Sanderson comes round the wicket once again to Rory Burns. And Burns is across his stumps in Burns fashion, just tucks this one away into the leg side. Saves Abe. Comes round to do the fielding. Moving round to his left, and there is no run. Everybody does it differently, don't they, at counties? Some have sort of big dinners and things.
Yes, yeah, it's always a very enjoyable evening, and there's usually maybe an induction to the Hall of Fame, which I think is going to be the case this year.
Excellent. It's round the wicket once more comes Sanderson. That's pushed by Rory Burns down into the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over, so 3 of the overs have gone, and I think we know what's going on here, which is what we fully expected. And Surrey are 4 without loss, 36 remaining in the day, and it's another 341 required by Surrey. But what we're really looking at here is Surrey just looking to bat sensibly, and then whenever the time is right, bit of a shake of hands and head into next week.
Now, talking about the bobble hats earlier, and I see Chris Liddell, Northamptonshire's bowling coach, is wearing his
very popular.
His bobble hat in Northamptonshire colours as he does his usual post-prandial, post-tea lap around the ground. He's going anti-clockwise, so that must be anti-clockwise for wickets. 3 slips in place, White round the wicket, bowling to Patel, plays it up to Sales at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, there are superstitions about this, aren't there? Which way you go around the ground, and is it clockwise for wickets and whatever. So Luke Proctor is off the field, just going around trying to work out who Tom Taylor was on for, and thankfully Alex from the Northamptonshire comms team has let me know that it is Luke Proctor. Apparently, when he was out LBW yesterday, just caught him on the sort of the point of the ankle, turned away by Patel. Next ball from Jack White, fielded again by Sales at mid-wicket, and there's no run. It did look quite, it hit him almost flush on the ankle, and it was a question of injury to insult, really,
yes,
wasn't it? Because he was out LBW, and he's also apparently got a bit of a crack on the ankle, so he's not fielding at the moment.
Put the old ankle in a bucket of ice.
I think that's a good idea. I don't think he'll be required to probably to do any bowling in this innings, so just as well to give it a rest ahead of the visit to Taunton next week. Here's White in again, bowling to Patel, who's solidly forward, plays it out into the covers for Rob Keogh to field, and there's no run.
Chris Liddell doing his lap. I played an awful standard of cricket. I was always out very early, so I had a lot of time to do laps. I used to like the old game with with a couple of balls where
yes.
you do roll one and then you had to roll it as close as you could to the next one.
Well, it's still very popular, and it's particularly popular at my home club up in Oundle, Oundle Town, Milton Road, for reasons I will expand on in a second. As White comes around the wicket, bowls to Patel, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch for White to field, and there's no run. In that there are some quite interesting undulations around the boundary at Milton Road. So
links.
It's a bit like a links course, exactly. You have to have imagination to visualise the shots. That's the way you still do, obviously, playing golf on a links course. So particularly over by the pavilion when there's quite a big slope, and trying to sort of just hold it on top of the slope is quite tricky. White in again, bowls to Patel, who's turning that for a single down to long leg. Come through for one more run. Safe Zabe fielding down there in front of the members area. The Spencer Pavilion, 5 for no wicket.
I do like a bit of that. I once took Anthony Gibson of BBC Radio Somerset fame on at golf. He took me to his course, which was a links course. It was one of the more embarrassing afternoons of my life, as I tried to smash it into the wind and he'd just like bump it down the fairway and it would just keep running and running and running.
White in again, bowls to Rory Burns, who's playing that down towards backward point, but intercepted by Josh Cobb coming across from third slip, and that's the end of another tidy over from Jack White. 2 overs for 2, and Surrey 4 gone are 5 for no wicket.
Yes, and just Burns and Patel getting their heads down here, doing what they have to do.
I should be with Anthony next week, of course.
Lovely.
Down at Taunton. And Izzy Duncan, I think, is joining us.
Very nice. What a fine trio that is. Next week at Taunton. Sanderson to continue. Down there in the distance from the David Capel end. Ryan Patel will be the man on strike. 4 to his name, 1 to Burns. Surrey 5 without loss as Sanderson is round the wicket to Patel and beats him on the outside edge. It's the length as much as anything there from Sanderson. It's a lovely piece of bowling. It really is. And Ryan Patel just retakes his guard. Sanderson turns round and goes marching back down towards the sight screen. I've got another night in Northampton tonight.
Yes, I gather.
Which is excellent.
Well, there you go.
Looking forward to that.
Can never have too much of that.
Yes, very much so. Waiting over his bat once more is Ryan Patel. Round the wicket. Oh, goes Sanderson. Now that is kept low on Ryan Patel. That really did shoot at Ryan Patel. And you were saying this is what tends to happen on last days, Radders.
That's what makes it difficult batting in the last innings. If it's anything like a typical Northampton pitch, and I think this probably has been, I suppose it's inevitable, fourth day, it just tends to get lower and slower, and it does make it difficult to try and chase, any sort of pace or intensity on the last day.
Round the wicket again. Goes Sanderson. In behind this one goes Ryan Patel.
As long as, and I'll make this as a rider because I know I can hear Northamptonshire supporters will say, well, what about Surrey last year? What about Glamorgan last year? Well, I think the Surrey game was a very good pitch, and I think Northamptonshire just really dug in and had quite a long time in which to get the runs. Time wasn't an issue there, was it? And against Glamorgan, to be fair, when Ricardo Vasconcelos batted very well, I don't think Glamorgan bowled terribly well.
Round the wicket again goes Sanderson. And looking to flick at this is Ryan Patel. Shout for LBW. I think just going down. He's got to be a little bit careful there as Ryan Patel. Leg by is the signal.
Well, he has it given that it's not bouncing, doesn't he? He's got to be, that's definitely missing. Good decision. It's going down, I think. But, it's not easy in the fourth innings here at Northampton as a rule.
Yeah. And from round the wicket as well, the other thing is, if it does keep low and it's straight, you haven't got a hope in hell if you're the left-hander. All you can pray is that you get a bit of bat on it. As round the wicket goes Sanderson to Burns, and Burns plays this one down into the leg side. And there is no run. Safe Zabe does the fielding. He'll be feeling pretty good about everything at the moment, I would have thought.
The one thing that the one fly in the ointment as far as Save is concerned is the prospect that he'll have to do an interview with me after close of play. So that will ruin his day.
Well, no, I don't. I think that's probably why he got his head down. As waiting is Rory Burns.
Supreme accolade.
Once more over his bat. 3 slips in there. As round the wicket goes Sanderson. Forward goes Burns studiously. Head over it. Plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run. End of the over, 6 without loss. Burns has 1, Patel has 4. An unnamed Surrey cricketer when they did do something very special. Sort of I asked the opening question, what did you think when you got to that moment? And they said the first thing I thought was, I'm going to have to talk to you after the close of play. Which I thought was a bit harsh, really. But
just
there
a wee
you go.
bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about Kent, of course. They've got the final, as you mentioned, which I know you'll be on air for, which I look forward to that at Trent Bridge on Saturday. But Kent have then got to go and play down to the Aegeus Bowl and play Hampshire in the Championship next week, starting on Tuesday, which is a very tough game. And you feel if Kent don't get something out of that, they really are going to be struggling. Here's White round the wicket, bowls to Patel, plays it out into the covers, where substitute fielder Tom Taylor is on. Sun's out as well, which is quite pleasant.
Probably worth mentioning again that, of course, Lancashire before this round of games were docked 6 points.
Yes,
so
right.
you know that final for both those sides. Straight after it, I suppose it's more important those last 2 championship games in a way for Kent probably than Lancashire now.
Well, it means, I mean, given what's likely to happen here, it puts Lancashire a long way behind, doesn't it, in 3rd place. Here's White again, bowls to Patel, who's coming across his stumps, playing it up towards mid-on. Fielded there by Lizard Williams.
That's Surrey's last game of the season. He's heading to Old Trafford.
Yes, well, so assuming this is drawn, then Lancashire will be 35 points behind Hampshire, and obviously 43 points behind Surrey. So Lancashire will have to win the last 2 games, and something fairly bizarre will have to happen above them. Here's White again. That's a beauty.
Well bowled.
That's a Jaffa from Jack White. It's just held its line, beat the outside edge, goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos. So, yeah, you would think with those 6 points having gone, Lancashire may be struggling a little bit to mount a serious challenge for the title. Obviously, they'll be looking to finish as high as they possibly can. But Hampshire will be obviously very keen to turn over Kent. Here's White in again, bowls to Patel, punches that nicely off the back foot, but just picks out Tom Taylor in the covers, and there's no run. And one imagines that if Kent were to lose that game, unless they got, say, maximum points, then well, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, I think that would be just about okay. I know I shouldn't look at everything through a Northamptonshire prism, but it is, as I say, Northamptonshire are for the first time looking to actually stay in Division 1 after a season. Here's White in again, bowls to Patel, who's turning that down on the onside, go for a quick single. Sale shies at the stumps and has run out Rory Burns with a direct hit. It was a tight single, and Sales had that little bit of extra time to take aim. He probably had 1.5 stumps to aim at. He's thrown down the stumps. Rory Burns is run out for 1. And Surrey are 6 for 1. And that's just a super bit of fielding by James Sales.
Yeah, brilliant bit of work from James Sales. Just took Rory Burns a while to get going for the single. But Sales quickly up. I don't think there was a run there. Rory Burns run out by a 1.5 foot and just get running. So that's a bonus for Northamptonshire. 6 for 1, Surrey.
It was one of those awful ones where you could see that Rory Burns knew that if the throw hit the stumps, he'd almost eased back. He knew that if the throw hit the stumps, he'd gone. And it did.
Yeah. And it was one of those resigned sort of, oh, no. And Rory Burns makes his way back up the steps, and out comes Hashim Amla. So Northamptonshire have a wicket. Doesn't matter how they come. They have a wicket, and it's the captain, Rory Burns. It's had a quiet match with the bat for Rory Burns.
Yeah, 10 in the first innings, LBW to Ben Sanderson, and then run out for a single in the second. At Edgbaston, it does look very much like a draw. Warwickshire 170 for 3. There are 33 overs to go in principle. It's almost exactly the same as here, but again, it's probably a question of at what point they think they can just shake hands. It's Will Rhodes and Sam Hain in there at the moment. I think it's probably, if the pitch for that game is anything like the pitch that Northamptonshire played on at Edgbaston this year, they've done well to the two sides see as many wickets go down as there have been. The other championship match still in progress is the one in Division 2 down at Hove, where Sussex are really battling hard. Good chance of saving that game now. 267 for 4 in their second innings against Worcestershire. So Sussex are 49 runs ahead, 6 wickets in hand. And I would imagine roughly the same number of overs, just having a quick check. They have 27 overs to go there. So good chance for Sussex to save that, barring a collapse. Here's Jack White to finish the over. Bowling to Hashim Amla on leg stump. Tries to clip it away down to fine leg, doesn't make contact. Vasconcelos takes, and that's the end of the over. 6 for 1, Surrey. Burns run out for 1. Ryan Batelli's on 4. Hashim Amla yet to get off the mark.
Yep, and just gives Northamptonshire a bit of a lift, doesn't it? But he's a very talented boy, is James Sales, because we can see he can bat, he can bowl as well, and he's an absolute, well, dead-eye dick in the field with that throw. But yes, it was one of those for Rory Burns that as Sales lets go of the ball, he's thinking, if this hits, I'm done. And he had one stump to aim at and he hit it. So a wonderful piece of work that from James Sales.
It was, and as we often talk and you go around the counties, and a number of times you hear it said, the Royal London Cup has been really helpful for bringing through young players. And last year, James Sales was the one who went up into the first team, his first taste of first team cricket, and then of course made his first class debut against Surrey here.
Round the wicket then is Sanderson to Patel, and Patel is forward-ish and playing this from the crease. His balance is going forward, his feet didn't, but he's put bat on it. That's the most important thing.
There is also, I'd be interested to learn, another Sales coming up through the ranks as well. Ben, who's James's younger brother, is also a very, very talented cricketer. Like James, plays his club cricket at Overston Park in the Northamptonshire League, and very highly rated.
On the wicket comes Sanderson once more to Patel, and Patel punches off the back foot straight out towards cover point, thinking about a run there, and there isn't one. So he points back to Hashim Amla and says, stay where you are.
I hadn't seen a lot of Ben Sales, but he bowled in an early season game, sort of warm-up match for a Northamptonshire Academy stroke development team at my club ground at Oundle, and picked up 4 wickets, all of them with Yorkers,
right.
all bowled, all with
Yorkers.
Absolutely. He looked very handy.
Round the wicket once more comes Sanderson, and that's left alone by Ryan Patel. Outside is off stump, taken by Vasconcelos, moving away to his left-hand side. Well, anyone like me who was sort of planning their evening around keeping an eye on the England Legends scorecard, sadly, that game's already been abandoned.
I'm afraid it has.
Due to the weather.
Fortunately, there's a women's T20
it's the decider tonight,
down at Bristol.
Big old game that. Yep, big old game that one. As Sanderson is round the wicket once again. And that's left alone by Ryan Patel. Just watches that all the way into the gloves of Vasconcelos. Moving away to his left-hand side. I suppose the other thing that might play a part, and I hate to say this season, is the weather.
Well, yes, that's right.
Because we are quite late into September, aren't we?
Well, we are, and it's why I always say about trying to get your points on the board, because at the back end of the year, when it's going so late, as you say, into September, you just never know, do you?
It's always nice in October.
Yes, when it's all finished, yeah, absolutely.
Round the wicket again goes Sanderson, and Ryan Patel is again solidly forward, playing this one back up the pitch, rolls up there towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, our club cricket finishes in Northamptonshire. I think I'm right in saying this is the last weekend of the season in the Northamptonshire League. The Premier League will obviously be still playing last round of league matches, and I think it's also the various knockout cup finals this weekend as well. So I think that'll be about it.
Yeah, it's always a sad time, isn't it? As around the wicket once again comes Sanderson, and Ryan Patel again playing that as if it's kept a little bit low on him. Sort of crab-like defensive shot that from Ryan Patel, but no damage done. End of a Sanderson over. I suppose if you're one of the quicker bowlers here, there is a chance of getting some very nice figures well, economic figures.
I did also notice Rob Keogh having a little bit of a gentle
well, that would make
up,
sense.
So he's just patting Graham Lloyd on the back, saying, "Don't worry, I'll be on in a minute. You'll give me one, won't you? Give me a nice little LBW or a boost the average." Rob Keogh, actually, having said that, he's bowled really well this season. He's back to bowling the way he was maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Talked before on commentary about how I think he's worked out his approach, his run up. He's got more of a run now than just walking in, and it seems to have paid dividends. Here's Jack White starting another over too. Hashim Amla just drops that down on the onside, runs out towards square leg. Substitute fielder Tom Taylor fields on for Luke Proctor. Yeah, Rob Keogh's now taken 29 championship wickets this season, around about 28 apiece, so it's not a bad return.
Good return, and he was finding some turn in the first innings.
Well, and more to the point, he and Simon Kerrigan won a match down at Canterbury on the last afternoon. White in again, bowls to Hashim Amla, and that just bounced a little bit. Again, it's just what we've been saying, the bounce has been just a tad up and down. In fact, Phil Rowe was commenting on this yesterday, that it's just the odd sign of it being just a little bit up and down, and we've seen one or two keep a bit low, and that one, White to Amla, albeit with a new ball, just bounced a little bit more on him than he thought, but Hashim Amla, as the master craftsman that he is, managed to play it down. Keogh definitely having a little limber up, so I think we might see him in the attack fairly soon. He's White in again, bowls to Amla. What Northamptonshire wouldn't want, of course, is for either Ben Sanderson or Jack White to go and do something silly to themselves in this last few overs. Now I think it's very obvious the way this game is going.
It'd be interesting to see as well with Surrey for next week. We're sort of saying that we've seen Jamie Overton going through his paces, and then Messrs Folkes and Pope as well, obviously. I'm pretty sure they'll want to play those two.
Here's Jack White running away from us. Bowls to Amla, beats him with a beauty outside the off stump. A little bit of zip off the surface there from White, who we said was comfortably the pick of the bowlers in Northamptonshire's first bowling effort. 2 for 55 off 21. Well here again. I have to say, and this is an awful confession, but when I was watching the Test match at the Oval on Sunday night, and there was the discussion as to whether they were going to come off or go on or whatever, I was thinking, come off, because what I didn't want was for them suddenly to decide that Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes really wanted to come down and play for Surrey. Well, I don't think so, but White is in, bowls to Amla, and played off the back foot back down the pitch, fielded ball right, but it wasn't a risk I wanted
I think
to take.
It'd have been a right rallies, because I think quite rightly, I'm sure England celebrated a series wins. So yeah, no, but I'm pretty sure for next week they both want to be involved. But all will be revealed in the goodness of time.
Yes, Lizard Williams also having a little bit of a gentle limber up, so he might have a little bowl as well before the end here. Last ball of the over from Jack White is played out into the offside by Hashim Amla, and it is indeed going to be Rob Keogh coming into the attack from the far end, from the David Capel end. Simon Kerrigan with one of the most distinctive walks in county cricket. It's a rather sort of rural gait. Is trudging out with helmets and all manner of protective equipment. 6 for 1 it is, 8 overs gone. And we are going to see a bit of 12 for the first time in the innings.
And it won't be easy, this, for Ryan Patel as the left-hander with the off-spinner.
No.
And a little bit of turn as well. So, again, just have to be on his toes here. Well, Ryan Patel, long chat out there in the middle between Messrs Amla and Patel. So this is all about overs now. Forget the runs, this is all about overs, and Surrey just getting through the rest of today. For Northamptonshire, can they? They've got a run out. Rory Burns has been run out for 1. What you want to do is just not panic, but just cause a little bit of a wobble.
Oh yes,
in the dressing room. a little bit of a scramble for pads and bats and things.
It's always a great sign with the fielding side when you see, in club cricket certainly, when you see somebody going out, still
putting their bits on.
Putting the bits on, zipping themselves up or whatever.
Yep.
It's a good sign.
6 for 1 then. Rob Keogh from the David Capel end. He's going to have a catcher at short leg, Emilio Gay. Will Young, the captain, is at slip. There is a man back on the sweep for the left-handed Patel, as Rob Keogh is in to Ryan Patel, and Patel is pushing the first one up the ground. That rolls up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
We're talking about not wanting fielders and bowlers to get injured in this sort of situation when the game is basically drifting to a draw, because it did happen for Northamptonshire this year.
Keogh is in. Forward goes Patel.
The man who's keeping wicket now, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who was captain the match against Kent, and just going through the motions. He got one on the thumb in the field on the drive and put him out for a long time.
It's horrible, isn't it? As this one's tossed up outside the off stump by Keogh, left alone by Ryan Patel. That hasn't bounced. That's just hit the shin of Vasconcelos.
And missed the whole of the T20 blast as a result.
Yeah, that's not ideal, is it? Around the wicket once again comes Keogh. This one's pushed into the offside, as my mum always used to say to me. It was funny at the time, Mark. It's funny at the time. 6 for 1. Round the wicket once again comes Keogh. Forward goes Patel and pushes this one down towards backward point. White does the fielding. Just sweeper out there on the cover boundary rope. Round the wicket goes Keogh again. Interesting action on that one from Rob Keogh, just watching it again. Forward goes Ryan Patel. Just gave that one a little bit more of a rip, I think.
But you see what I mean about Keogh? The fact that he's gone back to having this, only 4 or 5 paces, but it's actually more of a run than just a sort of Shane Warne style walk up, and it really has made a difference this year. And he's bowled, I think, really nicely across the whole season. And he used to be one of those off spinners that captains tend to think of. Well, he's a bit of a sort of 10 overs 2 for 55 man. You know, he'll perhaps buy you a couple.
Yeah.
But now, this season, he has actually, on a number of occasions, played more of a holding role and proved he can do it. And that's, again, very handy for...
It's a good string to the bow, isn't it?
Absolutely. It makes, as we were saying earlier with Zabe, it just makes balancing the side a wee bit easier. Here's Jack White, going to continue into his 5th over. Bowls to Hashim Amla. It's just on the back foot, punched out into the covers. James Sales fields, and there's no run. They're not going to take a single probably to James Sales again. Watching that a couple of times now on the replay, Churchy, and I think that the thing that impressed me so much about that bit of fielding with James Sales, you mentioned at the time, you could see he gave himself that split second just to take aim, and it wasn't just sort of pick up, get rid of it, and well, did it to perfection.
As we were saying, Rory Burns knew, didn't he?
It was a top quality bit of fielding. Here's White, in again, bowls to Amla outside the off stump, and Amla leaves well alone, goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos.
I don't think there's any worse feeling, really, is there, in cricket? That you know you're in trouble, and you're thinking, if this hits, that's it. And then it does, and you just keep running, and it's like, oh, what a waste of time that's been.
Maybe that split second when you're at the non-striker's end and you see the bowler deflect the ball, and you think, oh, I'm struggling. If he gets the stumps, I'm struggling.
Yeah.
So it's just an awful, awful way to get out. White in again, bowls to Amla, who's on the back foot, playing it back down the pitch, fielded by White off his own bowling. He's been very, very tidy, Jack White. He's into his 5th over, and he's conceded just 2 runs so far.
He's been very impressive in this game. We were talking with Phil Rowe about him yesterday, but he's been very impressive in this game.
And it's such a fascinating backstory that Phil was outlining yesterday as to how he actually came to come into county cricket, and of course came into county cricket so late. Here he is, a bit of evening sunshine as White comes in and bowls to Amla, who's on the front foot this time, plays it back down the pitch. And there's no run. So Gardner is making her way back into her seat.
And this is not, he's an old-fashioned type of bowler as well, isn't he?
He is.
Big, strong lad, just gets in there, hits a good line, good length.
Well, again,
does a bit with it.
We were making the comparison with Mike Hendrick and not saying for 1 minute that he's in that class yet, but so many similarities in terms of build and action and approach in particular as White comes up. Bowls outside the off stump this time. Left alone by Hashim Amla, goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Yeah, well, there is a lot of similarities, aren't there, really? Even the look. Yeah, there's a bit of that the Mike Hendrick about it, but what a bowler he was.
Well, yeah, I just remember him in that Ashes series in '77 when England won at home with Mike Brearley as captain, being Botham's first series. Took important wickets, got the good players out, tended to, didn't he? That's bold. Talking of getting good players out, he hasn't got him out, but he's beaten him outside the off stump. Hashim Amla with another beauty. End of the over. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 2. Jack White, 6 for 1. Amla is yet to get off the mark. Ryan Patel has made 4. Afternoon again to Joe Gardner.
Hello there. Back in business.
Excellent.
Interesting start.
Yeah, you missed a run
Not
out.
sure. Yeah, I did see that. I was down just next to the scoreboard, so I had quite a good angle of it actually. 1 stump to aim at.
Good bit of work, wasn't it?
Knocked him down with a direct hit, James Sales. Lovely bit of work. Chris Liddell was pleased. He was over there.
Yes, we saw him walking around in his bobble hat, sort of after tea. So it's going to be Rob Keogh coming round the wicket from the David Capel end, and forward goes Ryan Patel and just plays this one back up the pitch. At the moment, the light's okay, but we're sort of getting towards keeping an eye on these clouds, I think.
Yes.
As round the wicket goes Keogh, and Ryan Patel is forward, nudging this one down into the leg side. And there is no run, but it's been a very interesting day of cricket, this, and I think Northamptonshire have played extremely well. Really battled away today with the bat. As Keogh's in, forward goes Patel, nudges this one into the leg side. They'll pick up a single. Because we were saying, Joe, weren't we, that the Surrey bowlers, even though there wasn't a lot there, they kept piling in, didn't they?
Yeah, they certainly did. No one could have questioned their effort in that second Northamptonshire innings this morning in particular.
Hashim Amla comes on to strike for the first time here to Rob Keogh. It's a bit of training for you tomorrow ahead of the final game on Saturday, Joe?
Yep, head down to Worcester probably just after lunchtime tomorrow. Couple of hours of training.
Not many better places to play.
Oh, goodness me. As in over the wicket. Once again comes Keogh. Forward goes Amla, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, I've never actually played there. I've been to watch 1 game of cricket there. It was an England women's game.
Lovely, lovely ground. As Keogh is in over the wicket again. Quicker one this time. Forward goes Amla. Surrey player who shall remain nameless. The hotel there, you know, this new hotel, but it's not that new now, is it? He said to me it's one of his favourite buildings in the world.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah. I was quite surprised by that. You know, you've got the Sistine Chapel and
Well, I would have thought even Worcester Cathedral.
the pyramids and the cathedral that's about 100 yards away. As silly point's gone in here for Amla. Shout for LBW from Keogh. It's optimistic, but it's going down. And Rob Keogh, it's a great shout, isn't it? Really is. And then that quizzical look at the umpire.
He's still got his arm. He's still got his arm up, sort of continuing the appeal.
Yes.
Actually,
It's not a bad shout seeing that again, actually.
It's not a bad shout. It might just have shaded down the leg side, but it was definitely worth a look, I think.
Yeah, and the other thing that sort of gave Amla was a little bit concerned was the way he whipped that leg outside the leg stump as well. But yes, so look out for the. Forget the cathedral.
Yeah, don't think about the cathedral in the background.
Look
just
at the-
look at
what
the
is it?
hotel.
It is extraordinary. You've got Worcester Cathedral on one side with the River Severn running the other side of the ground. You've got the other off the opposite direction, the Malvern Hills, and heading up towards Great Malvern and Little Malvern and Malvern Link, and you can go and see the birthplace of Elgar and up at Broadheath and just out of Worcester. And they're talking about the hotel. Well, it's. That's interesting. It's an individual take, I think.
Are you staying at the hotel, Joe? Do you know?
No, I don't think so. I think we're staying in the city centre.
Ah, right, there you are.
Well, there used to be, of course, I think there probably still is, the hotel was just the other side of the river that his team stayed at for many years. Here's Lizard Williams coming into the attack, bit of a rest for Jack White, and at once Ryan Patel is pulling that away for four. First ball just rather sat up and asked to be hit short of a length, and Patel pulls it away for 4. He goes to 9 and Surrey to 11 for 1. Just the other side of the river, and there's like a lawn, and certainly way back the players used to bring their golf clubs and just have a little practice with the irons over the river into the cricket ground, and then they would just pick the balls up when they went there next morning.
It's all right, isn't it?
He's a sort of Frank Tyson, he often used to say about that. Williams in again, bowls short again, and with exactly the same result. Williams is now on his backside, but that again was a bit of a long hop, and it was pulled away by Ryan Patel. All contributions gratefully received. Rob Keogh has now gone over to possibly try and sort of boot out some of the muck from the footholds. I think that was the problem that Lizard Williams was having, bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, and he just seemed to lose his footing. And
yeah, he completely lost his footing there, didn't
Rob
he?
Keogh is now helpfully going and trying to dig up the square.
Yeah, and of course bowling from the other end is Keogh with his offies.
That's fine, yes.
Absolutely no problem with that at all.
I'm all right, Jack. 15 for 1. 4-4 so far in the over. Is Williams in again, bowls to Patel, just a single this time as he nudges that down to wide third man.
Yeah, I used to, when I was doing all my running and stuff, I used to run round the race course at Worcester. It's a very nice way to spend an evening, running around the race course, jumping the hurdles. And I won the 4:15 one afternoon there, Radders.
3 faults for a refusal.
Exactly. So that's nice. And down by the river, gorgeous place.
It is
isn't
a lovely spot. Yeah, beautiful. Talking about when I was down at Southampton 25 years ago, watching Northamptonshires under-17s win the national title there, beating Hampshire in the final. On leg stump, turned away by Hashim Amla. More work for Ben Sanderson to do, this time at long leg for the right-hander. Sends in his return. A single to Amla, who goes to 2, 18 for 1. I did mention that, of course, when I was with Kevin James down at that Northamptonshire actually beat Hampshire that year to win the title, with the likes of Richard Logan, who's now of course involved with the national counties. Yep. Of course, that was Richard down at Dunstable. When
played a few games for Surrey.
Played a few games for Surrey, also for Hampshire.
Yep.
Good cricketer. England under 19s as well, isn't it? I think that side with Stephen Peters. This one brings Patel onto the back foot, punching it out into the covers. Keogh to field, and there's no run. Yes, I think he was a member of that 1998 side.
The squad, yeah.
With Graham Swan and
Rob Key.
Yeah, Rob Key and Stephen Peters.
I think New Road's one of the only grounds we've been at where the players had to come off for the sunlight as well. The sun stopped play after it had rained for 2 days as well, which was slightly annoying.
Williams in again, bowls to Patel, who's punched that crisply off the back foot. Lovely sounding shot to no ball. He's having a few problems where he's landing his feet, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Patel. So no ball call. 2 more onto the total. 19 for 1. That made a beautiful sound off the bat.
Didn't it?
Unfortunately for Ryan Patel, he just hit Tom Taylor, who's the only man in a very large arc out on the offside, saving 1 at extra cover. Here's Williams in again. Again outside the stump, the off stump, but this time Patel has missed Tom Taylor at extra cover, and it's raced away to the front of the West Stand for 4. So a costly over from Lizard Williams. 16 runs off it. And Surrey at the end of the over are 23 for 1, 18 to Ryan Patel, 1 to Hashim Amla.
Good bit of batting that from Ryan Patel, wasn't it? Because as you said, he hit the fielder with the first one, but they made sure there, Joe, that he got it to the left of the fielder with the second shot.
Yeah, just a little correction from Ryan Patel to get it to the other side of Tom Taylor. Over going for 16, was it?
Yeah, 16.
Not many go for 16 in Championship cricket unless Tom Curran's about.
On the live stream at the moment, I heard that's that gentleman's dog. Otherwise, As in over the wicket comes Keogh. Oh, shout for LBW. He's got himself out outside the line. You would have thought there, Ramley. Yes, he has. But nicely bowled again from Rob Keogh.
Got Amler in the first innings.
He did.
Took him a long time.
Yeah, he got him in the end. As Keogh bounces in once again. Over the wicket he goes. Amler's letting this one go as he just tosses it up outside the off stump just to see if there is anything there. He has got some rough stuff to work with outside that off stump. There's a gentleman sat on the bench over there and a very, very lively dog near him. As in over the wicket once again. Oh, is Keogh. He's even got Amler driving here off a thickish inside edge. That's a nice bit of bowling from Rob Keogh. You know, you got one of the best players in the world of spin out there. He just tempted it outside his eye line, and he's had a go at that one. As Keogh's in again, and reverse sweep from Amler, that's turned, and that goes past everything. I think it may have just brushed pad, runs away down below us, and I think this will be leg by. No buys, it has missed everything. Radders, I'll let you take over here because you've got an update to do.
Yep, just need to update BBC Radio Northampton into the 4 o'clock news. So, a couple more onto the total, 25 for 1. Keogh causing a few problems for the great man at the moment. That's short, and Amler just gently playing it out into the covers where Josh Cobb feels at extra cover. Tom Taylor now sweeping at deep point just behind square in front of the West Stand. Next ball is turned out into the onside by Hashim Amla. It's fielded by James Sales, and that's the end of another over from Rob Keogh. 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 1 run. 25 for 1. Patel is 18. Amla is 1. There are, in theory, 26 overs to go, but we won't get anything like that many, one imagines, before the teams decide to shake hands. And this match heading for a draw, which is a very satisfactory outcome for Northamptonshire as they look to maintain their Division 1 status. Northamptonshire batting through a large chunk of the day, first 2 sessions, to make 426 all out, very largely thanks to Saif Zaib, with a superb innings of 124, his second championship century. Plenty of other useful contributions as well. Ricardo Vasconcelos made 79, Lazard Williams 30 and James Sales 22. That left Surrey with a hypothetical victory target of 345 to win in 39 overs, which they were never going to go for. They lost the 1 wicket. Their captain Rory Burns run out with a brilliant bit of fielding by James Sales, but Ryan Patel and Hashim Amla just looking to play out time here, and this match almost certain to be a draw within the next hour or so. Surrey now 29 for 1. Something like that anyway.
No, I think you're spot on there. As always, Mr. Rudd.
Nicely turned away down to fine leg for 4 by Patel.
Lisa Williams just struggled a bit with his lengths, hasn't he, on this pitch? Just bowling a little bit too short, and it's just sitting up for the batters. I think we had a bit of that in the first innings as well, didn't we? Went for a bit of tap.
Here's Williams running in again. Round the wicket to Patel. Turned away into the onside. There's a huge gap out there. There's a mid-on and then a deep mid-wicket out on the boundary and a long leg about 10 yards in. And he turns it out there to James Sales and comes through for the easiest and longest of singles. Patel to 23, 30 for 1. Jack White running past
great.
him. He is a serious character, Jack White. Good fun. Williams going back over the wicket to Hashim Amla. He's looked a wee bit more comfortable, I think. Bowls to Amla on leg stump. Turned into the onside. They're going to pick up a single. Just eludes Josh Cobb. Trots back towards Tom Taylor, coming in from the opposite direction out towards the West Stand, and they're through for a single. Amla to 2. 31 for 1.
It's just getting back to that new road and sun-stopping play. It rained solidly for about 2.5 days. Finally got out there, sun came out, and it was shining off the white sheet that was acting as a side screen.
Williams in again, hangs that outside the off stump. Patel, not to be tempted, goes through to Vasconcelos.
In the Basil de Oliveira stand, so they had to get. There's a ground next door.
Yes.
And they had to go about 45 minutes late, and they wheeled across one of the sight screens from there, put it up, and that did it. And then ironically, it started raining again about 10 minutes later. So the only time we were out there, the sun stopped play anyway. So
Well, Northamptonshire have been there each of the last 2 seasons in the T20 and haven't bowled a ball on either occasion. Here's Williams round the wicket outside the off stump again, left alone, no ball called by umpire Lloyd. So 2 more onto the total, 33 for 1. Yeah, it was last year. It was one of those frustrating ones where it had rained. It was not really doing very much. It was almost sort of slightly faint drizzle, but it was just enough to stop, the match getting underway. And of course, with no floodlights, they were also worried about the light, so they had to call it off and went there this year. And I'm afraid it just rained.
Rained the whole time.
2 slips in place. Williams round the wicket to Patel outside the off stump, left alone through to Vasconcelos.
And of course, they had terrible trouble with flooding there as well,
of
don't
course,
they, off the river. But it is a beautiful, beautiful ground. So when Jay Gardner's 135 not out on Saturday, that new road.
That would be great.
Yeah, that would be a good end to the season.
Well, you can take your golf clubs. As I say, if you're in that hotel, you can have a little knock over the river. It's probably, I'm sure there are all sorts of reasons now why you shouldn't do it. But
Yes.
certainly in the 50s.
Health and safety
Well,
might be the first.
50s and 60s, it was certainly done. Next ball, much better from Lazard Williams, right on the money, around the line of off stump, and Patel pushing it up to mid-on, where Keogh fields, and again we see a bit of evening, or early evening sunshine. That's the end of the over, 33 for 1. Patel is 23, Amla is 2.
Yeah, and again, sort of just getting back to what we were saying, this is showing how hard it would be to take the 10 wickets for Northamptonshire. Other than the run out of Rory Burns, of course, that happens. There's been a couple of that have gone past the edge. There's been the odd one that's kept a bit low. But other than that, not a huge amount's been going on out there. So I think, again, that just shows how tough it was going to be today. For both sides, really, in many ways. As in comes Keogh then over the wicket to Amla. And Amla's 4. They've got a silly point in there now. So Amla just gets himself 4. That hits the pad, rolls away in front of him. But Emilio Gay is under the helmet there at City Point. In over the wicket once again. Goes Keogh. That's spinning again. Shout for LBW. That's spinning a bit too much, I think. And it's a great appeal from Rob Keogh. It really is. He sort of turns back, arm in the air. It's like a fast bowler's appeal from Rob Keogh. But again, gives it a good old rip.
He's a combative cricketer, Rob Keogh.
He is. As he's in once more. Quicker this time, just tucked away by Amla. Down into the leg side. But he's had an excellent game, Rob Keogh.
So having had a little bit of a quiet time in the championship, previous sort of couple of rounds, spanning obviously about 6 weeks.
As forward again goes Amla. Well, I think the other thing that sort of points to the way this game's gone is that we've had 5 centurions as well, haven't we, in the game. Kemar Roach with his 5 wicket haul. Keogh with 4 in the first innings, wasn't it, for Northamptonshire. Keogh's in again, quicker this time, turned by Amla, but the bat has been more in charge than the ball in this game. As single here, that one's nudged out into the leg side. That'll be 1 more to the photo. It's 1 more to the total.
And we can go back to the first day when we were discussing what sort of surface Northamptonshire would want to try and prepare for this, and I think it was pretty much as we thought.
Absolutely, I would have been shocked had it been anything else. As forward goes Ryan Patel and plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run, because if there had been a bit of green on it, I can tell you what, Surrey would have been over the moon with their bowling attack.
Well, they would, and I think it was, again, it's all about the table, isn't it? And what needs to be done. And if Northamptonshire had needed to win, then it's totally different. As things stand, they didn't need to win, and they will be, I'm sure, quite satisfied, particularly from the situation that they found themselves in yesterday, when, as you rightly said earlier, Mark, it could even almost have been over yesterday, and Northamptonshire were in deep trouble. And talking to John Sadler last night, he said, well, we've really got to try and dig very deep,
Well,
and
and
a lot
I
of work to do, and they've done that.
And what you said about what happened against Hampshire last week as well. Got so close last week, of course.
I think they were. I think there was a haunted is perhaps not the right word, but you know what? I think they were mindful of it, and I think it just eager for that not to be too much scarring as a result of that. Here's Lazard Williams starting another over to Hashim Amla, who just steers that down to third man for a single. He's gone over on his backside again. We've seen some interesting moves from Lazard Williams today, not least the limbo leave, which is a new one.
Yes, that was good. Stuart Meaky used to do this all the time, throw himself off his feet. But Meaky used to do sort of almost like a forward roll down the pitch. It was very spectacular. Because he put so much effort into his delivery stride, he sort of hurled himself towards the batsman with the ball at times.
Sun's gone behind a cloud as Williams is in bowling to Patel, plays it up to Jack White at mid-on, and there's no run. Rob Keogh probably won't thank me for mentioning this, but if he picked up one more wicket in that first innings, a century and a five-for has been not done that often for Northamptonshire. Most recently, about the last two instances, by present member of the first-class umpires list, one James Middlebrook. Did it twice on this ground, once in 2012, once in 2013. Is Williams in again, very wide outside the off stump, left alone by Patel, goes through to Vasconcelos. Some great names in that list: Nicky Boyer, Lance Klusner. Going backwards, Richard Williams, David Steele, Mushtaq Mohammed, George Tribe did it a couple of times. Fantastic Australian left arm wrist spinner. Valence Jupp, great player for Northamptonshire between the walls, off spinner and batter, and then one of the names early on caught my eye, of course, one George Thompson. Here's Lazard Williams bowling short, pulled away again by Patel, and that has gone like a shell down to deep backward square for four. And Ryan Patel will just be thinking, oh, I have a nice to help myself to a nice little 40 not out here, or possibly even more. Maybe they're going for it now. 27 to Patel, 39 to win. Still need 306 to win.
Yes.
Of 23.
It was more that was halfway down.
That was a little
waist high, and
a little bit of a gimme.
Put away
really?
Very nicely by Ryan Patel. He's just not got this right at all, has he,
No,
Mr. Williams?
He's struggling. 29 he's conceded in his third over, and Patel, that's a better ball, and Ryan Patel just slightly playing across that one, goes out to backward point where Tom Taylor fields, and there's no run. Yes, he's in his third over, one ball to go in his third over, and he's gone for 29, and both Jack White and Rob Keogh just having a chat with him. Just looked to be moving particularly well, actually, Lazard Williams, whether he's just a bit tired or a bit stiff. Runs in again and bowls to Patel, plays it up to White at mid-on, and that is the end of the over. So Patel on 27, Amla is 4, Surrey 39 for 1, after being set a nominal 345 to win.
Yeah. And, well, as I say, at the moment, we're seeing the nature of the pitch. It's a bit slow, isn't it? And there's not a huge amount happening, but it's been a hard-fought game of cricket, this. It really has. And I think as well, what Northamptonshire will say to themselves is, with what happened last week and where they were last night at 161 for 5, they've done a pretty good job here, I think. Surrey will say they played some good cricket as well. As Rob Keogh is in over the wicket. Here goes the reverse sweep from Amla. And, well, we saw it coming. So Will Young was moving from slip to gully. The thing was, Amla missed it completely. It's well taken by Vasconcelos as well behind the stumps, because he wouldn't have seen a lot of that, Ricardo Vasconcelos, as Amla's letting this one go. He's gone really wide there as Keogh, trying to land it in that rough stuff, which actually is very wide outside the off stump. And again, that one just a little bit, a hint of turn as he's in again. Amla pushes this one again. He's aiming for that rough stuff. Is Keogh. I think what he's done there is he's landed it in between. There are 3 bits of rough there. He's managed to land it in between the first and the second bits of rough as forward goes Amla. Nudges this one down into the leg side. There is no run. But again, 5 Centurions in the game, and each of those hundreds in their own way have been brilliant. But the bat's just about had it over the ball in this game. So that's very wide from Rob Keogh. Okay, he's just got to keep his eyes out there at City Point because he's trying to get it into that rough stuff, but that wasn't too far away from Emilio Gay. As this one's just pushed down into the leg side very watchfully by Hashim Amla. Just opens up his feet and then watches it right onto his bat down into the leg side.
I don't know what you reckon, Joe. I've got a funny feeling that Emilio Gay will be trying to talk his way on. He loves a bowl, doesn't he?
Talk his way into the attack. Yeah, he's very enthusiastic, isn't he, when he comes to turn his arm over?
Well, he has a championship wicket this year. He bowls a bit of medium pace. I think possibly one of the highlights of his career, you take away the hundreds and all the rest of it, was when he finished up taking the 3rd new ball at Edgbaston just before the game was left drawn. Under the floodlights, because it was one of those instances where we come off for rain. Everybody thought that'll be it because there was no chance of a result, but we still had to go back on for 40 minutes to observe all the niceties, and so Northamptonshire took the 3rd new ball, and there was Emilio Gay steaming in from the Birmingham end with the floodlights on. I rather strongly suspect he enjoyed that almost more than anything else he's done this year.
I do enjoy those passages of play. But there are times where you think, could all just go home, really. But
it's a discussion that's been had quite a bit this year, isn't it? As Williams starts a fresh over, bowls short again to Ryan Patel, who again helps himself to a boundary down to deep backward square. Pulled away, sweet as a nut, 31 to Patel, 43 for 1. And certainly during the Warwickshire game here, the Kent game here, there have been discussions about at what point you should be allowed to call it off, and I think the consensus I've heard, certainly Northamptonshire's head coach John Sadler has suggested lunch on the last day. I think it might be a little bit early.
Wow,
it might be a little bit early considering presumably people have paid money.
Yes.
Here's Williams, and again bowling to Patel, plays it up to White at mid-on, but I think maybe because now I don't think any county charges to come in after tea, maybe you could say, well, finish it at tea. But no, he was serious.
Very good for Mr. Sadler. I like that a lot.
Said, in certain circumstances, you could call it off at lunch on the last day. But I think the feeling was that was perhaps a little
bit early.
Little bit early. But we've had one or two of those this year, of course. Here's Williams, and again bowls to Patel.
Well, let's be brutally honest about this now.
Yes.
If they could shake hands and walk off now, even with 20 odd overs on the board.
I tell you, just in all seriousness, though, hasn't Ryan Patel played well?
No, he has.
His footwork has just been gorgeous.
Well,
he's looked so decisive and crisp in his stroke play.
The last couple of games, he's been a little bit short in terms of championship. And he's been playing the one-day stuff, of course. Made a wonderful 100 and a couple of 50s. But, this is a bit of time out in the middle for him as well. So he's using it very, very well at the moment.
But his bat's made just such a gorgeous noise in this innings so far. Is Williams in again? That bounces on him a little bit. Possibly the most threatening delivery Lizard Williams has bowled so far in the innings. And Patel plays it well, pushes it out to backward point where Taylor, the substitute fielder, fields, and there's no run.
I'm just looking back at Ryan Patel this season in the Championship and got off to an absolute flyer in the Championship. 75. Well, that was in the first hour and a half of the season at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, then a 58 against Hampshire, then 102 against Somerset. Then he's been a little bit short of runs since then. 76 against Kent at Beckenham.
Here's Williams round the wicket again, bowls to Patel. Again, very positive in defence, as they say. Pushing it back down the pitch. And it did go straight as well because it ran into the stumps.
Yeah, 28, Norton 28 against Somerset at Taunton, 40 against Kent, 29 and 27 against Yorkshire at Scarborough.
Got starts, hasn't he?
He's got starts, but hasn't gone on. So I think here for him, it's great to get this time out there in the middle because he's coming off the back of the One Day Cup as well, where 100 and a couple of 50s. He was sort of the senior batter in that competition for Surrey.
Still 2 slips in as Williams comes round the wicket, bowls to Patel. pushes it out into the covers, fielded again by Tom Taylor, and there's no run. End of the over. Williams bowled 4 overs for 33, 43 for 1, with Ryan Patel on 31, Hashim Amla on 4. Keogh to continue.
Yeah, a few people have sort of said, because of course Dom Sibley's coming back next season.
Yes, of
to
course.
Surrey. So a few people have sort of said with Ryan Patel and whatever. Well, it makes perfect sense to me, because I'm not sure about Hashim Amla. You know, the amount of cricket he's played and whatever does he want to, and what. But you know, it makes very much sense that Ryan Patel drops down to 3.
Yes.
If Sibley and Burns want to open together, which they've done for England, obviously, you know, one of those two could bat at 3. But I think Ryan Patel is a mighty fine cricketer. I really do. And I think the nice thing about Ryan Patel now is he's beginning to believe in his own ability now. It's what we were talking about yesterday with Phil. It's, you know, it's that inner belief, really.
Such a massive part of the game, I think. Certainly in red ball cricket, and really believing that, like you say, you mentioned he's got some starts, just converting those a little bit more often.
Well, you've seen what an attractive player he is to watch. As here is Keogh to Amla. Amla's looking to sweep, and hits him way outside the off stump, and then just sort of rolls away into the offside. He's a lovely player to watch, Ryan Patel. Or Patel, as this one's turned leg side by Hashim Amla out there towards deep backward square. Good job, this game is coming to the end because I've put my teeth into that, haven't I? It's been all over the shop. As Patel comes back onto strike. Oh, Wesley's on the wall. Wendell, it's Wesley. Wendell. I really am. As round the wicket comes Keogh, and this one's turned into the leg side by Ryan Patel, and they'll pick up another single.
You're losing it,
I
Churchy,
am. I do
here.
apologise, everybody. One more to the total. Ryan Patel moves on to 32, and back onto strike comes Hashim Amla.
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. As Keogh is over the wicket once again to Amla. Amla lets this go, and that beats Vasconcelos as well. Won't be a run here because he's not playing a shot. So it's a great chase from Will Young for the fact that nobody else is running, actually. He's put in a fabulous sprint to try and get to that, but he says it's gone over the boundary rope, but now dead ball is the signal. So I think they've quite enjoyed that in the middle as well, that Will Young absolutely belted after that, but nobody else moved an inch. So it was a great sprint. He's definitely won the gold medal there. As
Him against Amla over 25
absolutely,
yards.
that would be great, that. As Keogh's in forward again. Goes Amla, turns this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. What was that? It was Mark Richardson. Do you remember the New Zealand
Zealander,
opening batsman? And he came out for, I can't remember what the reason was. As forward goes Amla and turns this one into the leg side after a test match in a sort of New Zealand all-in-one lycra outfit. Did a 100-metre sprint, but I can't remember the reason for it. They were discussing it on air or something. But yeah, that all sort of took place after the test match. Everything's moving very slowly out there now, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Well, we're closing in on 4:30.
It's a fascinating little bit of... I'm not sure how to describe it other than Wendell's placed his
He's got a tennis ball as well.
Northamptonshire flag bang in the centre of the two
Surrey flags.
Peter Mayboy Surrey flags.
Yes.
Now, if that's not marking your territory...
Well, maybe they're joining forces here
I'd like
at
to-
the end of the game.
Yeah.
I'd like to think
yes,
so.
yeah. So
That'll
although
be-
Wendell's having a great deal of difficulty keeping his flag in there between the two.
Well, you'll have to take it back to the office in a minute anyway, because he can't take
He
it
really
home,
can't.
as we
He
say.
actually can't. Yeah, he's done it now, I think. And there, he's got his tennis ball with him as well. There's Wendell.
Well, look at the scoreboard at the moment, and there's rather pronounced disparity between the bowling figures of the two bowlers on at the moment. Rob Keogh's bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 4. Izzard Williams has bowled 4 overs for 33. Here's Williams running in again with a slip in place, bowls to Patel, plays it out into the covers. Cobb fields, and there's no run.
Yeah.
I think the draw that we've been, well, anticipating at Edgbaston is probably the most favoured result, but Somerset have picked up a couple of wickets. 225 for 5 Warwickshire with 21 overs to go, so still a bit of cricket left in that one. And if Somerset could get a win there, Northamptonshire to play next week, it'll leave the Bears in a bit of a state. Here's Williams round the wicket again, very full, lovely drive by Patel, beautiful looking stroke, but just managed to pick out Josh Cobb at extra cover, and there's no run. Sam Hain is still there.
He's had a terrific season again,
isn't he?
Sam Hain.
But 2 wickets for Jack Brooks, 2 for Casey Aldridge.
Ah, there you go. You see Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, and the headband warrior.
Well, to be fair to Mr. Brooks, you know, now he's back in the team, he is picking his wickets up again.
The game is now here, just
ground to a halt.
in slow motion. It's like a slow bicycle race at the moment, where they're just trying to see how much slower they can go. Here's Williams in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Patel. And Ryan Patel looking at Graham Lloyd as though to suggest surely that was a wide. Well, it probably wasn't too far off.
Well, I'm just watching Wendell here because he's got his tennis ball, and I thought he was going to bowl a couple sort of towards the bin there for a second.
It's where you're sitting in our commentary box. You can see Wendell and I can't,
No.
So you'll have to keep me up to date with what's
You can
going
hear
on.
him though.
Well, I can hear him.
Yes,
Yes.
He's giving it to the 10 people that are sat at the top of the stand, bless him.
Most of whom are fast asleep now.
3 balls to go in the over. Lazard Williams in again, bowls to Patel, who's in behind that, pushing it up to Keogh at, oh my goodness, he's done it. That's very skillful stuff from Rob Keogh at mid-off. He's done the old little double juggle with the boot, knocked it up into his hand.
Rob Messi.
Yeah.
There, wasn't it?
Dunstable Town, give him a contract.
Jesus. Dunstable's Beckham. There he is, you see.
Man of many parts.
RK21.
Yes. RK21. Hashtag RK21.
Don't encourage him. Patel on strike again. Lazard Williams, that's a better ball, and it makes Patel cover up. Again, it didn't bounce a great deal. And it pushes it up to Keogh again at mid-off, with this time Fields in more orthodox fashion. 1 ball to go in the over. Umpire Peter Hartley is engaged in animated conversation with Tom Taylor at point. The umpires, because he's moved across the point. There's no forward short leg. I was going to say to try and keep the sun out of his eyes, but in fact there's no sun at the moment either. But perhaps in anticipation of it, here's Williams in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Ryan Patel. Goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos. That is the end of Lazard Williams' 5th over. It was a maiden. 0 for 33, 45 for 1. Patel is 32, and Hashim Amla is 5. Clock showing 28 minutes past 4.
Yes, and on the board, minimum of 19 overs. But what is it, 16 in the last hour, isn't it? But, yeah, we know what's coming here, really. So everyone's doing everything very, very slowly at the moment. It's a very slow walk back from Hashim Amla after a long chat with Ryan Patel. And here is Rob Keogh from the David Capel end. And Amla's just tucking this neatly and tidily on the full through the leg side, just with a roll of the wrists. And Saif Zaib, who made a wonderful 100 today, he slides back, gives it the chase. They're back for 3. Good chase that from Saif Zaib. Wendell's found someone to talk to. And 48 for 1. And Amla moves on to 8.
Jack Brooks actually took 2 wickets in 2 balls.
Yeah, there he is, you see.
To bring Somerset back into that game. Warwickshire 225 for 5, 20 overs to go.
That's experience, isn't it? Jack Brooks is... Oh, now, this one's been tossed up outside the leg stump by Keogh, and he's gone to kick it away as Ryan Patel. It's gone straight between his legs. It's a bit of croquet there.
He's got all the skills. RK21, he's now nutmegging people.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan Patel got that horribly wrong as forward. He goes, plays this one out into the offside. Well, we've had a lot in this game because Mr. Vasconcelos yesterday with his boundary where I wasn't even looking at the ball.
That's right, yes.
Now there we are, and there's the shake of hands. Everybody has decided that's enough. We've ticked round to 4:30. So that is a shake of hands, and that is the draw here. Draw secured here for both sides after a very hard-fought game of cricket, and Northamptonshire have done a very good job there today. And Surrey, well, obviously they came this morning hoping that they might be able to force a result, but as it is, Hampshire will look at that and think, right, second place for Hampshire now. Surrey go top again by 8 points. It is now, I think, for Surrey. They go top by 8 points. But what a great game of cricket we've had.
It's been a terrific game and so much to enjoy. Say mostly with the bat, but we've seen some skillful bowling as well. We've seen some excellent fielding. I think of that terrific catch that Luke Proctor get to dismiss. As I've described on commentary, I think an amazing catch to end an amazing innings from Tom Curran. I think if nothing else, we'll take the memory of that Tom Curran 100 before lunch, but Emilio Gay's 100 in the first innings for Northamptonshire was a bit special. The innings of Safe Zabe today, in its own way, not quite as flamboyant as Gay on the first day. Rob Keogh, of course, batting beautifully in the first innings. Ashim Amla showing yet again what a class act he still is at pushing 40. So much to enjoy in this game. It's been a lot of fun. We've enjoyed covering it very much. And I think in the end, in terms of the result, Surrey obviously would have loved to force a win and put a little bit more daylight between themselves and Surrey, but still an 8-point lead with 2 games to go.
Yes, indeed. And as well for Northamptonshire there, you know, we talked about it after what happened last week, getting here this morning. They were in trouble last night, and they've done it really well today, haven't they, Joe? And you know, just played the conditions perfectly today. And I think, you know, Northamptonshire will look at this and think, yeah, that's a good result from a Northamptonshire point of view, especially with what happened yesterday as well with Essex beating Yorkshire.
Yeah, it's been brilliant for them. I think they've just shown kind of how good their kind of talent stocks are in and amongst the ranks, with numerous different people contributing to forcing the draw out of Surrey, who are quite clearly a very, very good team. Yeah, there's been some high quality cricket on show across all 4 days that they can kind of hold their heads high and be proud of their efforts, I think.
Well, I think, and it's a credit, I think, in a sense, Surrey, I'm sure they're probably disappointed not getting the win here, but I think Surrey ought to take it as a big compliment that Northamptonshire say, to be able to mix it and to be able to hold our own over 4 days with Surrey. One of the, you know, unquestionably one of the best 2 sides in the country in this format, is something a bit special. And again, we keep going back to this thing that for Northamptonshire, it is a big thing. Don't underestimate this. It is a seriously big thing for them to say, right, we've, for the first time, I was talking to Chris Liddell about this last night, for the first time, Northamptonshire, they will hope, will keep their place in Division 1. 3 times they've tried, 3 times they've failed, and they're hoping it's 4th time lucky. And as a result of the 14 points they've taken here, that's very handy indeed.
Very much so. And then again, from the Surrey point of view, you know, look, they started this game 8 points behind Hampshire. We're back to where we were before Hampshire's game against Northamptonshire last week.
Well, the updated table shows Surrey with 225 points, having played 12 games. Hampshire 217, so that lead is 8. Lancashire, as we were saying earlier, having lost those 6 points, 182 from 12 matches, so they're 35 points behind Hampshire. They're going to have to win both games and hope that something fairly bizarre happens elsewhere. Essex are 4th with 178 from 12 games. Then Northamptonshire holding on to 5th place with 147 from 12 games. Yorkshire 132, Kent 115. Now, then we come to Somerset and Warwickshire. Obviously, they're still playing, so it could be Somerset could still snatch a win there. If they would, that would push them up the table, certainly ahead of Kent. Then Warwickshire, Gloucestershire, you think probably with the best will in the world, are now pretty much done as far as prospects of staying up are concerned. I suppose they would actually hope that maybe Somerset did get a win there and it would leave then Warwickshire down in trouble. But anyway, that's where we are. Surrey take a lead of 8 points into the penultimate round of Championship matches starting on Tuesday. Joe Gardner, thank you so much for joining us on commentary.
Thanks for having me.
It's been good to have you with us, and well, Churchy, it's always a great pleasure.
Thank you, Radders. Thank you, Joe. I've really enjoyed the last 4 days, so it's been lovely to be with you all. And yes, well, good luck in the next couple of weeks in Northamptonshire.
Well, likewise, thank you, and enjoy Trent Bridge on Saturday for the final.
One-day final. And good luck, Joe, on Saturday as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks also to Joe, obviously mentioned, to Eva Gray, to Phil Rowe, and to Lewis McManus, who's also been on commentary in this match. So from Andrew Rad, from Mark Church, and from Joe Gardner, this match left as a draw. Surrey gets 16 points, Northamptonshire 14. And we hope very much to join you for the next round of County Championship matches starting next Tuesday. For now, good evening.